2628 GGR 2628 LOGIN. Gachi Hyper.
Yo, my friends. I hope everything works. What's good? Hi, how's it going, everybody? Yo. Man, good to be back, guys. There's a lot of announcements. Sorry I was gone for a few days. Big RL questline. Oh man, da schwimmt einer. Yo, Schkucke, Amok, Burma, TX, Menace, and Nico. Thanks for the support. Yes, log in. Welcome in. Hope everybody's doing well. Oh man, I'm not even logged in into my Streamlabs bot anymore and stuff. Like, frick. How long was I gone? It was only a few days, no? We have big announcements today, guys. There is the dev interview with Rax. And they have a full, let me see if I can find this. They have a full Chinese announcement for a new Diablo 4 server with new features and stuff we want to check out. And then we have the interview, I think in like an hour and a half. My hair is too long? Yeah, it goes long, man. Maybe we'll cut it soon. We'll see. I hope everybody's doing well, my friends. It sure has been some time. Well, like a few days. But yeah, it feels long. Oh man, hope everybody's having a fantastic time. Let me put out the Discord announcements and then we'll talk about the stuff, man. Diablo 4 is coming. There's a new trailer here, guys. I haven't seen this. I think it's in English. They posted this in China, guys. And you know, Blizzard is usually partnering up. I mean, I think it's like a law.
Yo.
You have to partner up with existing publisher, a Chinese publisher. And yeah, after like a bit of a downfall with Bobby Kotick, they now have a new partnership. They literally like destroyed like the orc statues and stuff from WoW. Let's go. Yo, it's good to be back, guys. We're also live on YouTube again. Yo. So let's watch this new trailer that they put out for the new Diablo 4 announcement. I haven't even seen this. Let's see. There we go.
Hi everyone, I'm Brent Gibson.
Yo, the video is in English. Okay, last time we got an announcement like this, it was full Chinese. Okay, the announcement's actually in English, guys. They just posted this. Let's see.
Hi everyone, I'm Brent Gibson, Game Director for Diablo 4.
Hell yeah.
I'm thrilled to share some incredible news. Diablo 4 is coming to China.
Let's go.
Very soon, players across China will be able to join us in the eternal conflict against the Burning Hells.
China #1.
First, starting November 7th, we will open a limited time public technical test.
Wait, that's it this week?
Everyone in China will be able to experience the opening act of Diablo 4 for free.
Dang.
And those who join us will earn
Yo, I remember getting that puppy in the beta, dude.
exclusive in-game rewards. Then, on December 12th,
and they said they're never gonna wanna have like any pay to win in there, but like I don't know, man. Like the Chinese, like they always have this a lot. It's like very accepted over there.
Diablo 4 will launch officially in China, marking the beginning of a new chapter with even more
Guys, is this a potential hint, man?
surprises waiting for you on that day. You can find the beginning of a
This is like people have been speculating this is gonna be the expansion announcement because this is like basically like if you do the time math with the time zones, it's on the same date as the Game Awards show where people are expecting the expansion to be revealed.
new chapter with even more surprises waiting for you on that day. You can find all the details on the official Diablo 4 China website.
Dude,
we've witnessed the fall of Lilith, the end of the Harbinger of Hatred, but this is only the beginning.
That's right.
Darker powers stir, and we need the Chinese heroes to join our ranks in the fight against the Burning Hells. We can't wait to stand by you in the battle to come.
You think they're gonna add pay to win? I don't know, man. Like they said they never do this.
Welcome to Sanctuary.
Man, that's gonna be fun. Holy shit. I mean, this is gonna have so many new players play. And they have a fully separate server, it seems, as well. Yeah, we also have the Season 11 update later. We were just watching the Chinese, the trailers for the new stuff that they're putting in. So they have a new website. What was this? What was the website called?
Will launch officially. Prizes. Way Diablo 4 China website.
Diablo 4 Blizzard.cn. Okay, here it is. On the 12/12, guys, and then there is a Game Awards. Look, man, this on the same day, dude. Dupe to win? Hey, come on, they fixed the dupes. Finally, dude, they fixed it. Okay, what is this? Technical testing will be available on the 9th of November. 12/12 is the full release. Existing, a number of warriors have registered to join Sanctuary. Oh, they're getting... Now, this is transmogs, though, right? They gotta... Is it gonna be... Like, is there some more info about it? Is this gonna be private or what? Okay, guys. Well, first of all, we gotta get a good drink. We have the interview as well in a little bit, guys. In 1.5 hours, the interview with Rex and Terax will happen. And then there's gonna be another interview on Wednesday. And then there's gonna be my interview on Thursday. We're gonna be cooking with... well, we're gonna be here. We're gonna be cooking with Colin and Zaven. Here's the announcement of that interview. Yeah. Like here, we're doing an interview. Rax is doing the first interview. Then it's Dan Q, a Korean streamer. I don't know him, actually. Maybe I met him. I don't know. I met so many people when I was at Blizzard. I don't know. Maybe I met him. And then on Thursday, gonna be my interview. And we're gonna be chatting with Colin. I love how he said Chef Colin, dude. Yo, that's fire. And Zaven. Man, let's go. Am I following Zaven? Yeah, I'm following Zaven. Let's go. Game director, and Colin is cooking, man. Big devs. You want Monk? Wait, there already is a Monk trailer. Yeah, anyway, so I don't know what all this means. Anyone speak Chinese here? News. Free stress test. Frequently asked question. So they're gonna have a separate server, guys, or what? Test is open. Data will be wiped. There's a test server on the 7th. We conducted this. Reminds me of the server slam when it launched. Where can I pre-download? On the 6th of November. That's in 2 days, guys. Yeah, I know there's lots of people always watching from China, especially on YouTube. So, man, I'm very happy that you got a good server now with a proper ping and actually, like, legit. I remember, like, a lot of those Chinese people, they have to use a VPN to access it. Not anymore now. So that's going to be pretty cool. So they have a server slam. And the launch is on December 12th, guys. And what else is that? I don't know exactly like what the time zone is, but it should be around the same Game Award announcement. Hey guys, cheers. We got the Holy Squad ready to go. Yeah, I'm kind of expecting this to happen. I mean, I was already expecting it at Gamescom and it didn't happen, but I think it would be a big loss if they don't put the expansion out before Christmas, like the announcement of the expansion out before the Christmas. Because it's just going to be like such big sales, such big marketing. Yeah, we have the Holy Moly, guys. Check out Holy, my friends. Cheerio. We got the Asia Anaconda, man. The new flavor here. Big energy. Big energy for us. We have big updates today. All the updates. I'm going to make a timer in a bit. I think, when is Rex interview? Is that in an hour, guys? When is the interview? Hey, cheers, my friends. You can check out Holy, guys. Sugar-free iced teas, energy drinks, milkshakes, all the good stuff, man. Cheers. Exclamation mark Holy, code Rob for 10% off. Oh, yeah, okay. Oh man, yeah, that thing's good. Wild AF, guys. Oh, they also have some very nice advent calendars. Yeah, code Rob, guys. 10% off Holy. Super delicious, man. Let's go. So the maximum level in the playtest is level 25. Which areas are included? Broken Peaks. So this is probably Fractured Peaks. Dry Lands. Man, they have access to all the regions in the test. Main story baseline. Can the story be skipped? Yes. What about the server? Are they gonna have a separate server for all this? When logging into Battle.net, okay. I think they still need to register like a government official ID to even be able to play in China mainland, right? I already have a NetEase account, but I don't link my old Battle.net account. Okay, this is just some technical stuff. When they talk about the server. Oh, guys, the test server is only for PC again. What about the consoles? What about the consoles, dude? Yeah, we can watch the trailer one more time. I know lots of people missed it. I can watch it one more time. Did I link this here? It's gonna start on the 7th of November. It's on Bilibili. I think you probably can't watch this because you need a Bilibili account for this. Dude, what the fuck is this? Like, you see, you need to be careful on this website, man. Widescreen. It was posted today, just now. They posted this today. Yeah, watch it again. Maybe you missed it. This is
Hi, everyone. I'm Brent Gibson, game director for Diablo
And Brent is great. I met him in LA as well.
4. I'm thrilled to share some incredible news.
Yo, what's up, man? How's it going?
Diablo 4 is coming to China.
Cheers, dude. Finally.
Very soon, players across China will be able to join us in the eternal conflict against the burning hells.
So we have this announcement, and then we have probably separate server, and we have the dev interview for season 11 later. Just back in the States. Man, how was the trip, dude? Oh, man, you didn't get bitten by any mosquitoes? No, it's fine. Did the music, it hits.
First, starting November 7th, we will open a limited time public technical
test. That's in 3 days.
Everyone in China will be able to experience the opening act of Diablo 4 for free.
Look what he says.
And those who join us will earn exclusive in-game rewards.
Gonna be big.
Then, on December 12th, Diablo 4 will launch officially in China, marking the beginning of a new chapter with even more surprises waiting for you on that day. You can find all the details on the official Diablo 4 China website.
That's right.
We've witnessed the fall of Lilith, the end of the Harbinger of Hatred, but this is only the beginning.
Oh.
Darker powers stir, and we need the Chinese heroes to join our ranks in the fight against the burning hells. We can't wait to stand by you in the battle to come.
Yeah, gonna be fun. It's just gonna open up the game for so many more players, you know? It's gonna be lit. Man, the beginning part is like so cool here. Like this scene, this trail is just too good, man. I don't know. I can probably not play on a Chinese server. I don't have a NetEase account. I do have a Bilibili account. They only posted this on Bilibili. So yeah, I don't know. Yeah, it looks so cool. I wonder why they put out this trailer in English though. But did anyone figure out? Here's the article, by the way. Did anyone figure out if they're gonna have like complete separate server and leaderboards? Because we're gonna get the gauntlet coming up. I mean, probably they will, right? Early stress test. Yeah, but they're gonna dominate their own leaderboards. And then we have the Game Awards, Anthony. Like, I think, like, from what he's been saying and what he's been hinting at here, I think it was in this part here.
Will earn exclusive in-game rewards.
I hope they don't make pay to win, man.
Then, on December 12th, Diablo 4 will launch officially.
December 12th, guys. You know, this is basically with accounting for the time difference, the same date as the Game Awards.
In China, marking the beginning of a new chapter with even more surprises waiting for you on that day.
Even more surprises waiting for you on that day? What? Okay, guys. I mean, that's basically the same. This is the same day. I mean, people were expecting this at Gamescom, like in August. But it's time. It just makes too much sense to like have the Christmas sales, right? They didn't add a letter. We'll see. New streamer server is gonna announced in China, guys. Okay, do we know when the Rex interview is? Proper answers. Yeah, I do have a full list with my feedback, guys. Did I feedback? No, that was dungeon escalation. Wait, what the fuck? No, that's not the feedback that I wanted to share. I don't know, he's a Korean streamer. Hey, Makuna, what's up? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know him. Dan Q Korea. Korea Diablo 4. It links me to Dalcora, but that's probably not it. Yeah, it's gonna be nice to have a server for China. Where did they say that? 23 Uhr? Oh, that's late. Yeah, but the thing is they often do like some sort of like extra paid stuff. I remember when we were watching the Diablo 2 trailer when it came out in China. Like you can like they can like have some starter packs that includes gold and runes. And in D3 they always had like an XP buff on the Chinese server. Man, I think like having the game accessible to a lot of people sounds great. Like the more the merrier, dude. That's how it should be. Well, but now there's no leaderboard. Yeah, but like, I mean, I don't know if they're gonna do it. There's something said along the lines that they're never gonna have any sort of pay to win, but I'm not so sure if NetEase is abiding by those rules, right? Like, I don't know, like maybe they're gonna sell some XP boost. Like they did this with D3. D3 had like, after the auction house was gone, no more pay to win in it, in the West. But the Chinese version, they always had pay to win with like, I don't know, they could get like 50% XP buff and like, you know, like all these things. Olympics. Okay, maybe that's a bit much. A summary of the changes coming. I mean, I do have a lot of documents. But there's not really like a summary. I also have a full feedback video. Here is my full feedback. There's also a video explanation in this. Yeah, it's like all these guys here. I mean, I already did a lot. Obviously, stuff is gonna change, right? I'm mostly interested what they're gonna do with Hoda Bob and what they're gonna do with Sanctification, because people like they like don't really like some of those systems. Hey, Crunchy with the Prime, thanks mate for all the support. Yo, what's up? Revert tempering and master working changes. I don't know about that, man. Again, I have a full feedback doc here. You can watch this. I have this shared, I believe. Can you guys access this? I believe you can. Like, I shared all my thoughts, and we also have a video here. Hey everybody, it's Rob here. The Season 11 public test server just ended, and today I want to share with you my feedback. This season overall has been a somewhat controversial one. There's a lot of things that This is the full feedback video I made 6 days ago, man. We gotta make a video about the Chinese server and the news we're gonna get today. But the Barbs can't read, guys. They're gonna make the Barbarian, they're gonna keep it great. They're not gonna make it great. It was already great on the PTR, right? I just need to not completely destroy it. I think I did some number crunching. What short? Yeah, here, I did some number crunching here. Yeah, I mean, there's like a lot of caps to it, for sure. They have to buff every class. Well, it depends on what tower level they want to balance around, right? Like I don't know, just buffing every class also not the way, necessarily. What's this, Grog? This is gonna be good. This better be good. Season 10 was peak. Well, like Season 10, like the power level was crazy high, but people obviously enjoyed that. I got an application error on the X app. It just puts me back here. I can't open this Bob for some reason. It just gives me an error. Something unexpected happened. Yeah, unlucky, I guess. People like being strong, and Blizzard is like, we're going to nerf everybody. Well, that's what they're going to talk about in the interview today in 1.5 hours. I was so confused about the time. Is it in 2.5 or in 1.5? Man, I thought it was like in 1.5 hours. That's going to be long, long, long. I prepared this to be a bit earlier. Maybe we, you know, got to play the game. I haven't actually played the game in a long time. China doesn't have a server. They don't. That's why they're always on the European server. Well, on the, like, not only European, but on the West server. So I think, correct me guys if I'm wrong, but if you want to play the game in China right now, you need to use like some sort of like gray zone, because technically Blizzard is not allowed to operate in China if they don't collaborate with a local Chinese publisher, which usually is NetEase. But they had a big fallout with Bobby Kotick, and like, I don't know, they even tear down the statues and stuff from the NetEase Blizzard collaboration partnership, whatever. But now Bobby Kotick is gone. Microsoft bought Blizzard, and now they repaired the relationship with NetEase, and now they can publish it again via NetEase. That's how I imagine is the crux of the story, how I understood it. I might be wrong about some parts of it, but... Wait, this is all my sanctified items. This is the new season, guys. Yeah, they haven't given it a name yet. Yeah, guys, the new season has been revealed. The season of bricks. Oh, shit. That Bob's hungry, dude. That's the new season name, guys. No, season of internal conflict, season of the internal bricks. The Bob is gonna be eating good, guys. Hell yeah. What is Weibo account? Is that like a Chinese social network? What's Weibo? Passport.weibo? That doesn't sound right. Yeah, I guess. Oh, this was D2 in China. Well, I'm gonna follow this account. Yeah, they made like a big announcement for D2 in China, man. Dang. Bob's eating the season of bricks. Look at the cosplayers. Let's go. I don't know, like this music gonna give us a copyright strike already. I better mute it. Well, that was sick. Oh, this is all the new Diablo announcement. They don't have anything announced in the West. It's all getting announced in China because they have a big fan base over there. Oh, that was sick. I talked with Matthew TheaterQuest, who was there when I was at the campus in August. That was great, man. The vibes in China for Diablo are crazy good, man. Crazy good. You know, I put out these new trailers. Actually, I'm gonna bookmark this. No more cheater boards. Yeah, this looks like Chinese X. Druid is back on 17 damage. Yeah, the Druid, I mean, it had one strong build with Melted Heart, but... yeah, I'm not quite sure where that's gonna land on the fridge. Like, the fridge was really good. But I'm not sure if it's gonna, like, stay that good. It's D2. Yeah, it was the D2 announcement. But yeah, on November 7th, guys, the D4 server is gonna start. Surely people in China are gonna be very happy about this. okay. Oh, Anthony, you shared some pictures, dude. Let's go. Well, I'm not even sure, based on the preview, if I can show this on stream, dude. No, man, we gotta get the season of bricks, guys. I'm late. What did you miss? We were gonna watch the trailer again, anyways. The trailer is pretty cool. Wait, there was monkeys, man. What the hell? Oh, looking good, dude. Back to the Future. I haven't watched it that close. I better be safe than sorry. I'll watch it later. I'm looking at the pictures, not the video. Oh man, but looks like you had a great trip, man. Sounds good. Sounds good. Business is going, huh? Yeah. Anyways, we also have a full list of all the stuff we're gonna ask. I already sent it as well. We'll see. I mean, obviously, like a lot of questions, like I might be like changing based on the interview today with Rex. Depending on what answers he gets, I might, like change my question, because if the question was already answered. But this is like the guts of the feedback here. There is a lot of stuff, especially on brickification. Ship was epic. We swam.
Hi
with
Rob,
the pink
thanks for the
dolphin.
fun streams and builds heart.
Hey, Fear the Unknown, thank you very much. Yo, man, but swimming with dolphins, I remember I was in Egypt at the Red Sea, and the people were more, or like the locals, they were more afraid of the dolphins than they were of the sharks. Yeah, I don't know if that was like a full thing, but like they said that the dolphins can be dangerous. And the sharks usually, yeah, we watched the Rex interview. But I don't know, man, dolphin versus shark. Dolphin, what the fuck? Yeah, the dolphins are going crazy, I don't know. But Egypt was fun. They also had a lot of like what's the sea snake called? Murene. Murene. Here they had a lot of these. What's the English name? I remember we were like at the reef in Egypt, and dude, there were so many of these. Dude, but they were crazy. I was always afraid they would bite my toe off. Eel? Is it eel? No. Eel is odd. I don't know. I think it's different, but maybe it's that. Like, I'm not sure. But yeah, eels, okay, yeah, but they're crazy, man. Like, they're always lurking in the reef, and then you just see the fang and the head looking out, man. Like, yeah, that was crazy. Yeah, you always gotta be careful with that. Is electric eel? Can you share the Google Doc? I think it's actually. Let me update the command. Yeah, we'll share it. I also have a full feedback video here. Capeleke build, and like they can't just like cap it all at 500 and fucking caps. Call it a day. That's not balanced, you know. I think it's just gonna completely destroy the barb if they do that. Oh, they're gonna destroy the barb, man. Come on. Okay, let me make a command for this. The good, the bad, and what to improve, boys. We need improvements. So we're just gonna do exclamation mark feedback. Season 11, I should say my season 11 feedback. Okay, exclamation mark feedback. Yeah, I mean, that hurts, like, if they bite. I got another question pop up. I don't see it on your list. The question in general is, do they have plans in the next season to rework the Paragon boards? I mean, they keep reworking the systems, but what particularly about the Paragons do you think needs to be changed, reworked, whatever? I mean, Paragons is just, like, kind of okay. When's the interview? I think it's in 90 minutes. I actually got the time wrong, or they changed the time. I'm not quite sure when exactly it is. It didn't say in the post. I'm actually not even sure when my interview is. I gotta double check. But, I mean, yeah, the Paragon system isn't the greatest. But kind of works well. Like, what do you want to change about the Paragon system? $130 PST. And what is PST now? Now that's in 2 hours. Right? That's in 2 hours. Yeah, I definitely... Let me see. I think I have the board cap. Wait. Yeah, I'll be interviewing the devs in 2 days, guys. Okay, so... what do you want to ask about? Like, okay, so these are my questions, guys. I mean, I'm going to change them based on what we learned today. Okay, wait. So, yeah, I mean, I have a lot of questions. I don't think I'm going to get to all the questions is the problem. I don't think I have time. I mean, I can add it here. So, I have the caps question in there, though. Like, the caps question is very important to me. If we get, like, a caps question, I think they should just remove all the caps. I absolutely hate the caps. But obviously, that might present some technical challenges and stuff, so... Could be moving the powers from the previous season to the Paragon board. Yeah, I mean, I think something like that. Shkuka, the most important question, but why? Yeah, I mean, the Paragon, I agree, it doesn't have really so much different stuff. After you're 250, like, you're kind of done. $4 trillion tech company with technical challenges. Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure Microsoft can figure it out, right? I mean, after all, they're not called... What is Elon calling it? Macro hard? Macro hard. You saw this? Are you going to be seeing this on the moon soon, man? Not Microsoft, but macro hard. Dude, that was actually crazy. How the fuck? How is there memes street? Wait, is this real? Macro hard. Yeah, he made it so big you can see it from space, dude. It's such a good troll. Yeah, look at this. Wait, is this the real thing? This looks like AI, though. There's no way it's that big. Wait, is it that big? Dude, what? Yeah, I don't know if it's that big, but maybe it is. He's living on meme street. Oh man. Do you have news about the XP meta? I mean, as of PTR, I have, but they might change some stuff on the PTR. Yeah, that's gonna be crazy. Trademark details. Not Microsoft, but macro hard. Yeah, that's crazy. Wait, the Google Doc isn't working? Wait, what the fuck's the problem?
Dave the Barbarian makes his return S11.
Oh,
R2628 login.
Dude, I wish I could watch that, but we're gonna get a copyright. I don't know, maybe the YouTube stream is already demonetized anyways. Like, fuck it. Yeah, Dave the Barbarian, dude. Like, I want to see that guy. Macron hard? Wait, this is not France, dude. No. This is America. Okay, let me see. Why does it not work? Maybe it's this ending? Again, I mean, there's also the video. I think it also has the link. I mean, I would just suggest you watching the video. We're gonna play it later because I think not all of you see it. Especially what I'm asking about the end game question. Okay, I do feel like there's some good questions here. Like, I have much more. Like, this is just the rapid fire portion. Maybe I'll do the rapid fire questions at the start, man. Like, oh, let's see. I'd definitely love to see a Chaos Rift stay in the game. The interview's in 1.5, I think, with Rex. And then mine is on Thursday. Dave the Barbarian, guys. You guys remember this? There's another announcement, what? This was great. Dave the Barbarian theme song. Barbarian! This is the farm in season 11, guys. Barbarian! 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 You gotta come back, dude. I'm gonna get a copyright strike for this. Shit. The beginning is the best, man. Barbarian. Baba. Barbarian. It's like always like this one. Look at the hands, dude. Like the hands are so tiny, dude. Yep. Like he always skips leg day on top. Like no leg day ever. Like only chest and arms. It's so good, dude. Barbarian. Barbarian. Yeah, we need that, man. He always skips leg and hand a day. That's right. No abs? He doesn't need to train that. Das siehst du doch in der Diskothek nicht. You don't see that at the club. You don't see the legs, man. You only train chest and arms, that's it. He also trains the ears. Yeah, man, the ears are like bigger than the hands. Like, what? Like, how? Disco Pumper. Ja, so sieht's aus. Yeah, anyways, I hope this guy returns, though. And that'd be lit, dude. No handy dandy. We need new endgame content, something like survival mode. I mean, we have the tower. Obviously, there's some stuff wrong with the tower. I mean, most importantly, it feels too similar to the pit. Yeah, what do you feel if they make these changes? Mechanics to craft chaos armor as permanent game feature. I mean, I'd be okay with that. But the problem is that's going to completely invalidate all defensive aspects we have. It's going to make it very bad. Because then, like, all the stuff that's defensive, like, it's never going to be relevant anymore. So I'm not sure about that. It's a Chinese server announcement. Okay, we'll watch it one more time just because the trailer is so hype. Dude, like the music, dude. Man, they need to make the partnership with Netflix, dude. I want to see a full Diablo series. I need it.
Hi everyone, I'm Brent Gibson, Game Director for Diablo 4. I'm thrilled to share some incredible news. Diablo 4 is coming to China. Very soon, players across China will be able to join us in the eternal conflict against the Burning Hells. First, starting November 7th, we will open a limited time public technical test. Everyone in China will be able to experience the opening act of Diablo 4 for free. And those who join us will earn exclusive in-game rewards. Then, on December 12th, Diablo 4 will launch officially in China, marking the beginning of a new chapter with even more surprises waiting for you on that day.
Even more surprises waiting for you on that day. December 12th, huh? which is December 11th here.
You can find all the details on the official Diablo 4 China website. We've witnessed the fall of Lilith, the end of the Harbinger of Hatred, but this is only the beginning. Darker powers stir, and we need the Chinese heroes to join our ranks in the fight against the burning hells. We can't wait to stand by you in the battle to come.
No, guys, they already like the season is on Tuesday. Hello? It always needs to happen on a Tuesday because we have more damage on Tuesday. We already know the season date, guys. The season date's not the 11th. The 11th is the date of the game rewards. In 34 days, the season starts. I mean, they never changed it. They changed this like once in 2 years. But it's in 34 days. And it always, guys, we have always more damage on a Tuesday. We can't have the season launch on a Friday. We don't have any more damage on Friday. It's in 34 days. Was nach Adam Riesling den 9. Dezember macht. 9th of December, guys. That's the date. I think season launches on the 9th, which is Tuesday. More damage on Tuesday. And then on the 11th, there's the Game Awards. Obviously, this is all just speculation, right? On the 11th, there's the Game Awards. Here. And they're gonna announce the expansion for next year on the 11th. That makes a lot of sense. Which is basically on the 12th in China. And then they're gonna like, have the pre-order stuff for the Christmas. It just makes like too much sense marketing-wise. So we're definitely gonna be watching the Game Awards on the 11th, guys. That's in 1 month. And I think expansion is probably going to be April, May, something like that. When do you guys think the expansion is coming out? When did they announce Vessel of Hatred? I think it was like a half a year almost before, or something like that. February? Oh, I remember Riker, he was like speculating. Wait, Riker was speculating this is going to be early, right? Riker expansion. Yeah, I actually wanted to check. What did he say back in the days? I remember watching this video. This one. Diablo expansion predictions. I mean, obviously this is like half a year ago.
Which was just revealed to be coming in 2020. And use code Riker. And use code Riker. So diving into the new expansion and what we can expect. Let's start off with the thing that I'm most confident in, and that's...
Wait, when is GTA 5 released? Wait, when is it? Yeah, I think they cannot release around GTA 5. Like, it's gonna kill all the games. GTA 5 release date. They postponed this too, no? Wait, GTA 6. The fuck, not 5. Who said 5? It's in May? Yo, bro, yeah, they're gonna do this... I don't know. I think it's gonna happen before. Yeah, this is gonna kill, like, no matter which game releases around this date, it's gonna do bad because most people are gonna play this. But the problem is, GTA 6 is not, and I repeat, is not coming out on PC, right? This is console gaming only. GTA 6. Yeah, somebody said GTA 5. I was like, I mean, I knew immediately what you're talking about, but yeah. I mean, at this point, who's counting? GTA 6, 7, GTA 9. Yeah, I mean, it's not PC, man. Like, I might actually... I have the Xbox I got from Blizzard right here. I never used it so far. I was mainly wanting to give it away, but maybe we're going to play GTA on this one. We'll see. Oh, it has some Diablo too. But why does it not come out on PC, man? There's a big L for Rockstar, dude. Oh, man.
New class. I am 99% sure that the new class is going to be something like a paladin. It might literally be the paladin.
Crusader.
It might be a crusader, or it might be the Templar.
Or it might be the witch doctor, guys.
We'll explore those options in a bit here, but
the witch doctor.
It is almost a certainty that we're getting the paladin analog, the holy warrior with a shield. This class has been immensely requested. It has been the most requested class since the release of
like, no matter what they do, if they don't make it into like a sword and broad class, people are gonna be mad. Like, no matter how cool the new class is, if it's not like, this like holy faith, whatever kind of warrior, people are gonna be angry anyway. So yeah, you gotta give the people what they want, right?
Or yes, there's a lot of love for the Amazon as well, but really, the
I
Paladin
mean, Amazon is a cool class. Like if you have like a Javazon, that's also completely missing in Diablo, like a Javazon kind of playstyle, right? But I still think like even if you make it to Javazon, which is also like a fan favorite, I think people are gonna be angry.
has been the number one. Every campfire chat, people are asking, Paladin when? Paladin when?
It's an
When the
easy W.
Spiritborn was revealed, while some people were hyped for a new class, a lot of people were disappointed that no Paladin still. A lot of people are saying, I'm not buying the game until they add the Paladin. And in interviews, different devs and Rod Ferguson,
People are also saying, I'm not gonna play the next season if they nerf teleport.
they've kind of alluded to calm your pants
But
down.
people always say some stuff and then act completely differently.
Paladin is coming next. With the Spiritborn, they were saying how they wanted to do something completely new because the previous 5 classes
Yes.
have been something that already existed, right? They were bringing back old
Like people always say, I'm gonna boycott this or do that, and then in reality, they never do.
classes. Again, 4 years ago, you can look at my analysis that allowed me to
Yo, man, Riker is cooking. Look at this, dude. Wait.
already existed, right? They were bringing back old classes. Again,
Like, look at him cooking, dude. Like, what we? Yo, there's the druid right there. The fridge. Yeah, assassin. I think Amazon. Like, Amazon is not a demon hunter to me. Like, it's completely different. Like, the spear archetype is completely. This is Picasso, man. Yes. Yeah. I mean, like, man. Yeah, I think Amazon would be great too, but like not this time around. Like, text here. This looks like some of my art, man, but his art's even more beautiful. You guys remember the gauntlet strategies? It's accurate. I mean, I love this, dude. I do this myself. It's great. Even cooking, dude.
4 years ago, you can look at my analysis that allowed me to predict the Rogue and the Necromancer was all based on what classes previously existed.
You know what I always hope for? Before they announced the Necromancer, I would have loved to see an archetype like a Death Knight or something where they bring, you know, the like Arthas in D3, where they bring the holy part, the faith, and then turn it into an undead evil kind of thing. You know, like the holy warrior going undead. Like the way Arthas was in Warcraft 3. Like, man, and then call it like a Death Knight or something. That would have been a mix between Necromancer and Paladin. That would have been insane as well. But I mean, the Necromancer is a cool class. And then if they bring a Paladin, a Crusader, a Holy Warrior type of faith guy, Templar, whatever they're going to call it, that'd be cool.
With the Spiritborn, they wanted to do something new, but it sounds like with the next class, they're gonna make people happy, give the people what they want, and that's gonna be the...
You gotta get the people what they want, man. It's the easy financial decision.
The Paladin or Templar or Crusader...
Like, you know, like Microsoft, they care most. I mean, obviously, as a company in capitalism, they care about making money. They all want to make money. They make video games to make money, right? And what's going to give them the most money? When people are going to be happy and interested in the product. So it's an easy W. I mean, if they don't make this holy type of class, either way, people are going to be angry no matter how cool a potential other class is, right?
I think it's not going to be the Crusader, and I think they might not even call it the Paladin. It'll play like the
I think like Templar or something is also
Paladin.
cool.
It'll make Paladin people happy, but it might be the Templar.
Yeah.
Because at this point, while there's a lot of nostalgia for the D2 Paladin, I think they've largely realized that the majority of their player base now is D3 players and new players, and there's not as much D2 fans left playing D4, so I think they're not going to...
But I think it's a good audience to tap into because people love the Paladin in D2. I love the Paladin of D2. And if they, you know, like make some part of the Paladin into D4, I think there's a cool new audience that could come to the game.
care as much to cater to that nostalgia, and I think there's not enough nostalgia for the D3 Crusader, but
I also think like calling it Crusader is not a good move because Crusader was okay in D3, but it wasn't the most popular. I think the Paladin has a lot more positivity associated with it.
a Templar, John Da. Cormac the Templar in Diablo 3. A lot of love for this character, for this hireling.
Man, he been
and I think it's a
cooking,
good way to bring back this holy class in a way that still feels
That
like a
was some time
paladin,
ago.
but
Look.
has something new with it.
We've been
And I
cooking.
think they can actually bring back a little bit of Amazon fantasy. The spear and javelins, right? Bow-wise, we got things covered with the rogue,
I don't know.
but nothing has spear gameplay.
I would love to, like, if this new class potentially has spears. I don't know. Like, I would kind of want them separately. Like, I want like a full dedicated Amazon type of playstyle, like female strong warrior. You know, like in the lore.
Templar, your Templar follower in Diablo 3, his starter weapon
I
is
don't want like a Crusader Amazon hybrid.
a spear. Yes, he can use a sword. Yes, he can use a mace, but he starts with a spear. So imagine the Templar class being this paladin that also has spear skills. Maybe you can spec into different things. You don't have to go spear. But it's, again, a way of capturing, because I don't think we're going to get an Amazon class. I don't think it's ever going to happen, because Amazons are lore-wise and just in people's mind very gender-locked.
Dude, yeah.
As they could
And it's 2025, guys. They can't have a class gender locked.
only be female. And I don't know that they're going to do any kind
A male Amazon?
of class that is just going to be one gender.
I think they shouldn't care about this, man. Like, I don't know. Just make the Amazon this amazing female strong warrior. Like, what the hell?
Now, some issues with the Templar theory are that...
Like, this is like one of the big problems, like, at least partially in some games, man. They just try to, like, you know... And also in movies, like, they just try to, like, make everything... like appear to like the biggest audience, but then it like doesn't really like fully attract anyone anymore. Like, it's crazy.
Like,
I think it's fine to have like a gender locked female Amazon strong warrior. Like, for me, also the barb is male and the sorcerer is female. Like, just from the two, man. Like, that's just like how I grew up with these games, man. Like, the Amazon to me is a female strong warrior type of character, and I mean, I don't know, like, if that's the argument why they can't make an Amazon, I don't think that should be the argument. It should be how much fun is the class to play, not some, like, gender ideology in the video game.
our order was immensely corrupted in the end of Reaper of Souls, and Cormac quit.
It should just be about how fun it is. And the Amazon has great lore.
The Pope of the religion, the Grand Maester, I believe it's called, and he quit, and it was a fully corrupted order.
If Diablo was female, yeah.
Maybe he's going to reform the Templars.
She it was.
Maybe he'll form a new order and call it something else. But I think it'll be really cool if we see Cormac again. We've seen Lyndon the Scoundrel. We've seen Diablo 2 NPCs, so Cormac can certainly still be alive 50 years later. And I can see him as the new Grand Maester of the Templars, or maybe they'll call them something else. But he might be a key NPC as well in the story of the expansion.
Thanks,
now,
Rob.
region-wise, where are we going to be going? What we've seen with Expansion 1...
Guys, December 11th.
Vessel of Hatred was they added the southern half of the eastern continent, the jungles of Nahantu, which are very much aligned with the Spiritborn class. There's this marriage of, here's this new class, and here's where he's from, and it all is thematically...
So this was launch. This was expansion. Man, there's a whole nother continent. This is basically America of Diablo. Like, all the left side is America. So, man, we're gonna go exploring. We're gonna be like Christopher Columbus, man. We're gonna go, like, probably, like, here. Westmarch, Luthko Lane, like, thematically, like, I love that act in D2, man. Like, going there with Marius, like, in the tomb of Tarashans, man. So good, dude. They're gonna be exploring.
Fit together nicely.
It's
and
America.
in my interviews with Brent Gibson, the game director, they basically
It's like, well, we spawned here in Europe. I gotta go to America.
expressed that that's what they like to do. They like to kind of make this complete package, ensure the content they're in is synergizing. So if we're getting a paladin type character, where does it make sense for this character to come from? Well, the Templar Order was situated in Westmarch. Westmarch being the capital city of the Kingdom of Westmarch. So if we go now west, because there's nowhere else to go on the eastern continent, we have it all, so we're going to be sailing west,
We're gonna
in my
go
opinion,
to America.
the western continent, to the region known as Honduras. Now, Honduras encapsulates a lot of Diablo 2. That's where
Yeah, we also have these islands here, man. What about Boat Patch? 2 add-ons. Yeah, I feel they could even make this into like more add-ons, right? I just hope we're gonna see Diablo at some point. Like, you know, they could also take this like middle part here. Like, wait, let me show you. We're gonna be Picasso. Yes. Like, yeah, you can probably have this middle part here and draw this out. How big can we make it? Oh man, this new paint, dude. I'm used to the old paint. Can I draw? How do I make it bigger? I don't know, man. This paint's too fancy. Here, it could be like this thing. Like, I don't know, something like this being another expansion. I don't know, maybe like this. So then you have like, so this was Spiritborn. This is gonna be like Holy Kyber whatever. And then, okay, I don't know, does Amazon fit? I have no idea. Like, we need Riker to explain the lore, right? But then they have another like whole thing about here for another expansion, right? This is gonna be X4. And that blue thing here is, I don't know, X3. Something like this. CNSI Sorcerer Origin. Yeah. It's a dick? Dude, what the fuck? This is art. Do you mean? Yo, people said the same thing. I don't know like what's wrong with you about this light in the background. Like, what? I think you should go see a doctor. Look. I think you should go see a doctor. Like the first time my sister, like, do you hang this up? Like, people said the same thing. Like, what's that shape? Like, what? No. You, like, if yours looks like that, you should go see a doctor. That's it. Go to the doctor.
Where we're going to find Old Tristram and New Tristram. It's where we're going to find Lut Golain. It's going to be the monastery where we met Andariel in Diablo 2. It goes all the way to West March to the west. It's this entire sort of southern half of the western continent. That would also leave the northern half with Mount Ariat and the Dreadlands as stuff for future expansions. The next expansion could do the rest.
Yeah, I think this has like continent could potentially even be 2 of them, right?
Of that continent, and then that still leaves us with the Scovos Isles to the south and Shansai.
I mean, they think the world is flat, and then they're gonna cross the sea, and then they're gonna be in whole other America over here.
To the north, the Scovos Isles being where the Amazons are from, and Shansai being where the wizards are from. Now, it's possible we'll actually get to visit Shansai in expansion 2 for narrative reasons, because they've established that Akarat is from Shansai. Now that Akarat is back, in a way, it is possible he's going to go on a pit stop to Shansai, and Shansai is certainly too small of a region to have its own expansion. But I do believe that West March is going to be a key location in the next expansion. Now we know that after Malthael reaped West March, there's a great devastation there, right? It was an immense miles to.
You think we're gonna go below the map and enter hell? Yeah, we just dig down. Yeah, that's a good idea, actually. That's gonna be expansion 5, whatever. We're gonna like go into the earth, straight into the super volcano and into hell.
We'll actually get this now to Shansai, and Shansai is certainly too small of a region to have its own expansion. But I do believe that West March is going to be a key location in the next expansion.
Yeah, we're on the internet.
Now we know that after Malthael reaped West March, there's a great devastation there, right? It was an immense capital city. Now, the most recent lore from the Book of Lorath is that people are still living there.
You're going to
It's
hell.
not the same as it once was, but it's not just overrun with monsters and in ruins. So it is inhabitant, and life is kind of starting. There's suggestions that things are starting to go back to normal. It's starting to heal.
That's right.
But again, I don't think we're going to see ruins. I don't think we're going to see
the
massive city that once was.
This is an old
Now,
video
interesting to
from
note
half
is
year
that Diablo Immortal actually has West March as your big town hub. So I don't know if we're going to see a West March being this massive town hub, or maybe there'll be like smaller regions within West March. Maybe some of it will be in ruin, but I don't think it's going to be overrun with monsters. Nonetheless, it will offer some kind of new location visually and thematically and geographically to what we have experienced so far. We haven't been to just a massive
I think it should be before GTA 6.
City, a metropolis. We'll also likely get to see Kingsport, which is where Lyndon is from. That's more of like the scoundrel hub. But altogether, I think we're going to get to see a lot of nostalgic places from Diablo 2 and 3. Now, even if the new class is not a Templar, if we're going to go with the classic Paladin, the Diablo 2 Paladin, so first off, the term Paladin refers to a number of knightly orders of faith in the light. And the Paladin from Diablo 2 specifically was from the Knights of Westmarch. And as it turns out, who else was formerly a Knight of Westmarch? Lorath Nar. There's just a lot of reasons.
I just don't know about the lore, but it sounds makes sense, I guess.
I think we're going to Westmarch. There's lots of times there for Paladins or Templars, all of which are from around that area, and for Lorath to appear in the story and be affiliated with all this. Now let's talk about
Diablo 4 expansion. We'll fight Diablo in GTA 6. They're gonna be another collab, man. We already had Lilith with guns, right? Now we're gonna have Diablo X GTA Rockstar, Blizzard X Rockstar. Yeah, we're gonna have this, man. It's gonna be Lilith. What's this, Call of Duty?
The light. And the Paladin from Diablo 2 specifically was from the Knights of Westmarch. And
wait, what the fuck? Where do I hear Riker talk? Diablo with heist mask, yeah.
We ended Vessel of Hatred with what? Mephisto has now giga-powered up using the pseudo-corpse of Akarat. He now has what is arguably the most powerful host body that any primeval has ever had. I believe he's going to be going west. Again, maybe he stops by Shansai, maybe not, but he's going to be going west, perhaps to corrupt, or try to corrupt, the Templar Order. Who knows? We have seen Mephisto do things like this in the past, where he corrupts the head of a religion. He did this, for instance, in where we are now, in Nahantu. Yeah. The Church of the Zakarum was innately corrupted by Mephisto. This is what he does. So now he's literally coming back as the Jesus of this religion. So I believe religion and faith in the light and faith in Akarat is all going to be a big part of the story, which again ties very well into having this holy class.
This is an AK-47.
You know, how many times do we hear the Diablo 3 voice lines, Akarat be praised, and Akarat this? And again, this all synergizes together in a package that makes sense, which is what they seem to want to do. It's what they did with Vessel of Hatred, the story, the class, the region, all synergize and fit together. I think we're going to see Tyrael make an appearance. I think Tyrael will likely be a significant part of the story. Is he going to die? I don't know, but I think we're going to see him. Maybe he's going to be aligned with Cormac. I think angels are going to come into the picture somehow. Maybe. Again, we got that teaser.
Dude, like here, when I see this, like there's always this boss music playing, man. Look at the way he draws his angelic sword. Like, damn, dude. Like, oh, that guy's such a giga chat. Holy shit.
Maybe. Again, we got that teaser. I mean, first off, I thought angels were going to make an appearance in Vessel of Hatred, simply because in Season 4 or 5, Blizzard added an item in the game, a new uber unique, a mythic, that makes you do more damage to angels and demons.
We're going to go to heaven.
If you're adding this item that does more damage to angels, well, presumably we're going to have angels to fight at some point. So I thought we're going to see Tyrael and angels in Vessel of Hatred. I'm now pushing that back to the next expansion. Now, how this takes place exactly could either be maybe Imperius, the Archangel who was the head of the Angerus Council, the one who hated humans and wanted to exterminate us because we are all half demon and half angel. Therefore, we have innate evil in us. Maybe he's going to lead a charge of an angelic host down to take out humanity, perhaps even because of this insane perversion of the faith in the light that Mephisto has brought. So maybe we have...
Man, I could listen to Riker like explain the story for like 5 hours, man. It's just so good.
This angelic host come down and trying to exterminate us, and so we are fighting...
The voice, man, is like 11 out of 10. Hey, Riker, this is folks.
Angels that way.
Dude.
Otherwise, it would have to be somehow corrupted angels, I guess. That said, I always had in mind that the invasion from heaven would be an expansion unto itself. So I don't know that I really expect the angelic host to come down and invade just yet. Voice. maybe more just a small cadre
Hey,
of
thanks for the
angels.
prime.
It could also be explained
God
that
King. Xerxes.
Vessel of Hatred. Now, we're going to talk a bit more about titling in a bit, but Vessel of Hatred has multiple meanings, and one is that we ourselves may be the Vessel of Hatred, we the main character, because we have Lilith's essence in us somehow. We have the blood and the petals and all that. So it could be that the angels sense that we are the Vessel of Hatred, and therefore they are coming to kill us and we have to fight them. And speaking of us being the Vessel of Hatred, I do believe that that is going to play into our ability to defeat Mephisto. Again, he is giga-powered now, and we're just some
I can definitely see, like you were saying, like God King Xerxes. Like, I can see the resemblance. Like, isn't this like when you watch 300, like, or like the follow-up movie, how like Xerxes was made or became Xerxes?
Fuck. But we were
Something similar
seeing
to this.
signs in the story of Vessel of Hatred of us, coughing up and whatever, struggling with whatever's inside of us. Lilith's essence is doing something within us, and I think she wants revenge against her Poppy here. I don't think Lilith herself will come back. I think if she would, that would completely undermine the wonderful story of the base campaign, which I adored. Her death would effectively be meaningless if she just respawned now. Yes, demons always do respawn, but it could take a long time. She has to be out of the picture for a while. But manifesting in some way, be it as a vision or as just a power within us to overcome Mephisto, I think is an acceptable way for Lilith to, or her essence to somehow be brought back into the story. Because it certainly is a loose plot end right now of what is going on with this blood petal stuff in us. So I do believe we are going to defeat Mephisto in this expansion. What is he going to be up to? Well, his old
I'd hope that we're gonna like fight Mephisto himself, right? Not just a dog, or him as a dog, or something, or in his dog form. We want to actually defeat Mephisto, well, potentially, and then move on to his brothers. Where's Diablo? Where's Baal? People always been memeing that there's no Diablo in Diablo, in Diablo 4 at least.
His brother back, right? It was to bring his brothers back, in fact.
But I thought like a lot of critique, which I also agreed with, at the end of Vessel of Hatred, how there wasn't this like, Lilith caliber like kind of fight, right? I mean, I don't think the dog fights, it was cool, but it wasn't it. Like, it's not like we defeated Mephisto or something, right? I mean, if it's gonna take 2 expansions for each of the evils, like we're gonna be here for quite some years.
To rule, and while I myself have not been one of the people to say like, wow, the game's called Diablo and Diablo isn't even in it.
Yeah,
I think with every expansion that passes without Diablo, people have more and more of a right to kind of complain about that. So,
I think like they at least need to tease Diablo in the next expansion, even though we're not gonna fight him yet. They gotta tease him.
I do believe that we will have Diablo introduced in this expansion.
Yeah.
But we're not going to fight him yet.
That makes sense.
Maybe it's just going to be some kind of like teaser at the very end.
There he is.
But it's likely going to take the form of Mephisto trying to bring him back, which might also be why he's going back to... It could even be the cathedral ruins. Who knows? Dude. That's where Diablo's soul stone was kept so long ago. It's how he corrupted Lazarus. And plans set in motion by Mephisto, being the puppet master all the way across from the eastern continent. Now, we mentioned about the title. We're going to make a title prediction. It's unlikely to come true, but Vessel of Hatred, again, works in multiple ways. We could be the Vessel of Hatred. The actual soul stone, where is it? The soul stone shard could be the Vessel of Hatred. It could be that Akarat's body now is the Vessel of Hatred. It's a title that works in many ways, and is very nuanced. It's actually arguably the best subtitle in any Diablo game yet. They've always been very straightforward, right? Lord of Destruction, that's Baal. Reaper of Souls, that's Malthael. Nothing wrong with those, but now we have taken things to a higher level of writing. And so I expect that trend to be continued into the next expansion.
You gotta go see a doctor.
So, using everything we know, this is going to be about religion. This is going to be about faith. It's going to be about Templars, Crusaders. What is their religion about? It is about faith in the light, right? We have Mephisto corrupting this faith in the light. Now, the titles have always been about villainy and bad things. So, what is a title that can work on multiple levels, that incorporates ideas of what is being conveyed here?
Even Kokenu.
Mephisto is going to be the big bad. We're not going to call it Lord of Hatred because we just did Vessel of Hatred. So, Diablo 4, Herald of Darkness.
Man, this game, this is so good.
Darkness.
Like, even here, the AI artwork, man. Holy. I don't know how big a fan I'm of like a potential like spear. Like of this like potential holy class. But yeah.
This is opposite of the light. So it works on that front. Darkness is just, ooh.
I mean, he even cooked with the logo. Look at this. Because the red logo turned green for the Vessel of Hatred, right? Like for this one here. Like it turned like all the way green, basically, for the Spiritborn. And then, yeah, I mean, I can see that. The yellow is kind of a nice touch to the logo. For sure. Well, yeah, we can just also go back to red. Red Dead.
Darkness is opposite of the light. So it works on that front.
Copium.
Darkness is just, ooh, evil, bad things coming. Herald, meaning bringer of. It could be a harbinger, could be, you know, whatever. Harbinger is a little bit too wordy. Herald rolls off the tongue a bit easier. Mephisto is coming in as the bringer of darkness.
It's a bit windy today.
He's removing the light. Perhaps even attempting to usher in a new dark age for Sanctuary. Now, as far as predictions go for titles, obviously, like, it's unlikely to be that. But hey, I figured I'll take a long shot, right? This is my Hail Mary play. If I happen to call this, I deserve at least 2 upvotes.
They're gonna be a lot of conspiracy theories if this comes through.
On this video, okay? Now let's talk a bit about new features that might come with the expansion. So first off, set items. I think set items
It's a bit
are a
shitty
likely
today.
feature to return in the expansion. Why?
What sets?
6 months prior to release, I interviewed Diablo 4 game director Joe Shelley and Diablo general manager Rod Ferguson. I asked them about set items, and they expressed that set items were important. They were going to come to the game, but after launch, that they had to find the right way to add them in. They were aware of the problems that set items had in Diablo 3 and did not want to repeat those mistakes. So, Diablo 4 Vessel of Hatred added in rune words, which was a feature that was shown in early development of
We're
D4.
looking into sets tier.
Didn't come at launch, came later, they finalized the system.
Yeah.
I think we might see something similar happen with set items. My only hesitation to feeling confident in set items coming is that Diablo 4's itemization is getting quite full, and I'm not sure that there is enough design space for set items.
I mean, definitely we don't need like a 6-piece set item that gives you like, I don't know, 100 gazillion multiplicative damage to one skill. That would be bad. I think we need more of the stuff like Captain Crimson. Captain Crimson or Orchid's set in D3, where you have like a 2 or 3-piece bonus combination. But like if it's gonna occupy like more than half of our item slots, I think that's a bit much. Like more like not like D3, but like more in the style of how D3 did it for these like smaller sets, like Captain Crimson, Signal set, like those kind of things. Like not like a 10 gazillion multiplier.
So I think if they can find an appropriate design space for set items, then they're going to come in with the second expansion, Herald of Darkness. I think we're going to get a new type of mount added, and I think it's going to be dire wolves. With Vessel of Hatred, we got the big cat mounts, the jaguars. I think with expansion 2,
riding on a wolf?
Because West March is so affiliated with the dire wolf as its sigil, I think we're going to get dire wolf mounts. I think we're probably going to get some kind of new endgame mode. Maybe it'll be something wave-based, similar to Echoing Nightmares in Diablo 3. Maybe some kind of like tower defense type thing, just, waves of enemies coming at us. Similar a little bit as well to the Infernal Hordes, but we might even get to fight angels in this mode. That's really just guessing, though. Some kind of new game mode is the safe bet. What exactly? Who knows? I think every class will get a couple new skills, new passives, new Paragon boards. I think the level cap will be raised to 70. And I think we might even get some new clan features. This is a gamble. But we saw with Vessel of Hatred, they added a party finder and they added a raid. So they're focusing on social features. So maybe we're going to get something like some kind of guild housing.
Yeah, but those weren't like that successful. I still think like we need some more like clan support in the game for sure. But that's probably not the main feature, or that, in my opinion, should not be the main feature focus.
I think that'd be really cool. Now, base Diablo 4 had the Altars of Lilith.
Holy cope.
Even though they weren't a very popular feature,
guys.
The expansion added Tenets of Akarat as their version of Altars of Lilith. They added them in a more player-friendly way. I imagine we're going to have something similar in expansion 2, and it's probably going to be about Rakkus, because Rakkus is a fundamental character in the lore affiliated with Westmarch. Rakkus was the first king of Westmarch. I
have no idea who that guy is.
He led the invasion that effectively
like,
resulted...
Are you guys much into the lore, man? I mean, the lore is cool, but I'm like, I just don't remember, man. I always skip the cutscene, even though, like, I watch it after, but man, like, I have no idea who these characters are. Actually, when they announced Vessel of Hatred, I was like, Nirel, who? Like, I didn't know who Nirel was, like, honestly. But I just skipped the cutscene after I played the game, dude.
Then the establishment of
But still, like, I would love to see a movie, dude.
Smart.
Like, I watch the cutscenes, I just don't really, like, get much into the lore.
And he also was a holy man, not a paladin per se, but he was
like, did you all know who exactly Nirel was when they announced the Vessel of Hatred? I didn't.
Fervent believer in the Zakarum faith, the faith that Mephisto corrupted. So we may be going around collecting some kind of statues of Rakkus. Now, lastly, let's talk release date. So first off, I think we're going to get the full reveal this summer. Either
okay, that didn't happen, but the game works.
Microsoft's Xbox show, or later in the summer.
I still don't know who Nirel is. Okay. I mean, I do know now. I'm not quite sure if I like her though. Like, she's not really that likable, I feel. I think Nirel is kind of stupid in the story. No. Like, as far as I understand the story, I understand the gameplay and the characters way better rather than the lore, but I think Nirel is kind of stupid.
I think those are going to be one of the two places that Blizzard's going to do the full unveiling of Herald of Darkness.
Like, she did some questionable stuff.
I don't think there's going to be a BlizzCon this year, and I don't think, even if there was, that they would wait until BlizzCon to do the reveal.
Bro, I don't know, man. After the TwitchCon stuff, like, they're going to make a BlizzCon next year, right? I'm pretty excited to go, but man, that's going to be a bit weird.
Now, Diablo 4 released on June 5th, 2023. Vessel of Hatred released on October 6th.
People were streaming from BlizzCon all the time as well, right? I mean, it's going to be like kind of like, there are going to be many rules about this kind of shit.
7th, 2024. That's 15 months later. So I think it's going to be another 15 months to
this is an older video.
2. I think it's going to be on a Tuesday, so I'm going to say January 6th, 2026.
Man, it would be crazy if they just put that thing out in January, like after the Christmas sales. I just don't believe it, but obviously, like, in retrospect, like, now we know, like, at least, like, we are closer to the date, so we know a bit more, but still. She had to be corrupted, stupid.
But there is one problem with that January date, and that's the fact that it's right after the holidays. And so during...
Yeah, guys, this is an older video. This video was from half a year ago, from the summer.
Back half of December, a lot of employees are taking their time off. Early January as well.
It's
so
all
the
speculation.
Odds of an expansion actually launching right after, or any kind of major release, even a season happening right after people are returning from vacation, is kind of unlikely. So I think they're going to have...
Yeah, but I think May is unlikely with GTA 6. Like, I was also thinking April, May, but I didn't really, like, think about GTA. I think April is the play. It should be... Wait, so we have Season 11 on the 9th of December. Plus 3 months. I mean, that's already like March. Okay, it might be June then. I think it's going to be Season 13. Kind of like release schedule. I don't know, man.
To push that back a few weeks, probably into February.
That's the announcements we got today for the Chinese server, and they strongly hinted at this.
So maybe we can go with a February 11th release date then, to give them about a solid month of being back to work at the office to prepare for this significant launch. At that point, we'll be roughly around Season 11. They might push it to Season 12 if they don't want to cut Season 11 too short, which could maybe push us as far as April, but I doubt that. Otherwise, they might extend Season 10 to get Season 11 to start with the launch.
Adam said there's more seasons. Okay, I don't know. Like, because last time somebody said that Adam said that this season is going to be longer than usual. And that turned out to be a complete lie. So I'm like really careful about what people say that some other people say, right? Like, unless you have a link to it, I don't buy it.
of the expansion, because right now, if we're looking at rough estimates of how long seasons have lasted,
like this guy said,
season
that guy
10
said, that this guy said.
Probably going to start roughly mid-January, but they have a lot of time to kind of nudge numbers around and adjust season
that's not what he
by
said, but
small amounts.
People only like interpreted this into what he said, but he never actually said this. And then people linked me the video, and he never even said the thing that people said he said. It's hearsay, yeah. I'm gonna call my lawyer, man.
To eventually get to a point where everything makes sense.
I read it on Reddit,
all right, folks,
man.
those are all of my predictions. But I turn the question to you. What are your predictions? Do you think any of my predictions are way off? Sound off in the comments. And again, do be sure to check back on this video as we learn new information.
We learn new
and you can come back and say, Riker, you were totally wrong. Or, you know, just maybe, hey, Riker, you were right about something at least.
Bro, it's like just predictions, man. How people angry that the predictions are wrong. Well, obviously most predictions are gonna turn out wrong. But anyways, we have this like 12/12 release date with this hint that we should look out for other announcement that date. And then the Game Awards is at the same day. And we have the Christmas sales coming up, which would make a lot of sense for the pre-order to start for the expansion. Even if we're looking at an April, May, June release date, half year before to pre-order with the Christmas sales, like that makes just a logical, like way too much sense. You know, and then we have like this entire release to hype it up as well. Like people in China are gonna have a field day, dude, if they can finally play the game. That's gonna be crazy. And yeah, I mean, they kind of like hinted at this in the entire trailer as well. So I'm just like, the beginning I can always listen to. Like,
Hi everyone,
the beginning is just so good, man. And this could be an intro without all the Chinese stuff on the screen.
Hi.
That really is so sick, dude. Yeah. Making prediction is like cooking pasta. Throw everything in and we'll see what sticks. Yeah, that's right. Something gonna stick.
Join us in the eternal conflict.
Yeah, anyways, so that thing is gonna launch. Like they have a test server on the 7th, and then on the 12th is full launch. Interview. Man, I don't know, man, the timing on the interview is confusing. We better ask Rex. He knows. Let me see. You playing PoE? $1:30 PST. Wait, but somebody said it might be delayed, but that's in 1 hour exactly. In 1 hour, guys. One hour. Season 11, good. I actually wanted to get a snack anyway, so I'll leave you the same obelisk, like a Giga Chat. But Duriel, he would love to see this. I'm gonna leave you here with my feedback of the new endgame, guys, because I think this is the most important stuff that they need to get right. And I'm gonna grab a snack real quick. But here, this is about the new tower feedback for Season 11, which the interview in 1 hour is going to be about. I'll be back in a few minutes. The Blood Maiden was very dangerous, I feel. But Duriel, like, I could like face tank him AFK, kind of, you know, like very early on with nothing, with no skill points. Snack along, that's right. Yeah, I felt Duriel wasn't really dangerous. And then I would also like long-term like to see more options to spend cinders. Especially in the end game, I often find myself like I have like 4K cinders and I don't know what to do with it. Like there needs to be like some cinder dump that gives you something. I think that'd be pretty cool. And then also like on Duriel, you can spawn the forge here to sanctify your gear. I think that's also really cool to sanctify early on. But also when you exit the portal from the forge, it just puts you in the main city. It doesn't put you back in the Helltide. So you gotta like, you're fighting in the Helltide, you're fighting the Blood Maiden, aka Duriel. You get a portal to the sanctification forge. You sanctify, but then it doesn't put you back in the Helltide when you leave. It puts you back in Overshot, which was, yeah, very weird because I just wanted to keep doing like the next maiden Duriel spawn, you know, and that didn't really work. Okay, now probably to the biggest point here, and that is the tower. This is the new endgame and the new leaderboards that they're gonna add to this. This is the second to last page, then we're basically done. But the tower here, I have a lot of feedback because this is probably the feature that I tested the most. And I spent the most time on this. Also in party. I played a ton of solo. but I also played a lot in party. And overall, I feel that the tower feels too similar to the pit. In my opinion, it already starts on how we open it, right? You're basically opening the tower and the pit at the same obelisk. Like, you just go here, you click here, and then, like, instead of only the pit, you can also open the tower. And I think that's where it already starts to, like, people, it's just the same thing in their mind, right? So maybe they should add, like, a real tower in the city, like, I don't know, like a big, like, structure. I don't know if you're looking here, like, I don't know, up here, there seems to be a lot of place, right? You could just go up here. I don't know, in my opinion, there should be, like, I don't know, like a big, beautiful tower asset, like maybe even with some storyline or something, and like something completely separate, like visually as well, because people already, in their minds, it's always the same. And I agree with a lot of that. Like, there are differences, but there's also too many similarities. And I think it just starts with how you interact with it, how you first encounter it. You basically don't get a second chance to make a good first impression. And I think this needs to be overworked like until December. And I think it would be like very important just to like disconnect this being the same in the minds of people. And I mean, there's just a bunch of problems there. Like, it's a beta feature, I get it, but I think some very basic functionality is missing, such as
Go.
inspect
BRB.
feature. Like, you can't inspect any player on the leaderboard. They can just choose to hide their profile. And even if the inspect works, you can't see the paragon, you can't see, like all the skill tree that they use with the passives, you can't see the mercenary, you can't see, the divine gifts, you can't see the class mechanic, you can only see some very basic stuff. And I think that's gonna just lead to players being angry that they can't see the top clears. They also can't see the top builds, and they can possibly even hide some bugs in the top spots. It's just bound to happen. And, we had this functionality in D3 like 10 years ago. Like, I think this is like one of the core functionalities of the leaderboard that needs to work, in my opinion. And then also we had the whole debacle, like the pylons have too much life, they're not worth doing. There's the big animation when you destroy the pylon, you can't click the pylon on the boss. The power pylon seems to be the only useful pylon because every other pylon is capped. Like, you click a speed pylon, but guess what? You're already capped at 200% movement speed anyways. So if you're clicking the speed pile, it does nothing, pretty much. And you're also kept on attack speed on most builds, so clicking the speed pile is even less useful. So I was suggesting, like, maybe they can significantly buff attack and movement speed, like, beyond the caps, so you can actually move faster than 200% movement speed. In general, I have it later on in the feedback that I would really love to see, instead of nerfing the teleport on the Sorg, it's later here in the classes, they should also just, instead of like taking the fun away from the Sorg, I think they should like consider like raising the movement speed cap to have other classes more balanced in comparison to teleport, and make other classes like the Necromancer or the Druid like more fast paced and more fun. So this is just like one of the things that worked really well in D3, where you could spin to win at 500% movement speed with your Barb. You could play your God Demon Hunter, your Gears of Dreadland Demon Hunter, and you could spin around at 600% movement speed. And it was fine, I don't know why it doesn't work in D4. We'll see. Then also like backtracking with the orbs. It can be like tactical, like when you pick the orbs and how you pick the orbs. However, I would still love to see like a baseline increase of pickup radius. Maybe even make that our pet can pick them, and then you can still decide like, oh, do you want to hire a pet or do you not want the pet to auto pick them up and stuff like that, right? And also, and this is just one of the stuff I described earlier, no rewards on the tower. The tower absolutely gives nothing. No loot, no obols, nothing to gamble with, no gem upgrades. It gives nothing. Only the leaderboard update and some experience. And I think that's like a huge miss, especially for like our more casual player base. Like, why would they want to do the tower? Like they probably don't really care about the leaderboards because they're just like more casual gamer. They don't really mind, They just want to have some fun. And it gives nothing to do the tower. Like, there's no rewards. The devs already mentioned that there are gonna be rewards, like at some point, like maybe some one-time clears or stuff like that. I like that, but I think the rewards need to be there for the launch of the system, because why would people do the system like that are more casuals, which is like 95% of the player base, if there's no reward to it, aside from getting some bragging rights on whatever virtual leaderboard there is, right? So I still feel that there needs to be an incentive for the average player to just go do that thing, right? Because I think the base principle is fun. Like it feels more fun to me than the pits, even though it still has a lot of problems because it's in beta. But there needs to be a reward, man. There needs to be reward for challenging content. Like I said it earlier, the higher the tower, the better the reward should be. Like if you're doing tower 1 or tower 100, there should be a difference. So there just really isn't. Inspect function, checkpoint system. Like sometimes I would spawn like back in floor 1. Like this is just some feedback here. The bosses have way too much life. I want to show you. So we managed to do like a pit 130 or a tower 130. You see, I even have it the same in my mind. It's not really like that too different. And the biggest problem that we have in the pits, in high-end, ultra high pits, is that the boss takes too long. And I was really hoping that they would fix this in the tower, but no, we have here, for example, this is the tower 130. This is the highest tower on the PTR. This was in a 4-player group, so we actually have some kind of beginning of a group synergy. But the biggest problem here is that you can see that the run is only 10 minutes. We managed to spawn the boss with 6.5 minutes left, which is 65% of the entire run. And we are not able to beat this boss because the boss is just an immortal damage sponge that doesn't really have many mechanics, and you're just wailing and wailing and wailing at this boss trying to kill it. But it has a gazillion HP, and it just keeps scaling like crazier and crazier. And you're spending like 2/3 of the entire run just fighting this single target. And we even try to save pylons, so we have 2 targets to reduce our shout cooldown. And we already try to basically fix this boss problem, but the boss is just an immortal damage sponge, the same way it is in the pits. You might have seen, the high pit clears. The boss fight's always 5 minutes plus in the very high end. And it's not different in the tower. I really liked it better when we had the Abattoir Vizier, and instead of, one big boss, we had 3 Gigachat Blood Seekers that were dangerous. You see, my life is always full in this run. I never lose any life, but I just can't kill the boss because I'm full DPS. I have no toughness. I'm full DPS already. This guy just has way too much HP in comparison to all the rest in the game. And you see, we even juicing the tower here, juicing a pile in the tower here to get an extra target on the boss, because a single target, you just don't deal any damage in Diablo 4. Most builds, they don't have any single target damage. They do good damage in AoE, but once they're a single target situation and they can't be staggered, it just they just lose all the damage. And a Hoda is even a build that has double damage on single target because you have the Hoda aspect that makes you deal double damage on bosses. So it's 7 minutes, 3 minutes runtime, 7 minutes single target boss fight right now on the PTR. This was the highest end push that at least we did on the PTR, or that anyone did. And it's just ridiculous. This just definitely needs to change. I don't know. I feel the boss should be way more dangerous, and it should have 25% of the life or something. Or they could also adjust the scaling, right? Maybe early on the boss HP is fine on the low tiers, but on the higher tiers, the boss HP scaling needs to change. It just can't be the same as the monsters because it's just way too crazy, man. And I think ultra high end, you're gonna spend 2 minutes in the run and you're gonna be 8 minutes at a boss, because our gameplay here, with the support stuff, we actually played it with Zebub. I think the gameplay here can still be improved. You can still make bigger pulls, pull more enemies and blast them down. And I think the strategic way of pulling the monsters, they really reminded me of D3. There's a lot of cool things that you can do. Also with maybe starting a support character and just looking at more group synergies in general. But the single target, man, is just really a big problem. And that's not even the end of it. Then there's some bosses that have all kinds of crazy mechanics. Some bosses have life leech. You guys remember those Bloodseekers I mentioned? Very early on, before they fixed it, there was also one Affix, they could have Vampiric, and they would just heal. And it's the same thing. There's this one boss here, the Wrath boss, it just heals. I think this is a bug, but that was crazy. The guy just heals. Then there's another boss, the Sharpshooter. That one just has ads. There's just the blades, and I don't know, they back out or something, and then the blades, they stick in the ground, and they're just counting as ads. So one boss has ads, all the other bosses don't have ads. Hopefully that's going to be fixed, right? Then also, if you do get a rank, there's no notification. You remember in Diablo 3, there was this nice, satisfying pop-up. Like you get like, boom, notified, like, wow, new ranking, boom, GigaChat, you know? Like it was showing your time, it was showing your new personal best, your new ranking on the leaderboards, and like your like final time and everything, right? And it's just a dopamine hit, right? Like if you ever did Diablo 3 leaderboards, you know, like when you get this pop-up and the pop-up is broadcasted to all your friends, like it's a dopamine hit. That's completely missing in Diablo 4 with the tower. It's not even, doesn't even exist. You don't even know what rank you are until you go check the leaderboards. And that's a huge miss, I think, in the like reward department, right? And also, if you do spawn a pylon during the boss fight, like we did in this footage here, like we have a pylon here, but if we manage to kill the pylon, which is way too much HP, the pylon doesn't even spawn a pylon. I don't know, for whatever reason, when you do spawn a pylon in the rift, it works, but when you spawn a pylon at the boss, it just bugs out and it doesn't even, you know, it doesn't even give you anything. So that just makes the boss fight even worse. And yeah, some of the bosses are also bugged. They can just go invisible. I had this a bunch of times happening on stream as well. And then obviously the map pool needs to be reevaluated. I already kind of like started a tier list of kind of good and bad bosses and good and bad maps. So there's already like maps that you instantly leave. For example, just like in Diablo 3, there's the cave map. Why is there a cave map in the rotation? Like there's never a reason to play a cave map. It's like a narrow cave in Diablo 4, same way as in Diablo 3. And like, I don't understand like why this even in the pool, right? Like there's like 3 maps or 4 maps that you can do on a push, and all the other maps you just have to leave because, yeah, they're kind of like bad. It's the same here for the tower map that I was talking about earlier in the pits. Like this tile set here, yeah, everybody hated it in pits. And guess what? They brought it also into the tower. So it's the same tile set here. Like this, like you see like there's all these doors and all this like different narrow spots. You can't really pull even any monsters. Not in solo, not in group. Like even in solo, you want to like kind of like make big pulls. You don't want to fight one elite usually when you're on push tier, right? And it's exactly the same problem again in the tower. So I really hope that it's going to change. I do not really want to like, you know, open, close, open, close, open, close. And then there's also the problem that if you do this in a group, like your entire party disconnects every time you do this. Because, yeah, I don't even know what the reason is, but like whenever you leave the party, whenever you leave the tower or the pit, then the entire party automatically like just gets destroyed. Yeah, then there were some more bugs here, like some infinite damage bugs. Asmodan was giving way too much XP. We were doing a Paragon 300 in one day. Salvaging a Mythic gave 4 sparks. Yeah, some mini-maps were buggy, but I think this is all going to get fixed. I just included here because this is obviously the feedback that I'm sending to Blizzard. And yeah, then we're also looking at class balance. So this is probably the last big topic, and then we're done. So class balance, I really liked the current Season 10 because current Season 10 had many S-tier builds, right? There was like 15, 16 S-tier builds, in my opinion. There was like a bunch of like Rake, Pulverize, Raven Druid, Shred Druid, Shadowblight Necro, Boner Splinter, like Death Trap, Ball Lightning, Hydra, Lunging. Like there was like Crackling Energy. There was like a ton of cool, fun builds in Season 10 that were all like S-tier. But now I think with like the reduction of the power level, which I think is needed, like I think the power level was way too crazy, but with the reduction of the power level, it also feels like we are reducing the build diversity, at least as of PTR. Obviously there were some bugs and nothing is finalized yet, but if I'm looking at my first tier list draft here, like obviously probably most of the S tier stuff is going to get slashed because it's a Melted Heart build. But even there, like there's like already like big differences showing again, where some builds are just doing like way more damage than other builds, and I'm a bit worried, you know, that we're not gonna have this many S tier builds. We're probably gonna end up having like 4 or 5 S tier builds in the new season, and yeah, we'll see where we go with that. And yeah, I just think that needs to change. I think we need more viable builds, especially like buff to weak builds and not nerfs to strong builds. I mainly played the Barb guys, but I have a couple of things here for most of the classes. We already talked about the Sorg TP nerf, which what I would like to see changed. We can talk about the Barb here real quick. Thanks for the raid. The new pants, like this is the Leap, Charge, Brawling pants. Like they feel amazing. I think it's a really cool item. And right now, as of the PTR, guys, the Barb is eating very good. The B in Barb has been standing for bad or for B tier for far too long, in my opinion. I think it's been over 1 year. 1 whole year. The last cool Barb build that I really enjoyed playing, personally, was the Earthquake Whirlwind Barb. That was 1 year ago in January, almost a year ago in January. And the Barb has been like the bottom of the bunch pretty much ever since. If you're looking at the Helltide tier list here, Barbarian on last place. And this is not the only season. Like the past 3 or 4 seasons, the Barb has been bad. And right now in the PTR, the Barb was very good. Like he was like the strongest class. That was also due to some uncapped mechanics. You know me, I don't like caps. Like I don't think they should do any caps. I think they should remove all the caps they did with Melted Heart and just buff the Melted Heart or change the Melted Heart accordingly, right? I do not like to see a Capeleke cap of 500 Fury or 500 resources. I do not like to see the Hydra being capped. I do not like to see the ability being capped. And like all these caps. They cap the movement speed, they cap the cooldown, they cap the Fury, they cap the fun, they cap the stash space. There's too many caps in the entire game. And I think instead of like putting the caps on everything, which severely limits build diversity, I think they should just rebalance Melted Heart. Like, crazy idea. I don't know. That's my opinion anyways. And just putting the caps on the Barb, I mean, it depends where the caps are. Like, they can't just slap a 500 resource cap on all the builds and call it equal. Like, it just doesn't work because the builds are very different. The Capeleke build on Spiritborn is very different than the Hydra build. And then the Ramalaldi build on Barb is very different than the Capeleke build. And like, they can't just like cap it all at 500 and call it a day. That's not balanced, you know? I think it's just going to completely destroy the Barb if they do that. But yeah, it just needs to be like, if they want to cap it, okay, fine. I don't like it, but you know, we have to deal with it. But then I think they need to look at the individual builds, also at Hydra and other builds, and maybe this Hydra needs a cap at 1,000. Maybe Ramalaldi needs a cap at 2,000. Maybe, you know, the Capeleke needs a cap at 700, like to balance it, right? But they can't just make a flat 500 cap. It just doesn't work. Like, it's different classes. That's my opinion. Like, else the balance is just not going to be good, you know? And then some other things here, like a big win, I think, on the leap animation, like playing leap up, man. Ooh, that was crazy. I think I have a video on my YouTube here. Like, I'm just going to show you real quick. Like, the leap up is like a ton of fun, and you're actually like leaping around like super fast. And I think like more builds like this. Look at this here. Like, this is just the leap up going basically. We have some gameplay here. Yeah, you see, we're just leaping around, and it's like a ton of fun, and it's finally fast. And yeah, obviously, like the Sorcerer had something similar, and that already got taken away. But I think it's really cool to see, you know, the Barb being like finally like viable and fun here with the leap build. And I really hope they don't, you know, walk back on this, because I already see like that, rightfully so, the Sorcerers are angry because they took away the perma teleport, and then they gave Barb this, right? It's not as fast as teleport, but it's pretty damn close, and it's also pretty fun. So yeah, I just think like the teleport should be uncapped again, and I think the movement speed should be uncapped. That's my opinion. That's how I would do things, or that's how I would like to see things. But anyways, it's just my opinion. Like, maybe it's not technically possible, or I don't know, whatever. You know, like, this is just my opinion, and this is my feedback. So that's what I think. And yeah, Kick baseline, they buffed Kick a lot. Also, it has a nice synergy with the pens. But I think Kick AoE is too small. I really wanted to play the Leonidas, this is Sparta build. But the Kick baseline size is too small. So I was thinking like maybe they can, there's a temper, I think, on Kick that does nothing. Let me see real quick. I think the temper on Kick is like some movement speed or something, right? Like, let's see here. So we need Sparta back. Temper, it's like vulnerable. All right, guys. Yeah, that was my feedback. I mean, there's a lot more, right? This is only like a 10-minute segment, and yeah, that was like a pretty long video. I just got some good snacks. We have the interview coming in a bit. This is the feedback video. Yeah, we need the Sparta build, man. The Sparta build was crazy. Yo, Old Blaze, what's up, man? How's it going? Yeah, sorry, I was on IRL questline for a bit. Do we have the Kick? Is it this one? This is the one, guys. Season 11 Barb.
Madness. This is Sparta!
Yeah, that's what we need, man. The bot needs a comeback, dude, this season. We've been weak for a year. He back, yeah. Hopefully the bot back as well, Smart Drive. What's up, man? How's it going? Copyright? Nah, this is fine. I cut this out. Like, this is edited. Look, these are my edits.
Madness. This is Sparta!
I hope they make it good, dude. Hey everybody, it's Rob here. Barb has been one of the weakest classes. Oh man, this still hurts. This hurts to listen, man. Barb has been one of the weakest classes for a full year, dude. It hurts. Right here. Look at this. Last place. Dude, the guy's called Propane, and he's playing a barbarian on the last place on the leaderboards. Jesus Christ, man. Oh man, the worst class of the game right now. Fridge on one. No, right now there's 143, man, but Fridge pretty strong. Oh man, look what it did to our Bob, dude. I can't believe it. Yeah, sad music for the sad Bob player base, man. Oof. Tempo, let's go. Yeah. Oh man, I want to get the...
I did as you told me to.
I want to see the ritual. Like, Riker got me hyped for this.
You
remember this?
The dark gathering.
I hope it's gonna be
My
in there, dude.
companion, the Wanderer.
We're gonna be fighting Diablo, man, I hope.
Russia. And a great evil who could only be the
I wanted to watch this earlier, but I couldn't find this.
himself.
And look at the guy, man.
I heard a voice that,
They're gonna put a Fridge in PoE, dude, next.
like 1,000 needles in
Yeah, this Luthko lane, dude. Russia 2.
My brothers, at long last we stand reunited. The infernal gate has been prepared.
Dude.
The time of our final victory.
They gotta make a Netflix series, dude. I think they also had like a falling out because they poached some of their executives or something. Hopefully they'll figure it out. Hey Bob, thank you so much for the 5 gifted, my friend. Taking the #1, man. Yo, hey, thank you so much. Your pork W indeed, man. This was so good, dude. Dev interview in 40 minutes. 30 minutes. 34 minutes. Need Netflix.
Shall we walk amongst the innocent, and terror shall consume they that dwell upon the earth.
What do you mean they canceled it?
The skies shall rain fire, and the seas will become as blood. The righteous shall fall before the wicked, and all creation shall tremble before the burning standards of hell.
what I saw then was not meant for
Maybe they can pick up on it. It
mortal
wasn't 2020.
The gate stands ready.
Oh, that looks very painful. Dude, look at this popping, man. The fuck? Ouch.
Now, my young brother, the time has come to assume your true form.
He ain't female this time. 52, yeah. He's just a monster. That's the good old OG cinematic.
Diablo, Lord of Terror.
Dude, we gotta kill this guy. They gotta make it serious, dude. It's too good. Godzilla is here. Yeah, it fits.
You are the harbinger of our return, Diablo. Send forth your terror into hell.
With the music. It's too good, dude. Yeah, I read it here. A Netflix Diablo show was in development, but was cancelled after Activision sued Netflix for poaching an executive. Ah, gee, man. They slapped them with a suit. Well, unlucky, I guess. They're gonna need to go back on this, man. But I mean, I guess they already like kind of put some time and development and thoughts into this. It wouldn't be like, you know, very far off to like see this getting picked up again. Series was never released. Yeah. Oh, but here, wait, look, there's an update to it in 2024. Blizzard reportedly planned Netflix shows Diablo, Overwatch, and Warcraft. Oh, there's no update. Man, okay, like I know a lot of people didn't like the Warcraft movie. I think it was pretty solid. Like, I did not regret watching the movie. Like, of course, there was some scenes that were a bit questionable, but yeah, I don't know. I did not regret watching the movie. I think the movie was pretty decent. It wasn't the best movie, but it was good. It was okay. I don't know. I enjoyed it. I know like people were like very negative about this, but I also never really played World of Warcraft a lot. So for me, like as like kind of like more new to this, I actually enjoyed it. Like from a guy who hasn't played World of Warcraft much, like basically not at all. Like I think I like that movie, man. And people were so, I mean, remember when it came out, man, people were so negative about it. And obviously that doesn't really set like like a good success story going forward. But man, I just so happy to see, I would just be so happy to see like a Diablo kind of like series or movie or whatever, right? Because man, those cutscenes, they're just so insanely good. But yeah, I liked it too. Yeah, I think, what was it on 29% on Rotten Tomatoes. Like, it was not that bad. Like, that was crazy, dude. Yeah, I really enjoyed it as well. Actually, here, like, the people are not even so negative. Yeah, I think it was fun. Yeah, either way, like, them making a show would be so sick, dude. It was bad. I mean, I know a lot of people said it was bad, but I did not regret watching it. I would probably watch it a second time at some point. I don't even exactly remember what happened in the movie anymore, because this was like almost 10 years ago when maybe like 8 years ago when I didn't watch it right when it came out. Yeah. Maybe I watched it in like 2017 or something. So, I mean, I could rewatch that movie. People are always like, I mean, that's how the internet goes. People are just negative. Like, weren't some great classic movies like Fight Club or something? Like, wasn't Fight Club like the movie? Also, like, received a lot of backlash when it came out in 1999. I think in the beginning, like when this movie came out, people were also not so happy with it. But man, that movie is fucking killer, dude. It's like one of the best movies ever, and people are just crazy. Yeah, but I remember I remember hearing something like when it came out, people weren't so happy about it. Yeah, there's just this one rule, guys. There's this one rule about the Fight Club. You can't talk about it, man. Come on. What the hell? Tyler Durden. Yeah, that was a guy, dude. That was great. The interview should be in 30 minutes. It's going to be on Rex's channel. I'm not expecting Warcraft movie. I also like Warcraft movie, dude. I think it was great. Yeah, either way, we'll see. I mean, hopefully this Game Award thing is going to turn out to be true and not like Gamescom. Have you watched One Punch Man? Man, wait, I love One Punch Man. The new season, I haven't watched it yet. I didn't have time. I had RL Quest the last days. I think I saw Charlie's video about it. He didn't like it either. But man, like One Punch. Like the first two seasons, I mean, the first season was just insane. Saitama. I haven't seen the third season. How many episodes are out? One PNG, man. I mean, look at this emote. Do you not like if you look at this emote, you might recognize it. Like that's what it's inspired by. Like here, the fist, dude, from Saitama. Yeah. I watched Charlie's video, but most critical's video about it. Second season was mid. I mean, the first season was just insane. Current anime. Yeah, I haven't watched season 3 yet. I think there's a couple episodes. I only heard people talk negative about it. But then again, like I don't really like, judge that much by what people on the internet say. Even though Charlie, most critical, is pretty reliable source. But like mainly people on the internet always blow things way out of proportion, right? It's like very polarizing. Like some people like say they don't like the show, and that leads to more people not liking the show. I don't know. I like One Punch Man season 1 was like absolute prime masterpiece. And season 2 was okay. I still enjoyed season 2. I don't know about season 3. I'll probably end up enjoying it anyways because I want to know. I haven't read like the manga. I don't know what. Like I didn't spoil myself, so I don't know what happens actually. Like is he actually gonna find like a? I think it was with Garo and stuff, right? Is he actually gonna fight? But he just one-shot Garo like a couple times already. So it's like kind of like, is he actually gonna fight someone that is like a challenge to him, like in his dream? But yeah, I don't know, dude. Like he just one-shots everybody. Yeah, he already one-shot Garo like a couple times already. He just doesn't know it. Yeah, it doesn't matter what other people say. Like to me, neither. Like I said, like with the Warcraft movie, like people were so negative about it. I just watched it and I was like, what is everybody so upset about? Like, I mean, I can understand like that the original fans upset, like because I don't know, some lore stuff might be like not. Like you also have to see, like you need to cut like so much lore. It was the same when the Harry Potter movies came out. There were so many people upset that they had to like cut out so much in the Harry Potter movies early on. But I mean, it's a movie. Like they're gonna turn an entire book into like a 2-hour movie. Like, duh. I think the Harry Potter movies are fantastic. But people still hated on the Harry Potter movies early on. I mean, some people, like a lot of people loved it as well. But there were some people that hated on it when they made the Harry Potter movies because, like, oh, it's not true to the book and la 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 blah blah blah. You know. People hate on the 4, like, like obviously, like the criticism is always like there is some valid stuff for the criticism, but like it's like with the internet, it's just amplified way out of proportion. I don't know the World of Warcraft lore. Like I just enjoyed the movie, but I think it also sets a bad precedent if the Warcraft movie kind of like flopped in the eyes of many. Again, I actually like the movie, but I also don't know about the World of Warcraft lore, right? So like this movie kind of like flopping in the public eye is definitely like negative impact on a future, maybe Diablo, maybe Overwatch movie. You know what I mean? Yeah, people go crazy. Oh my god. Was this actually like a full permanent tattoo? The Witcher hate is valid. I mean, I like the Witcher actor, yeah. I didn't read the Witcher books. I played the Witcher game, but I didn't read the books. So, yeah, first season of The Witcher was... I don't think I watched even the third season. Or was it the... I definitely watched the first season of The Witcher, and I really liked it. It's permanent? Oh, man. Like, first season of The Witcher, like, just like the way it starts, it's already so sick, dude. Well, I didn't, like, watch past season 2, I think. I just don't have time, guys. Like, when do you have all the time to watch all this? I just don't have time. Or I don't know, I can't make the time. Like, there's just so much stuff going on, man. I have video games to play, things to do. And then there's like a new series every now and then. I just don't have time to watch it. How many seasons is The Witcher now? The Witcher... Is season 4? I didn't even watch season 3. Yeah, season 4. What the fuck? I only watched the season 1 and I think 2. Yeah, it's a little crazy. You don't say. I mean, he does it. Like, I mean, Quinn is a great entertainer, right? Like, oh man, like his stream is very entertaining. Like, people love to see Quinn do stupid shit, and they even laugh together about it, you know. Like, Quinn is a lot of fun, yeah. You know, guys, remember, Quinn blasted a lot of Diablo. Look at this.
What's going on, guys? Quinn69 here. How you guys doing? Today we're going to be bringing you guys a really quick but informative guide about...
This is the how to autocast skills, guys. This video, 10 years, it's so old, they didn't even have color back in the days. What's going on, guys? Quinn69. A great video from Quinn, man. Quinn69, what a guy. Yeah, there's also an elite called Riker. Riker, Quinn. Oh, Running Man. Wait, I think I saw that. Wait, did I see that trailer? Wait, is this the trailer? I think I saw it recently.
Stop filming me!
Ben Richards, 35, married, 1 child, in medical crisis.
We need money for a doctor now.
Ben, watch yourself.
Employment status, blacklisted. But there's still a way out for you.
I didn't watch this trailer.
Show in the country.
I watched something else for it.
Bloodlust is our birthright! Set it free! Welcome to the Running Man!
People on these games never come back.
I'm not trying to get
It's
myself
about
killed.
games. I love it.
Kiss my ass twice.
Right there is why you can win this game. The rules are simple. Survive 30 days. The entire nation hunting you down.
That's tough.
And get your family out of Slumside for good.
I'm gonna come back here and burn this building down. I promise.
That's the spirit.
This is
I
America,
didn't saw
goddammit!
the movie
Enough with
87.
no bullshit! Yes!
And that looks like fun.
Hunt!
Truly in America again. I saw a different trailer, but way shorter.
Stop filming me!
Have you ever wondered if this game is rigged?
Holy,
Guess we'll find out.
he's always rigged.
You might be moving up too fast.
Hey, buddy. You're on Freebie.
Yeah, that's pretty sick.
You better run!
You know, how does he miss him there? Like, dude, this is where the movie should have ended. Look, how is this guy missing? Look at this shit. This is like Hollywood. Like there's a straight way he runs straight, and that guy has a gun, and he misses literally all the bullets. Look at this. This is that's a former stormtrooper. Yeah, look, how do you miss the guy? Like, what the fuck? Movie needs to end right here. Look, like that does make no sense. Like, I never fired a gun. Even I could hit the guy. Like, what? Look, he doesn't even dodge. There's no way.
Grenade!
Back at you.
Ultra Instinct Goku.
I'm still here, you shit eaters.
Dude, he's live streaming this. Yo, what?
Hey, big boys!
He's like live streaming this?
Are you crazy?
Yeah, that looks like a fun movie. Dude, November 7th, that's the same day the Diablo test server starts. What the hell? Yeah, that looks like a fun movie. I think I only saw the end of the trailer or something. That sounds like fun, yeah. I still don't know how did he miss the guy. Like, it just makes no sense. Like, dude, it's a straight corridor. Like, you think this is hard to hit? I mean, I don't know. Maybe some of you guys fired a gun, but like, how can he shoot? Like, what? It makes like he misses him like 5 times. No way. That is a former career stormtrooper. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, anyways, like, I don't know, like, there was like a lot of negativity about the Witcher series and the actor changes and stuff. America and guns. You remember this? Wanted gunshot scene. Like they're hitting. Like they're hitting. I thought this is how they do it in America. Like they're hitting like all the shots from anywhere. Like doesn't matter. like out of a driving car. Like I think there's one that goes through the donut. Wait. I think there's probably a bit later. Isn't there one where they shoot like a bullet through a donut? Like, I don't know. Like, it's too crazy, dude. Somebody's like eating a donut and they shoot the bullet through the donut. I don't know if that's in here, but man. That was the best. Yeah, look, that guy's hitting every shot, like around the corner. Easy. People trying that in Counter-Strike. Changes directions with the leg. Yeah. But I don't know, like that guy definitely didn't train here. Like when he shot that bullet, he missed 5 times in a straight corridor. The guy didn't even try to dodge. Hey, Wanted? What a fun movie. Man, isn't there like a scene where they... It's not a curve bullet, wait. It's not this scene. A gunshot through a donut. Come on, this has to exist. Ja, I think it's this. Morgan Freeman. Was sagt ein Hollywood-Star, wenn morgen frei hat? Morgan Freeman. It's a good German joke. Yeah, I think this is the trajectory of the bullet. I think it goes through a donut. Wait. Yeah, wait. You see? Look. This is how they shoot in America, dude. Look at this. Like the fat lady eating a donut, you shoot through it. Yeah, that's way too crazy, dude. No one eats donuts like that. Oh no, they do, man. That's gonna be the best one, dude. They eat the donuts like this. Here, eating. Oh man, that was like a good viral clip. Yeah. Oh, I think it's this. Here, look how this guy eats the donut.
Allowed a single cheat meal, just one. However, he decided
This
at the
is how you eat
bodybuilding
donuts,
tournament,
guys.
this participant was allowed a single cheat meal,
Cheat day.
just one. However, he decided not to follow the rules literally. Instead of one donut, he showed resourcefulness. He took 7 of them, pressed them into one large mega donut, and devoured it as if his life depended on it.
That's how he eats the donuts, man.
At the
7
bodybuilding
at a
tournament,
time.
this participant was allowed a single cheat meal, just one. However, he decided not to follow the rules literally. Instead of one donut, he showed resourcefulness.
Yeah, that's too
he
good,
took
dude.
7 of them, pressed them into one large mega donut, and devoured it as if his life depended on it.
Yeah, that's a proper cheat meal. Too much sugar? Yeah. You're not gonna end up looking like Karen, dude. Come on. Hey, Outrix, what's up, dude? How's it going? Welcome in. Oh, too good, man. Morgan Freeman. It's a good joke, man. Yeah, hope all is well. Did you see the recent video? No, I did not. Oh, we're disconnected. Yeah, that's our Picasso drawings, like always. Rob Casso. I think we had some good memes about this. Don't save. What's this one? Is season 11 less fun than season 10? This one? The 7th of November, we have the Chinese announcement. Yeah. You watch the full announcement. You probably can't see this because it's on Bilibili. You need like you see why you need an account here, man. Like the fuck are they doing here? It's launching on December 12th, starting November 7th with I think it's public test server, right? It's not private. Yeah. November 7th at 4 a.m. Rex Interacts is going to interview the developers today. And then there's going to be a second interview tomorrow from DoQ. And then my interview is going to be on Thursday in 2 days. Yeah, sure. I'll probably make an updated YouTube video. I'm hoping there's at least something about these things. Expansion, Paladin, loot filter, game trade system, cow level, Diablo himself. Yeah. People expect, it baffles me, people expecting us to announce every detail of a new game in an interview. Yeah, that's not gonna happen. It makes a lot of sense. Like they're gonna like probably put this in the big conventions, right? Like the games show, Gamescom, Game Awards kind of thing. And again, like if you listen to what they actually say in the trailer here, let's just watch it one last time, guys. But that's the last time we're gonna watch it. To those people who missed it, it's 1 minute trailer. It's just so good, dude.
Hi everyone, I'm Brent Gibson, Game Director for Diablo 4. I'm thrilled to share some incredible news.
They're gonna have a
Diablo 4 is coming to China. Very soon, players across China will be able to join us in the eternal conflict against the burning hells.
Just over there.
First, starting November 7th, we will open a limited time public technical test. Everyone in China will be able to experience the opening act of Diablo 4 for free. And those who join us will earn exclusive in-game rewards.
Man, they can play Diablo in China, dude.
Then, on December 12th, Diablo 4 will launch officially in China.
Okay, listen to this. December 12th, and then listen to what he says now.
Marking the beginning of a new chapter with even more surprises waiting for you on that day.
Marking a new chapter with more surprises waiting on that day. And then if you do the time conversation, I know like time zones are pretty hard. It's actually December 11th in America, and that's where the Game Awards are. And this all is on the same date, right? So you don't have to be a genius to connect some of the dots there, potentially.
Marking the beginning of a new chapter with even more surprises waiting for you on that day. You can find all the details on the official Diablo 4 China website. We've witnessed the fall of Lilith, the end of the Harbinger of Hatred, but this is only the beginning. Darker powers stir, and we need the Chinese heroes to join our ranks in the fight against the burning hells. We can't wait to stand by you in the battle to come.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be kind of fun. So they're definitely going in. Okay, so people linked me this video. Where is it? I lost it again. Is Diablo 4 Season 11 less fun than Season 10, guys? from Riker again.
Week's video, and I'll go over my final thoughts now. Now, I believe I've said pretty much every season, if not literally every season, since the game launched,
because people are like very negative about the PTR, right? About season 11.
That whatever newest season is the best season yet. But I think if season 11 launches pretty much as is, then season 10 will remain the best season. So I had these notes that I jotted down during streaming on the good, the bad, and the ugly. So the change to tempering, overall, good. Being able to pick the affix we wanted is exactly what we wanted. But dropping down to only one tempered affix will
I definitely think the expansion is going to have a new class. I mean, they already kind of said this.
Be unpopular for a lot of players. Even though this probably does not reflect a decrease in power, since we're gaining an extra main affix on legendary gear. That said, the extra main affix isn't
look at Riker play Hold Up Bob, dude.
Exciting, because affixes aren't that interesting in general. The tempered affixes were actually the most interesting affixes. Still, I can see tempering made a bit more interesting by widening the gap on the affix ranges, give us more reason to want to reroll and more excitement for landing a max roll on a tempered affix. The changes to monster combat, you feel the monsters behaving more intelligently early game. Late game, you don't really feel it, but you do feel all the myriad new enemy affixes. So there's a lot more dodging and maneuvering to avoid getting hit by all these things. The game is getting visually more noisy with this. I'm getting too old to play bullet hell games with a million things happening on screen. Potion changes, I like them. Having only 4 potions feels more dangerous. You can't just spam 8 potions in a row. That said, potion drops are maybe too plentiful right now, because in practice I don't think I ever actually ran out of potions. The Lesser Evils invading Sanctuary, very cool. The pit is more fun now with Belial in it, having the choice to click on the Belial eyes to summon a champion pack. That's great. No more backtracking in the pit, because...
Yeah, I mean, the progression part of it is great, but I put this in my feedback, like having to click the eyes is actually really annoying. It leads to like a lot of backtracking and stuff. So I like that you're not running out of monsters to kill, but this should be like a baseline mechanic of the pit, not something season 11 only. And yeah, clicking the eyes to me was one of the worst experiences, because you always have to go back, and then especially at the higher tiers, there's like a bunch of monsters like standing right on top of the eye and prevents you from clicking it and stuff. And they also giga nerf the pits. So yeah, like on this part, I definitely disagree. It's not the best it's ever been. I think the pit became way worse. They were in an okay spot, apart from high pits not being rewarding, and they made it worse. They removed the obols from the pit completely. They made us like, click the eyes, pixel perfect. I mean, obviously it's a PTR, right? Hopefully they're going to change stuff. That's why we're giving feedback. And they reduced the amount of XP that you get there. And the Belial boss is also like sometimes invisible, not targetable. The death animation is way too long. And yeah, I feel there's a lot of problems in the pits.
Those champions count as extra monsters. Helltide taken over by Duriel is cool with the new Duriel-themed monsters, and it's super rewarding with the juicing via divine gifts. Then getting a giant Azmodan as our first new world boss is awesome. I just love the scale of him. Very fitting for a great evil. Then I finally did try the tower, and I actually love it. It really feels like Diablo 3 Greater Rifts, and it actually makes me kind of hate the pit now. I'm not sure I can dial in precisely why, but I just have much more fun running the tower than the pit. Something maybe about map layouts or monster spawns. The one downside of the tower, we really need a Bane of the Stricken. Yeah. Some builds have very weak single target, and it's going to take you half of your tower duration.
It was even worse than half, man. We went up to like 70% of the entire thing is the boss fight, and that needs to change, man.
Just to take out the Rift Guardian at the end, which...
The interview is gonna be in a few minutes.
Is not...
I'm not quite sure about the time slot. It's gonna happen when it's gonna happen, guys. I think there was some delay, I don't know.
Fun. The Bane of the Stricken was a legendary gem in Diablo 3 that we used to deal an accelerating damage buff to enemies, meaning the more you hit an enemy, the more of a damage buff you gain against that enemy. They added this into Diablo 3 specifically to solve the problem of us taking half of our rift time just to kill the Guardian. At this point, just make it a buff that's active in the tower, period, right? There's no way to implement it as an item, just make it a tower buff. On a similar note, the pylons having a shield around them before they can be used. My Dance of Knives rogue took forever to kill the Rift Guardian, and actually could not even afford to take the time to clear the shields on the pylons. Like, the time to free the pylon was greater than the time I saved by equipping the pylon. You know, this is after testing. I just started skipping all pylons.
So my interview is going to be on Thursday, guys. November 6th. It's going to be in 2 days. I think I need to double check because we had a time zone change and everything. But it should be at 8 p.m. my time. So that's like 11 Pacific.
And I realized that I was improving my times. Now this was just with my Dance of Knives rogue. Literally every other class had no issue. Anyway, moving on from the tower. The season rank change is great. Starting off at level 1, earning the bonus skill points feels good. The new capstone dungeons are awesome with cool mechanics. I much prefer season rank to season journey. There still are kind of some bogus goals in there, but you know. The 1 to 60 is faster and more fun than ever, though they do need to nerf the XP from bosses you can summon like Asmodan. Then, Sanctification. An optional Gamba slam mechanic to try to power...
Yeah, turn notifications on, guys. It's going to be in 2 days, man. It would be cool if you guys tuning in and if we check it out together. What actually happened with my with my camera here? It's kind of weird. I can't move it. I'll probably just restart it at some point.
Up your item with a risk of ruining it and a good chance of not really benefiting from it and a slight chance of getting a godly modifier on it. This is a good mechanic to have in the game. And many people will hate it and complain about it in the first few days of season. Many people will not see it for what it is.
Thanks, guys.
They will expect
it's basically going to be in like 44 hours from now.
It to be a strictly...
You know what Rex is going to ask now? We didn't really communicate with the questions, but I have brickification, yeah. I have a full question document already prepared. These are all my questions here. And obviously we're going to go through it later today or maybe tomorrow on Thursday before the interview. And the questions that Rex is asking or getting answers to today, I'll probably skip them, and then we'll ask a lot of this more detailed questions from the different rapid fires that we have here. I mean, yeah, guys, I probably could have 10 hours of questions for the developers if we have the time, right? But obviously, that's maybe a bit crazy. He didn't steal. No, it's not about stealing. I mean, I would be happy, man, if Rex gets an answer to all these questions. I'll be very happy because I want to know myself, obviously, a road. I mean, these kinds of questions probably a bit unrealistic that we get them in an interview, but I could always ask more questions. It's not about that. But yeah, anyways, brickification is a big problem.
Beneficial thing, and they'll be pissed when they realize it is not. There is the kind of player that likes these slam and pray mechanics. Generally, it's the kind of player who can sink a lot of time into the game and farm up enough gear to have multiple backups to brick. But then there's the kind of player who doesn't have the time or desire to farm lair bosses for 8 hours to then back to back slam a bunch of items, hoping for one of them to be good. And I think this group of player is going to be disappointed that one of the flagship season mechanics is something they won't want to engage with. Then the updates to healing.
I think it was mainly communicated, unfortunately, if the sanctification is the main season mechanic, then I understand, that people have this expectation that it's, that there should not be a risk and stuff. But if you see sanctification as something that is, optional, that you only do with duplicate gear, if you have a thing twice, then it's fine, right? But people see it as the main season mechanic and not as something additional. And that's where they have, I think, failed in some way in the way they presented this. And people have this expectation now. But you just don't follow up everything in PoE either. So you should not expect to sanctify every single piece of gear.
Like the change to Fortify being a heal mechanic, it's a cool idea. But overall, I don't feel like the updates to healing really changed anything in gameplay. I don't feel incentivized to spec towards life on hit or healing in general, because whenever I do die, I die in like half a second. So I have no time to heal anyway. I'm sometimes getting one shot, and sometimes I'm just taking so much damage so quickly that it really doesn't matter how much healing I have. In practice, there's just rarely a situation where I end up low on health and need to heal. I'm either at full hit points or I'm dead. The Divine Gifts, this is the juicing mechanic where we get extra challenge and extra reward in different game modes. Really cool system conceptually. When you first equip these Divine Gifts, they're awesome, but you're gonna forget they exist completely by day 3 or hour 3. Once you've unlocked them all, there's really no interaction with the system anymore. They're there, they're leveling up passively, they're benefiting you more and more. They're doing their thing, and the thing they're doing is great, but you're just gonna forget they exist. It would have been cool to have more interaction with the system somehow. Generally with juicing mechanics, applying the juice is a moment of interaction, reminds you that it's there. Or if it's some kind of a passive skill tree thing, putting points into the tree, it's a moment of interaction. Anything where we're making choices. Then, masterworking. I really didn't have a problem with the previous masterworking system. I know a lot of people hated having to keep trying to re-roll for the 3 crit masterwork. I would never bother. Whatever 12 I landed on, I would keep that. But we've completely...
I know a lot of people that did that, but I actually like the system, yeah. I mean, not the RNG part of it. I think it would have been better if they just added like checkpoints on, like, I don't know, instead of fully resetting an item, I said this many times, you just reset it to rank 8 or to rank 4, right? Yeah, I agree with you, Al. Seems like taking away the triple crit forces sanctification to be the main upgrade. 1 extra GA isn't really an amazing endgame update. Yeah, I mean, that's definitely one of the reasons why it feels like not that great right now. Losing China from our server. Guys, if you're in China right now, you can't play Diablo unless you are, a bit more dedicated and you use like a VPN and like this kind of stuff. So it's not that like easy, basically. Would be awesome, yeah. Target just double master crit. I mean, I'm fine with either one.
Change the masterworking system now, and this one is far more boring. Increasing the quality before the capstone just feels like a chore, especially with the material cost versus material acquisition rate. I was actually surprised to see how long it was taking to quality up my items. And the tiny increases in quality are imperceptible if you're doing it gradually. It's really only if you're dumping all 20 points in at once.
Next season, we'll use a VPN to log into China servers.
Yeah,
Laughing
I mean,
face.
Maybe we'll play a bit on the Chinese leaderboard. I don't know if it's... I need to talk to some of the Chinese people, like how usually it needs to be done. Like, because I think in China they have this like social like verification. In order to play video games, don't you have to provide your ID or something to the Chinese government? Like, I'm not sure exactly how it works, so don't quote me on this. Like, I'm not sure like exactly how it's done. But I think you can't just go play a video game in China. Like, you need to have some stuff. I think they even supervise some of the time, especially on like children, like how long they are online with their government ID. There's like a lot of stuff there in terms of like regulation and stuff. You can't just like play as much as you want usually. At least that's what I heard. I don't know if it's true. I've never been to China. Yeah, China. But I mean, I know a lot of Chinese that use a VPN to play Diablo 4 right now because they like the game and they want to play the game, and they can't if they follow like the official like Chinese ways. They can't they can't access the game, right? Because it doesn't exist. Because like the government in China is like kind of like forcing the game companies, if they want to release the game in China, to work together with, I don't know, like a local publishing company like NetEase, for example. China.
That you feel any appreciable difference. The capstone though, that one's cool. Honestly, I wouldn't mind doing away with the quality entirely and just leaving us with the capstone. But then it would be too easy to capstone, I suppose. So quality feels like it's a chore because that's basically what it is. It exists to stop us from capstoning too quickly. Ultimately, most of the fun has been taken out of masterworking now. Then the biggest change, the defenses rework to an ever-increasing toughness stat system. Does it bring the game into a better balance state? Maybe. Probably. I'm willing to bet at high-end, high-level gameplay that it does make the game better balanced. Yeah. But does it make the game feel better to play? Not for me. I don't really care about the balance of the game at pit level 120. Most people are not playing at that level, and it just feels like the removal of clear defense goals.
I think for like a more casual player as well, like I don't really care if they clear 120 or 122. But for them, they just need to have a build, and it needs to feel good to play, right? And they should probably be able to get their glyphs up to at least a reasonable level. And with Season 11, the power level, I think on the Rogue, there wasn't even a single Rogue that even did pit 100 or tower 100 or whatever. Rob, you're calling it miscommunication, it's misleading the point. Players aren't confused, we just don't want sanctification. Nah, I think players are not seeing that this is an optional mechanic. They are seeing it as a must-do mechanic. I think it is a little bit of a communication problem. Now, most people don't know how Varlops work in PoE. And the difference, meaning of it. They just think, if I sanctify my gear, it might destroy it. And that's a very, 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 very tiny chance. It's bad design philosophy. So you're saying you don't like the design at all? I mean, that's fine, but I just don't agree with that. I like the design of a Varlorb.
Armor 1000, max resistances. It just feels it's going to make it more confusing for players who don't follow build guides to understand.
Okay. Yeah, I see. Okay, guys, we're going to be watching on Rax's channel.
Well, I'm ready if you guys are. Or do you guys, you guys are just doing whatever? But you guys have hoodies on!
Yes.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude. Okay, well,
everybody has a hoodie.
I'm ready if you guys are. Or do you guys, you guys are just doing whatever? But you guys have hoodies on!
Yes.
Oh, fuck yeah, dude.
RGB. We even got the, on my screen, it's red, green, blue. It's
perfect. Same here, actually.
Oh my god, this is going to be the best moment of my life. Okay. Well, I guess there's no point in stalling. Let's go ahead and get started. First of all, thank you so much for taking some time, you guys. I know you guys are probably super hard at work.
Colin and
I know who you are. I know that you guys are two of the Giga Chads over on the Diablo 4 side, some of the blasters over there. But if you wouldn't mind, can you guys introduce yourselves and just what you do for the D4 team?
RGB, right? Go with red.
Ah, jeez. Yeah, I'll keep it short and sweet. I'm Colin. I've been at Blizzard. I don't know. I'm doing an interview, but I've been at Blizzard for about 11 years now. Been on D4 for going on 6.5, maybe 7 years at this point. I am currently working on the systems and combat for Diablo 4.
I'm Zavin. I've been at Blizzard, I don't know, since 2008. Someone do the math. I've been here a long time. I've been on Diablo since 2010, including Diablo 3 from back then, and Reaper of Souls all the way to today. And my role right now is Associate Game Director on Diablo 4.
God, you guys have been doing Diablo longer than I've been streaming. Wow. Okay. All right, so I thought we'd partition this into 3 different sections. They told me you only had about an hour, so I'll take a temperature at about that time. If you've got to go, I understand. The first section will be about Season 11. Second section will be about whatever you want to call it, State of the Diablo, Mythbusters, whatever we want to call it. And then the last section will be about the future of the game, whatever we can get you guys to answer without getting you fired. Sound good?
Yeah, our PR people are standing right outside. They'll have the gun ready, you know.
They're ready with the stickers.
So, okay, Season 11. You guys have made a lot more changes in this season than it seems the previous ones, at least the most recent ones. One thing that you guys changed were the defenses and the difficulty. And that was something that kind of surprised me. It's something that I like to see. So why did that happen? What prompted the team to make these changes? Are you trying to make the game more difficult, or what's the idea here?
I mean, there's a lot of stuff that has changed, and we kind of always talk about this as sort of a question and answer kind of thing, right? So, the game asks the question and the player brings an answer, and so we've spent a lot of time, I think, up till this point since the game launched, right? Even base game, updating the player's answer. You have new items, you have new aspects, you have new uniques, mythic uniques, like whole categories of stuff have been added. We've done seasonal powers, and we haven't really attacked like the baseline question, which is monsters and what they do. Monster behavior has been largely unchanged since the game launched. And if you imagine where we are today and where the game started, it's like a world of difference. It's very Diablo, I think, to have this big iteration cycle as you kind of have the live game. So because we knew that we were going to do the tower, it just made sense to kind of consolidate and say like, okay, well, if the tower is going to go out, we should definitely work on the question part, and make sure that monsters are designed to operate in the modern version of the game and not necessarily a snapshot from years ago at this point, right? So that's kind of the combat stuff. And Colin, I don't know if you want to dig into defenses and things like that.
Yeah, I think the combat stuff you answered well. I think just to tag on to that, it's like in order for you to feel satisfaction from a game, like nuts and bolts game design, we have to create challenges for you to overcome, right? And if the challenges aren't interesting, or they're the same, or they're too easy, you don't really get much satisfaction. So I feel like Monsters is a really big opportunity to bring back some combinatorics, some nasty affix combinations to really, create a fun challenge for you. At the same time, challenge in Diablos are always very subjective, right? There's a lot of different ways to have skill expression. Like,
I think I'm gonna phrase my questions like way more. Like I want to phrase my questions way more precise. So, I think I'm gonna ask a lot of about the current state. Also about the future, but I don't think they can talk much about the future.
Maybe you're so tanky that you can just stand in the Inferno Blast. You don't even care about it, and we like that.
Because this is more about philosophy, right?
You being able to graduate out of these challenges and just overpower and sort of overcome these challenges through stats. At the same time, we also like if you want to forgo those stats, you want to be a little bit more glass cannon. It requires more of your dexterity and input skill, right? So we just wanted to support that a little bit more on the monster side. We felt like that was lacking. On the systems and defensives end, part of this is sort of creating more design space for us, to be totally candid. One thing that we felt was that the current resistance and armor system was designed for the game that had 2 world tiers, and it didn't give us a lot of space to create more depth and sort of tail to the defensives of Diablo 4. We didn't like that. We didn't like how easy and sort of shallow the defensives were. We wanted to provide a little bit more of a tail on the defensive end, so that players had other vectors to make themselves powerful. So that's where we're moving to more of a rating system. Candidly, we're also looking at adding more torments, and we felt like the constant penalization of resistance and armor was going to be really obnoxious if we added, let's just say, double the amount of torments, right?
Yes,
so we wanted to
like
make that a little bit more streamlined, so you're
more
not constantly having to stat check, through 8 different torments, for example. 8? I pulled that number out of my ass. So.
Okay, wow, that was okay. So that's a lot. That's a lot there. So okay, well, one question I have for you is: you said that you made monsters more difficult and you add deadly affixes.
13.
Did you guys also change the actual logic or the behavior of monsters? And if you did, can you explain what's the difference between the old school monster in D4 looking at you trying to attack you versus the new one that you've designed?
Yeah, I'll put it pretty simply. It's a lot more of the monsters routine is based on how quickly they can perform actions now. So before, when we launched the game, we had this idea, and you experienced this as well, right? Where the game was going to be a lot slower. You're going to be toe-to-toe with this Goatman Brute, and you wanted these moments of opportunity to attack him, so he's going to jump up, and you're going to dodge out of the way and hit him. Obviously, the game has not worked like that for a long time at this point. So now, instead of the monsters being more cooldown driven, on the back end, the designers would tune okay, the Goatman Brute is going to do this this every 5 seconds, and then he's going to melee attack every 2 seconds. A lot more of it is sort of randomly selecting between what are the various options I have. Am I going to basic attack? No. Am I going to overhead slam? No. Am I going to try and circle the player to create some distance? A lot more of it is driven by how fast the monster can perform those actions, just like a player. So it's more sort of tied to the attack speed of the monster now. And we've also scaled the attack speed as you increase in difficulty. So in that sense, because the monster can attack faster and move faster, they're thinking faster, and the torment and difficulty is going to cause them to perform those actions faster, albeit a little bit more randomly. So it's not as like, here, robot, here's the steps of actions that I want you to take. It's here's all the actions you can take and randomly select between them, and how fast you do that is based on how fast you attack and move.
Another big piece of this is just kind of adding texture to the experience as you play, because it's not so cooldown driven. That just means when you kind of go into a fight, even the underlying populations and the compositions of monsters have changed across the board. So where we were spawning Goatman as a family, we had this kind of rigid structure of how they would spawn. It's like, oh, it's always just like this sub mixture of things. It's like no. Sometimes now you just get a bunch of ranged, and that's okay, right? So trying to add kind of more spikes throughout the experience, and again, just more texture when you're fighting these monsters hundreds of times, thousands of times, or whatever throughout your experience. And then the affix side kind of adds to that as well, right? Every single affix you add, the combinatorics of that starts spiking dramatically, right? Add 1, add 2, add 3, add 4, so on and so forth. So making sure that your first run in the pit and your second run in the pit are maximally different just means that there has to be a lot of opportunities for the game to give you different things, which means you have to create more options, right? So a bunch more affixes, a bunch more varied monster behaviors, because they're kind of more RNG driven rather than the step-by-step kind of, execute a computer program sort of thing. Just means that the texture possibilities are wider than they have been usually.
Yeah, it seems like
oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think the diversity would be better, and it seems like the cooldown system, while it might have worked like at D4 when it was a little bit slower, I think the pace and the power creep of it with the new system that you've designed, where they just attack based on their attack speed and they just get more powerful as they go, would be a much better design going forward. And you actually feel a sense of progression in the monsters themselves and not just yourself as you get further into the game.
That's a really great point. And I think it goes beyond even difficulty. Like when a monster becomes or is promoted to an elite or a champion, for example, they have a much higher HP pool and you see a lot more of them.
I will participate on Thursday, guys. And I think learning for a second like this, I definitely want to ask very precise question. Because this is very much about philosophy, which is also interesting. But I don't really think it's what the community in terms of what happens in season 11 right now needs.
Behavior
mostly they need to know what improvements are you going to do from what we've seen on the PTR.
So I'll give you an example. Before we
this is why, explaining why, which is also interesting, but that's not the main thing I feel people want to know.
Make those little spider minis elites ever, because it's well, that's kind of weird if we did that. But when you think about it from okay, we want to create this sort of black box with all this combinatorics, it's actually kind of cool if these little guys got promoted, because what previously happened was when they're normal, you just stomp them and they die instantly. So they have a pretty fast attack speed and they hit you pretty quickly. When you promote that to champion, it's much more interesting, right? Because they're going to live a little bit longer, a little bit scarier. So those are some of the tweaks that we think you'll see a lot more of it in the champion elite space when they get promoted. Because we wanted to keep normals still the sort of trash and fodder. It's more just the default. You have enough damage, you have tankiness. Normals we're not super worried about. They're there more to fulfill the power fantasy.
Yeah.
And then one other flavor thing that I think is kind of cool in terms of texture is that undead or skeletons, for example, have a really low awareness now. So you can almost walk up to them and hit them, and then they're and they attack you. Just little things like that. Yeah, right. So little things like that. Before, everything would just globally aggro at the exact same time, and we just felt like that wasn't very interesting. And I will say, again, to the point of where are you going to experience these things? I think most players, especially blasters like yourself, will probably not notice too much of a difference when you're just owning things, right? Like when you're just in the flow and you're just you're just farming.
Go ahead,
you're probably not going to. Okay, Yeah, I have to look. You know, are they going to get mad at me? Yeah. So I think
Adam is going to come in.
What you're probably going to experience it more is in the capstones and tower pushing or pit pushing, right? When the sort of pace of the game slows down, and you know, the time to kill monsters is much longer. So that's where we're hoping to get some of that. We're hoping to recreate the like capstone moment where it's like, oh, I'm going to tackle this early, and you're going to feel a lot more of those changes. So.
Just to connect this one last thing to the tower, because another piece of this is not just their behaviors and the affix pool and things like awareness radius, the relative like danger a monster poses, its health pool, how much health does it even have, and how much damage does it even do, and how deadly is it? All of that has actually had a pass as well, and that is the stuff that is used to derive their value in the tower. So now that we've kind of got a really nice standardized approach to where we can start measuring a monster's
this is the
value
first
because
question
of their
about resin
deadliness and how
armor.
long it takes to kill them and things like that, that gets extrapolated into the score for tower. So the more dangerous a monster is, generally speaking, the more value it's going to give you, right? The more HP it has,
That's
the more
good.
value it's going to give you. And that systemically also crawls through the whole champion elite system too. So those guys are worth more as well. So tower is not just like kill one guy, get 1 point, right? It's very much dependent on what you're killing. So if you see a bunch of spider minis, you're like, okay, well, I know they're not worth a lot, right? But if I see the elite, I'm gonna focus on that because that's worth more, potentially. So.
Yeah, that was something that we had to solve constantly in Diablo 3 to get a top clear. You had to figure out what the monster families were that could spawn and go for the ones that were super valuable. Okay, well, we're
no drops,
23 minutes in. We're on question 1 of 40. So try to... I love it, though. I wish we could talk for like 10 hours. I would love to drill more into everything here. I do have a question, though. And you guys said something about how you want to like build up the power fantasy. You just don't want to be dominating like right away. Otherwise, like you're
this
not
is
really
very
playing
much
the
about
game.
philosophy.
Is the intention? I couldn't really tell from the PTR because you used.
I'm
like,
going to ask what they're going to change.
You. Are we going to start with no skill points? Because it felt very weird to start with 15 skill points. I already have my core skill maxed. I already have my movement skill at level 1, and I'm already owning. I mean, that was fun for a while, but now it's like, ooh. Are you guys changing that?
Yeah, absolutely. You're going to be starting with 1 skill point. We are doing a little freebie because we've updated the seasonal ranks. You'll get 1 skill rank just to get a basic from the Season's Journey. It's one of the first chapters. So you'll log in. You should go to the Season's Journey, claim your 1 skill point for your basic. But yes, the intention is that you're going to start from 1. You're going to gain those skill points, and you're able to earn those back through doing Season's Journey capstones and other content.
I mean, this stuff we
really
know.
wanted to sort of drill into that like 0 to hero that is so fun about Diablo, and we felt like that was really being disserviced by starting at effectively level 16 out the gate. So it's only for like an hour or so, but we think it makes itemization feel better when you're leveling. We just think it sort of actually makes you feel like you're working for some of the rewards you're getting, and it's much more satisfying.
Yeah, and then the healing potion is the other end of that, right? You don't start with endless healing anymore.
That's exactly
it's
what
not
I
about
tried
who's
on
going to do a better job. I'm just going to ask different questions because they are more interesting.
Smarter monsters. I turned up the difficulty.
So to me, it's more interesting to like how they're going to fix season 11. You know, that's more interesting to me. Obviously, like I also like the philosophy stuff, but I feel like that's not what they already talk about the philosophy like every time they just do a presentation. I want to know what they're going to change.
The PTR. I tried with like the higher, the smarter monsters.
Just
I turned up the difficulty. I went with no skill points, and I went to Helltide, and I was like running for my life. I was like all right, wait a minute. Where's my 7 points in my core skill already? I don't have a teleport right here, so it did make a difference.
I'm gonna go yellow hoodie.
Yeah. So the last thing I want to ask on this is, I don't, if I remember correctly, this was not in the PTR, but you guys moved to the toughness stat, and you said that you wanted toughness. You already answered this question. You said you wanted toughness to be there because you thought like the constant penalties with the increased torment tiers would be stupid, which I agree with. But one thing is, when you mouse over an item on the tooltip itself, does it tell you the toughness change, the change in the value of the toughness, so you can understand if this is even an upgrade for you or not? Because I don't think it was in the PTR.
It wasn't. No, it's a really good suggestion and idea. It's something that it's one of the learnings we've taken from the PTR is that like, yeah, you really want to be able
what are they gonna do
to
with
sort of
Bob?
tell the toughness difference. So that is something that we've taken and we want to make better.
Okay. So capstones.
Come on.
They were there, and then you removed them, and then I think I made a video a year or so ago, and I was like, why did they remove it? That was like a cool moment that you prepare for, and you go kill this guy, and then you can go to the next tier. Like,
it's okay.
It felt like you did something. Then you
to me, this is just not the most interesting because I already kind of like we learn a lot about the philosophy in the presentations that they do.
Away, I was like, I don't know about that one. And now they're back, and now you made many of them, and they tried the different layouts. And I went and tried them with like crappy characters. I went in 7 levels too low with complete dog shit gear at level 23, and it took me 45 minutes to clear it. Like I cleared it, but it was like almost impossible. I was like, okay, so this is not so easy. But can you walk us through like that journey? You had them in the game, and then you removed them, and now you added a lot of them in the game. So are
for me, it's like this is how it is. I don't really mind why anymore.
I just stay. Why are they back?
So capstones were added for the base game really late in development, like very, very late, as a kind of this way to make sure that we are creating a bridge for players to move through the difficulty tiers, right? And we knew that, going into Vessel of Hatred, we had plans to change kind of the difficulty system significantly. And it just felt incongruent with where the game was now.
It's fine. Like the philosophy is important, but this is just not what's most interesting to me personally. And I also don't think it's the most interesting to what the community wants to know.
Naturally
coming from the PTR.
And honestly,
because I played the shit out of PTR, man. I played the PTR for like, I don't know, 80 hours.
I think we sort of miscalculated how popular they were with players. At a certain level, we're like, oh, this is great. We're going to remove this barrier. Right? Like the barrier's gone and it's gonna be great. It's like, oh, actually people like this way more than we anticipated, way more than what we felt getting feedback and hearing from the players. So on our end, it was like, oh, maybe we shouldn't have done that, right? And then, okay, now that they're gone, like I said, a whole bunch of the game had changed and these were sort of a last minute addition. So getting them kind of repaired and brought back, we knew that doing that had to just be paired with something else. And so season ranks was a kind of a match made in heaven, I think. This idea that you would be progressing through the season, have these points where you can like go challenge this dungeon whenever you want, right? Trying to keep all the best parts of the original Capstone experience, but then having a bunch of new ones. And then
guys, it's just a different focus because Rax has like more the big picture with philosophy and going forward. Like I'm gonna have my chance of asking the questions on Thursday, guys. In 2 days, I'm gonna have my interview. This is just more about like philosophy, but it's already how it is. They're not going to walk back on their philosophy. I'm more interested in what's changing, but I'm not hearing like any in this direction so far.
But, your question about are they here to stay? Yeah.
Like Rax is more like big picture because he's like playing many different other games and stuff,
they're here
right?
to stay, and we're hoping that
which is also very interesting. But I think it's not like at least what I want to know right now.
Add and potentially rotate capstones in the future. So it's not just like the same static stat. So that's not going to happen anytime soon, right? These are just brand new. But we're open to kind of moving these things around and potentially adding new ones.
Yeah, I think there's like a interesting maybe design insight, which is like you have to think about like when we removed capstones, it was sort of on the heels of, I would say, season 4 and 5 when people were doing them at like level 10, right? Where they were just sort of blasting through them because so much power had been added to the game, and it felt like it was like, oh, well, remove the friction here, right? Like if players are just immediately blasting through these things, it's something that we can just sort of take out, but it was a miscalculation. I think it's also like an interesting push and pull with the audience. Like we've talked a lot in this call about satisfaction and challenge and overcoming it. We find like whenever we try and add some challenge into the game, it's like this sort of tricky, like we want you to be more satisfied with the experience, so we're going to ask you to jump through some hoops. And sometimes we get our knuckles wrapped for it, where it's like, oh, you're trying to slow the game down. But sometimes we think it's really important to have those friction points. And I think Capstones is a good example of like, here's this thing you're gonna work for to get some cool reward for it. So I think it's going to land in a really cool spot.
I think kind of the endless task to remove the bad friction and keep the good friction and know which is which. Yeah. Right.
I mean, it's exactly that. It's like one thing that I've noticed in some of these games, the thing that doesn't seem to work is you can't always go one way or the other, right? And I think D4 got way too easy, way too quickly, so many barriers removed that a lot of like the long-term players that really, not even the long-term players, even the people who started playing D4, who played it a couple of seasons in a row, they got so familiar with it or so good with it, and so many barriers had been lowered. It's like at a certain point you aren't even playing gaming, where you're just, essentially logging into the I win game. So it's that, and I'm sure it's not easy from the development side to strike that balance, as Colin said, but there has to be some moments where you have to actually stop and make a decent build and overcome some challenge to feel like you actually did something, right?
Totally. And if we don't do these things, like add some more depth to, defenses or update the monsters and stuff like that, we're worried that like the game will very quickly fast track into it's done in a weekend, and that's something we've heard from folks like you and a lot of our core players, that they don't want that. At the same time, when we do add these sort of friction points,
you got to talk about the door.
It isn't always.
I know Rex hates doors, so that's why the door is open. It's a sign, guys.
Well received. Like season 1 is a great example of like, we didn't want to ride that train down of like making the game too easy and trying to make you work for CDR and resources and things like that, and it obviously didn't go over super well.
I still have nightmares when I saw the very first video of season 1. And you played the video, and the guy walked up to the brain or whatever, and it rose up for 3 seconds, and then it rose down for 3 seconds, so and then the fight started. I literally looked at my chat. I was like, "It's
bad
over.
Friction.
It's over."
Yeah, bad friction.
Too slow.
There's like little things like that.
They really make a big difference.
We were talking about like the game being slow and then eventually getting faster, and there's like elements where
it's like you click the door and then it takes forever for the door just to go down.
Not, I'm not trying to simplify the work, but it's not like a global tuning thing. A really good example of this recently is doors.
Fuck
like
the doors.
How fast do doors open? How fast is the collision?
I mean, they obviously gonna address the door in the room, right? Look at this.
I don't know if people noticed at the PTR, a bunch of doors, their collision goes away immediately. The slowest door in the game.
Why don't you just remove them?
Which I think was like the Mage Hall sort of thing, was like 4 seconds or some ridiculous number. So now it's like instant. Like we sped up the animation. All this stuff, the collision just vanishes.
But why don't just remove the door? Like, if you speed up the animation because everybody hates it, like, why don't we just get rid of the fucking door?
And I know we didn't.
I hope for that.
There's a lot of doors in the game.
Just remove them.
We'll just keep hunting. We'll keep finding them and keep kind of removing these points of friction, right?
Just like a month or two ago, I was talking to Zavin, like, this fucking Infernal Horde store, it takes forever to open.
Yes!
I don't know if you've experienced this, Rex, but like you're running Infernal Hordes and you're just sitting there waiting for the door to open. It's like visually open, but you're still blocked. I think we removed it. But yeah, those kind of hieroglyphs get really tedious after 1,000 runs, right?
And it's like definitely 1,000 cuts, right? Like no one cares about one door taking its sweet time, but like every door.
Just remove the door. That'd be my.
Put all these doors here.
I'll never get to ask this question on the big stage again. I've literally asked this like 1,000 times in every ARPG to my chat. I don't understand why doors are in ARPGs.
Yes!
Like, just think about the concept of a door,
just
and then
remove it.
I know what the answer is going to be. The answer is going to be, well, we want to give you the opportunity to compartmentalize the monsters so you don't pull the whole room. And I was like, well, let's go back to the beginning. Let's go to Diablo 1. Diablo 1. There weren't that many doors, and yet the monsters don't aggro until you go in line of sight. Why would there be doors? So that's not an answer. It's like,
Dude, he prepared this question so well with the obvious door in the background, the elephant, the door in the room.
Doors, like the whole concept of them in ARPGs. I've been dreaming.
He should just stand up and remove the door himself.
Of the day for me to complain about it on the big stage. So just. I hate them.
Great.
I hate all of them.
Dude,
Any
I
of them,
100%
all of them,
agree with
however
Rex.
long they take to open.
Fuck doors.
I don't know why they're there.
That's my guy.
Why are they there?
How do you really feel?
100%, dude.
Sorry. 100%. There's like some hidden mechanics that I think the game moves fast enough these days that most people don't really notice. First off, monsters in Diablo 4 can open doors. If they call for help, they'll actually just like open the door and walk in. You can see this very clearly in jail dungeons, right? They'll just like, I see you. I'm smart enough to walk over to you. And they'll just
God damn it, dude! The
this also
fucking
means
doors.
monsters like the butcher can open the door. right? So there's this space where you expect a level of safety,
No,
but
man, they're
we're kind
really
of a
justifying why
gothic
the doors
horror
are
action
there. But
RPG where
yeah,
there's a little bit of a spook factor.
I mean, the immersion, I get it,
When
but
you just expect that you
gameplay-wise,
have
makes
to
no
open
sense.
the door and the game says, nah, not this time. Right? No. The
Like,
butcher knows
I completely get it from an immersion perspective why there's doors, right? Like from Diablo 1 even, but like gameplay-wise, it makes no sense. And logic-wise, like the monster, like how can it even open the door? It's a big demon, doesn't even have any arms.
you're here, and so he's going to open the door and he's going to come and get you. There's moments like that get created.
It doesn't even have any
Diablo 1
arms.
example, right? Diablo 1.
Or the butcher is like 10 times the size of a door.
Floor, that catacombs, all the way to I think like 2 or 3. Doors were pretty prevalent. They were all there, and it was actually for that reason. So you can kind of control the space of combat, and critically you can close them. So if you open a door, it's 100 skeletons. Like, nope, you just close the door. Don't kill a monster in the doorway, guys. It'll actually block it.
I did that on Andariel in Diablo 2. Yeah.
Yeah. As you go deeper, though, in the Diablo 1 labyrinth, doors become scarce. Your ability to control the space becomes scarce.
Dude, like we're this like big like hero of the entire world. Like we have like fireballs, ice balls, we have big weapons, we slay the mightiest minions of hell, the craziest demons we can slay. Literally the Lord of Hatred incarnate, like we can slay, we can own. But what's stopping us? This big fireball, meteor, a wooden door that the meteor and the fireball and the big two-hand, big dick weapon can't destroy the fucking wooden door.
That's actually the problem space we have.
It just doesn't make any sense.
It's not that doors exist. It's that where's the mechanism where they stop being in the way, right? They have a lot of value really early on and negative value later on.
Yeah, billions of damage,
so
but
maybe
wooden door
there's some
stops
ways
us.
we can mitigate the worst impact of it later while still protecting.
And they kind of did acknowledge this problem by removing the doors from the pit and the tower. But why is it still there in Torment 4?
Are normal players who just like are going through and maybe they're struggling in a dungeon in the beginning, right? And they still kind of get that cool thematic hit, that flavor hit, that gothic horror hit.
Yeah.
But then people who are blasting, going 700 miles an hour in a dungeon, they're like, oh,
yeah, I think we have to
open this door. Maybe there's something we can get, like a skeleton key. Doors are open.
Maybe we just get rid of doors and GRs that are what are they called? Nightmare dungeons. But all of it, just in the end game. And maybe I would take that deal if we could get that one.
It's an idea. It's a good one.
Let's talk about, I'm sure your guys' favorite subject for the last year or so. Let's talk about tempering and masterworking. I'm sure, like, you've only heard like 1 or 2 complaints about that in the last year. Obviously, it was almost universally hated. Now you just you hit the tempering for what you want.
I don't think it was in the
get
beginning.
one of them now. Masterworking, you click, if I remember correctly, you click upgrade 20 times. Then you click one final upgrade to try to GA the thing that you wanted to hit. And if you don't hit it, then you can reset just that one. And there is a little bit of work that you have to put in. You have to get the materials. You have to find the recipe for the tempering that you want. And then if you obviously miss the masterworking, you have to redo it. So it's not completely deterministic, but I guess the question that I guess the 2-part question I have is, how did you guys land on this new system to change it? Because we knew it had to be changed because everybody hated it. And then the second part is are you worried that it's too deterministic besides those variables that I outlined, or are there more that I'm missing?
Yeah, so I'll talk about tempering real quick. So tempering, when we released it, was supposed to sort of be, we thought that like what we should probably do is say to you, we're going to, I'm just going to use the language, brick your item early. Because we felt like bricking your item early would feel better than bricking your item later, right? Honestly, at this point, I think it's like, it could go either way. But I think like, as we sort of sanded off the edges of tempering, right, through the sort of like feedback that, I feel like I should have more temper rolls if it has GAs, and I feel like the recipes are too big, the rest of the affixes should go from 6 to 3. We kind of just landed in a spot where it's like, this is basically deterministic with, extra steps, and maybe like 1 in a million items is going to brick. We think that feels really bad, right? When you feel like you should be earning the coin flip, but you're not, that feels infinitely worse than losing a 1 in 52 for example. So we made the decision to essentially allow you to sort of just temper the affix you want, because we felt like we were in that space already, just with more hoops that wasn't giving you the high highs and low lows that we initially had hoped for. We did worry about making it too deterministic, and that's why we added more and more affix to the base pool. We kind of wanted to say, okay, well, if we're going to give you this affix for free, then we do want you to find some more bases, and the bases should be a little bit harder to find, all the affixes you're looking for. So it was a little bit of a push-pull, right? Like, okay, we'll give you a deterministic affix, but we want the base items to matter a little bit more than. So that's the first part. As far as masterworking, I think a lot of the feedback was, let us roll back one rank. And we felt like the end stage of that, if you map out the statistics of that, it's eventually a 1 in 5, right? No matter what. Like if you can just roll it back, it's a 1 in 5, which is a very big difference between consecutive 1 in 5 3 times, right, to the third power. So we felt like this really, the sort of masterworking update was more just doing what the player wanted in a better UX flow, which is you want to be able to crit the affix you're looking for on a 1 in 5. I will say we are looking at, I'm maybe jumping ahead. I think the thing that is missing from masterworking is that excitement of trying to hit that specific affix that you got a GA on, for example. So we're looking to bring that back in some form. I felt like GAing an affix was a little bit too anemic, and we felt like we stripped out too much of the excitement of the current system. So does that answer the questions?
I mean, yeah, that last part is exactly the essence of how I will feel, which I am not always indicative of the entire community, but it's exactly what you just said at the end there. It's how am I supposed to get excited about either of these two mechanics? I will find the recipe, I slap it on for tempering, and I will hit the GA eventually. I know I will.
This sounds like they won't do this for season 11.
And if I don't, well, the other affix is decent, so I hit that as well. And that's one thing I wanted to talk about later on. But the thing that I'm looking for in hopefully a lot of different ways in Diablo 4 going forward is, where is the dopamine hit? Where does something miraculous happen that I can print it off and go post it on my fridge and call my friends and tell them this thing that happened? I don't know if either of these systems will do that with the current iteration.
Yeah, I think it's a really good point. Like the dopamine, for us to create dopamine, right? Like you kind of have to have really high highs and low lows, right? There can't really be this sort of neutral middle ground for you to feel that excitement. So for us, it's been trying to find what is a good delivery mechanism for that dopamine. Like obviously there's the loot dopamine, which I think is different, right? Loot dopamine I think is more a mix of anticipation and payoff.
Yeah, I mean I'm saying I don't mind philosophy questions and stuff, but I feel like we already know the philosophy, but we just need to know what's gonna change and what's gonna happen in the future.
But for crafting dopamine and things like that, I think there does have to be sort of these high highs.
Because people were not
lows,
happy with the
season
season 11 PTR.
What we learned so far and what we're trying to do is I think the high highs and low lows really only make sense if your median outcome is somewhere close to the high end. So I'll give you an example. I'm going to talk a little bit about sanctification. Sorry, I'm jumping ahead. I think sanctification, especially on the PTR, we're trying to aim for something that was more eternally relatable, or something we could put into the game long term. We want to do some form of item gambling at the end, and we try to keep it a little bit tame. And I think the learning from that is whenever we try and do this thing that's right for the eternal game on a season, there's just so much seasonal expectation that this thing's going to blow everyone out of the water and change how you play every single season, that we have to put a ton of power into it, which, to go all the way back to my previous statement on the median outcome has to be pretty good. In order to achieve that, it has to be kind of tame, right? It can't be that the top end roll is going to be 1,000% better than the median outcome. And you can see this in tempering, right? Part of why tempering feels really shitty to gamble is that there's only 1 in 5 affixes that is going to do anything for you, right? The weapon tempers is a great example of this, where double projectiles on your core skill is obviously the only option for you. And that means that every other option, including the median outcome, it just isn't good. So, sorry, that was a bit of a ramble, but.
No, I love the rambling. I don't love these dogs barking. I don't know if you guys can hear it.
Oh, that's your dog.
Sorry about that.
Good
yeah, during the PTR, a lot of people were coming to my stream Rax, have you seen Sanctification? Did you see what happened to Rob? Rob had an item and he bricked it. It's like, guys, like the overarching idea here, maybe you don't like the implementation, is
I'm okay
good.
with bricking.
At the end of the game, instead of
I
having
already
our
built an
stupid
entire
sword
basement with
with
my
our
bricks.
3 GAs on it, level 20 masterwork,
Have
with
you
the
not
same
seen
tempering
what
that
this
everybody
one?
has, we gotta do something. How many of these swords
It's
have you
gone.
found? Most of you have probably found 700 of them. Let's throw it into something and let's
where's the
see
meme?
if we can make the greatest sword ever. Like, I didn't really understand, like,
This is the new season.
I understand, like, okay, going through the base
This is
game
my
and
map
having
on the
these
PTR.
gambles feels bad if you lose. But you have to have the opportunity to lose in order, again, to
right
feel
there.
like you're playing the game. It goes back to the starting with 15 skill points, like you walk into Helltide and you're already mowing everything down. It is
Seasonal
fun.
bricks.
It is fun, but at a certain point, it's like, oof.
Dude, my Bob, he could build an entire house with these bricks.
I don't know. I'm with you guys that coming up with a core mechanic for super endgame items to hit that mega dopamine, and also, as you said, and we've talked about this since Diablo 3, in a seasonal setting, if you have a mechanic, if you're gonna miss, if you're gonna get it wrong, at least get it wrong in the player's favor. If you get it wrong and it doesn't work for them and they hate it, they'll never let you live it down.
Yeah, absolutely. You're totally right.
Didn't we add any mode for this? Bricking mode?
Okay. Run question 4. Nice. Nice. We're going. Okay. The tower.
10%.
Seemed fun. Played it to only level 45, as we talked about before, with the monster things, with the progressing the timer, with the leaderboards. I mean, we finally have an end game thing with a leaderboard. Thank you for that, by the way. We've been begging for that. At least at that mid-level, level 45, it was kind of indistinguishable from me from the pit, at least the gameplay. Maybe it's just because you're mowing it down. Maybe it is different at the highest level. I guess from your guys' perspective, how is the tower different from the pit? How is that going to feel different for players?
Yeah, so our goal, like, why are we even doing this in the way that we're doing this, by the way? So tower and leaderboards are in what we're calling beta. So even when Season 11 launches proper, we're still going to be considering them in beta. And part of the reason, I mean,
I get that, but this is just attack in the end. It's the same way as PoE is in beta, PoE 2. But like, really, the game is released.
Anyone who played Greater Rifts back in the day just knows day 1 versus day 300 of that feature, so much changed. And frankly, almost all of it at the time, and we're hoping we can do this again with the tower, was through dialogue with the community and
like slapping beta on it. Like, it still doesn't mean it's okay to have a bunch of bugs in there, in my opinion.
The community have kind of a chance to have a voice and help shape this feature. The leaderboard isn't, for us. It's for the community. It's for this kind of social system for everyone to kind of engage with. So the goal has been,
alpha,
hey, we just have to stand this up so that we can start getting into the iterative cycle. And we know the baseline that players have been using is they've been using the pit as kind of a surrogate for this, in absent of an actual mode dedicated to it. And frankly, that's been great that they were able to find a solution, but it's also been a problem because it means we can't just update the pit whenever we want without messing the only competitive thing players have. So we know we have to decouple these. And you can kind of see this a little bit, right, with the Season 11 mechanic in the pit. In a leaderboard sort of competitive format, do you really want the weird kooky stuff being the thing that determines your success, or do you want it to be as much about skill and skill expression as possible? So the pit's been kind of stuck in this spork mode, right, where it's having to do these two things, one officially and one sort of unofficially. And a tower is a first stab at least having a place where we can start doing this competitive mode in a more official way. That actually helps free up the pit to start being crazy again. And it's not going to be something that's going to happen overnight, right? Like, it's not something that's going to happen immediately. We're taking an initial step at it in Season 11. But the more stable we make the tower, the more crazy the pit can become. And the perspective here has been, like, for competitive mode, you want some sense of consistency between runs, right? Otherwise, we're back to fishing, and it's like, well, the output of the random generation dictates my success entirely, right? I got the good run, I did it. But for kind of a grinding PvE mode, you actually want variety. You want crazy stuff to happen. I would love it if I walk into the pit and it's like, nope, it's all goblins all day, top to bottom. That doesn't really make sense in a competitive format necessarily, right? But hell yeah, that would be fun as hell to have in the pit. And it's actually kind of a good example, even going back to Greater Rifts and regular Rifts. Goblin Rifts happen, Goblin Greater Rifts don't, right? So we look at this as kind of the initial stab at something like this.
Yeah.
We're looking for.
I agree, like long term it makes sense to separate it, but right now there's not enough, and it starts with the way you open it. There's not enough that separates the two. In the mind of like, the average player, it's the same thing.
Is mechanical parity with Greater Rifts in particular, and a far more streamlined version of the pit. The comparisons are apt, but if you really look at it kind of deeply, there's a lot of nuanced differences between them that I think people have been starting to understand and notice. And we're actually seeing kind of the opposite of don't put leaderboards on the pit, right? Put the pit into the tower instead, because they're noticing those differences in the flow. Dungeon generation is entirely different. The algorithm is entirely different between the two. It's like, well, the rooms are the same. It's like, yeah, but they generate totally differently. There is no real dead end or severe dead ends, right? I've seen crazy screenshots of the pit where it's like 5 miles this way and then you're supposed to go the other way, right? It's like these little things we're ironing out of the tower. And the intention is at some point down the line where we're feeling really comfortable with this and the community is telling us they're having fun, all those improvements is stuff we're open to bringing back to the pit. But again, the divergence point is going to be, one is going to be far more focused on consistency, and the other is going to be far more focused on variety. It's just going to take us a while to get there, and we're kind of seeing the initial separation of this concept from the pit into the tower. And again, I think that's what's going to primarily open the door.
It's going to take some time.
Whatever the hell is fun versus whatever the hell is great explicitly for racing as this unofficial leaderboard, right?
That's something I had no clue on. I did not know that the tower being there similar to the pit was an avenue to open the pit to be something crazy. It kind of, the way you described it reminds me kind of the visions of enmity in Diablo 3, where you can literally spawn inside of town and then be fighting 3 bosses, or you might be fighting 40 treasure goblins. So I guess the future plan is to have the tower be the very competitive, no dead end thing where the pit's going to be very fun. So let me ask you a question. So obviously the inspiration from the towers from Diablo 3 and Greater Rifts took, I would say, a tremendous amount of at least knowledge and some amount of mechanical skill, at least to get a top clear. Like if you're playing Barb, for example, you have to spear the whole monsters through, you have to ground stomp them together, you have to burn them down with area damage, you have to systematically spawn the pylons, yada, yada, yada. Do you anticipate that, and it's hard, to be honest with you, it's hard for me to imagine this in Diablo 4, because I don't know if we exactly have the same kinds of abilities. I don't know if we benefit as much like with crazy mechanics like area damage, and I'm not suggesting that you bring area damage forward, but do you think that the level of the skill in the tower is going to reach the same things that were in?
I mean, they all make it sound like it's so crazy in D3 that there was like giga much skill expression, while it definitely was better than in D4. I mean, I also think D3 was very limited in the amount of like whatever skill expression that you could do. It was more like you have to fish for the right map, with the right mobs, with the right pylons, with the right boss.
Greater Rifts?
It's not like D3 was perfect or anything.
Say a lot of the stuff that kind of, I know you've done guides and videos and things like that on Greater Rift pushing, but a lot of that stuff was kind of emergent. It's not like we, other than like Flavor of Time, I guess, or something like that. We didn't explicitly go in and say like, okay, these specific things are designed explicitly to make a Greater Rift run winnable or something like that, right? Yeah. That came later as the mode was better understood by both players and developers. But I expect some emergent stuff to happen. And part of the kind of the back and forth between us and the community and the iterative cycle that we're looking to have with this feature is going to be trying to take those things into account. Right, players are going to discover things, good or bad, right? And it's going to be something that we're going to be talking about probably very openly about, hey, we're going to disallow this, we're going to allow this, and we're going to double down on this, we're going to turn this off and things like that. So the comparison, I don't think is going to be one-to-one, and frankly, it shouldn't be. So one of the pillars that we got internally for the tower is what we call only in Diablo 4, right? What makes this distinct and makes it belong to this game as opposed to a transplant from a different game. And we're not obviously hitting that right now. We actually don't think we are. So anyone who feels the same way, we agree with you. That's something that we're going to be chewing on down the line. But right now, the goal is stability. I know on the front facing, it's like, well, it's the same monsters and so on and so forth. It's like the entire back end for this has been built from scratch, like all of it. So everything that's powering this behind the scenes.
That might be true, but the player, like right now, doesn't see it. But yeah, it's in the beta. So long term, I think it is the right decision to do that. But I think like right now, something simple as just having like a separate like tower, an actual tower to start, you know, the tower would already help to separate this in the players' minds.
Is literally brand new. We're making it brand new to be as flexible as we possibly can make it, because I can imagine a future where a season modifies the tower. We want to leave the door open to that, right? Where we can iterate on it and say like, hey, when we're gonna add this thing, and then in the next season it's gonna become a part of the tower or something like that. And I don't know what those are, and frankly, we don't have any solid plans. I'm not trying to tease anything, but the idea is let's make something as flexible as we can so it can be very reactive and very responsive to what the community needs from it, right? Because ultimately it's for you guys. So that's the ideal, right? Let's see if we can hit it.
So basically, no, go ahead.
Just to touch on, like, I think you're maybe alluding to some of the group play stuff with like the Barb needing to pull in ZTPS, and
that was a question later. Group plays, support characters, is that going to be a thing? That was one of my questions.
Oh, that's an amazing question. Yeah, I'll say like when we launched the game, we had a pretty firm philosophy that we didn't want any sort of double dipping across classes, because we had heard a lot of feedback that players wanted to make sure that D4 wasn't a required multiplayer game. So we felt a little gun shy on.
And then they brought in the Citadel,
allowing a lot of those sort of multipliers, because they could also run like way out of whack, right? As you've seen now with a lot of the multiplicative things that we have in the game.
What about
but I think going forward, we're a lot more lax, especially with the tower. We think that kind of interaction in DPS is actually a really fun way to sort of build into, you know, horizontal progression and that sort of thing. So we do want to support that more going forward.
So if I can summarize,
that's cool though. That's very nice. More support for like group synergy.
As far as like the design of the tower in terms of like the mechanics and the skill required, it's like when you built GRs for Diablo 3, you didn't have the intention of we're going to pull this all and stomp it and area damage it down and spawn the pylons, and you just observed what happened and what became the meta, and it just became what it became. And now you're saying with the tower, the team is going to pay attention to what are the intricacies, what are the metas, and you're going to discuss how they flow in the competitive scene and whether you like them or not, and make changes like that going forward. And sounds like we are much more open to like supporty and root play mega mechanics like we used to have in Diablo 3 potentially going forward in the design.
Mega mechanics.
Keeping the door open for that, I think, is just going to give it legs. It's going to make it more interesting. And just some things to throw out there, like, you know, right now on PTR, you have to unlock a tier via the pit to be able to play it in the tower. That's actually just a temporary measure.
Yeah.
When Season 1 actually launches, you can just unlock tiers by just playing the tower. That's PTR is PTR, right? In the actual launch, that's actually going to be the plan. Is you can push the tier up with either mode, however you want. So.
Let me ask you one question on a dirty topic, and then we can move away from the tower. And honestly, I don't even know if there's anything you guys can do about this, or anybody can do something about this.
Dirty topic.
I'll ask it anyway. So when I was playing other seasons, there would always be people messaging me, "Hey Rax, I have 200 Duriel runs. You want to run them?" I'm like, "You have 200 Duriel runs. I have like the most powerful build. I've been playing all day, and I have like 7." They're like, "Don't worry about it. I got 200 runs. You want to do it or not?" Da 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 da. My question is, do you think RMT is just going to ruin the tower? Because people just, you know, it happens in every game. It's a problem. Everyone goes to these third-party sites. I get all these emails all the time. Rax, put my Diablo 4 currency site in your YouTube video, and I'll
pay you a
I'll do whatever, you know. It is. You know, obviously, we don't do that. But do you guys ever have conversations about this, about RMT? Do you guys have anything you can do to stop this, or is whoever's going to clear the tower whoever has the biggest credit card?
So there's this feature in other games. I don't know if you've heard about it. It's called Solo Self-Found. It's something that we've been
I've heard of it.
A lot, and what we might do with something like that. So we are actively talking about it. We are looking into doing it. It's not going to happen in 11. But I also want to throw out there that whatever we do here, you know, kind of taking the Diablo 4 perspective.
But it's the same problem.
He's happy. That's good. Whatever we do, it has to be in the expression of Diablo, right?
Like if you want to like pin this crazy, they can just pay someone to play on their account while they sleep. Like it's the same thing.
What is the right expression of an SSF mode, Solo Self-Found mode in Diablo 4?
But you can't solve this problem as a game developer.
That we are discussing actively right now. I don't have a timeline to share other than it's not Season 11. But you know, stay tuned. And as we kind of communicate more about those plans, we really want people to weigh in and start telling us what they think about the version that we might end up shipping.
Yeah, I understand. You guys have like a different architecture, right? You have an open world, you have world bosses, da 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 da. You literally have a multiplayer only mode raids.
Yeah, co-op.
Yeah, you have cap. Yeah, so I personally, other people probably won't forgive you. There's going to be people out there that say SSF has to be I'm alone. I never see a player. I can never interact with the player in any way. And that's SSF. And if it's not that, I hate your game. I'm more forgiving in that when I do like the soloable activities that they're solo and I can't trade for gear and I can't swipe for gear or anything like that. Like for me as an individual, not speaking for the community, that would be good enough for me. So anything between that and super completely isolated mode would work for me. So that's so relieving to hear that are you guys saying like it's coming, just not, we don't have a date? Is that what's happening? It's coming for sure?
Yeah, again, not season 11. Don't hold us to that. And I can't say which one beyond that because we have to sort things through. But and again, we're still coming up with a final plan, and more will be shared over
That's
time.
pretty cool.
And there's going to be a lot more transparency, I think, on tower and leaderboards than maybe folks.
I'm gonna see how that's gonna fit into the game. I mean,
we know.
For me, I enjoy video games, especially online games, because I like to play with and engage with other people. I don't like to play, completely alone, single player game all by myself. I actually like the community aspect of it, group play, playing with you guys, with friends, community members. I like that part. But for those people that want to just play all by themselves or something like that's fine, right? Like
have it that way to make it the best feature it can be.
Okay, so let's move into like the State of Diablo section, the Mythbuster section. By the way, it's been an hour. I have a million more questions. I'm having a blast. How are you guys doing on time? How are you guys feeling? Or what's the status here?
Are you Rax? We can keep going.
I'm
so comfy. I don't feel like moving. So.
I mean, there's a reason we wear it every day. There's a method to the madness here. Okay, so these are tougher questions, but let's just rip the Band-Aid off. Actually, I think Zavin, you pretty much already just brought this up, and if I was understanding what you said that the team agrees with this. If I'm not putting words in your mouth here, but a lot of people are worried about that Diablo 4 is moving just to being Diablo 3. It's going like Diablo 3.5. We kind of talked like in the tower how like it's not like a perfect transition yet. It's still in beta. If you don't think if it's the right iteration of it, you're right. The team feels that way. Have you guys been getting this feedback? And how do you guys go through the process of what you add to D4 or not? Are you just trying to make Diablo 4 the next version of Diablo 3? You said one of your pillars is how do you make Diablo 4 unique? I guess some people feel like that hasn't been shining through at all lately.
I think there's a lot of differences just obviously between the games. I think the systems complexity of Diablo 4 is much higher than in Diablo 3. Like just compare the two paragons, right? they're not really a direct comparison. Compare the two skill systems and things like that. So I think there's plenty of differences in it. We're not actually looking to erode any of those things. And we're not talking about going back to the old kind of skill rune model or anything like that. And I think the right view, it's the view I try to take as much as possible, is somewhat dispassionate. If there's a feature that's right for the game, I don't super care where it comes from. If it comes from a Diablo game, hell yeah, that just kind of means we've proven out it works, right? And it's going to fit in better. But beyond that, it's like, well, we just kind of borrow anything from anywhere. A lot of the modes that, even looking as far back as Diablo 2, even as far back as Diablo 1, they borrowed a lot of things from other projects, other games outside of the Diablo.
Yeah, and PoE exactly the same thing, by the way. And it's not bad to get inspiration from other competitors, right? Like I think they even said PoE 1, they built this basically on a lot of the ideas from D2 because the developers of PoE loved Diablo 2.
And that's just kind of been true throughout. So the intention is not to make this Diablo 3, and it's not to make it Diablo 3.5. Although it's funny because I remember at one point Diablo 3 getting a Diablo 2.5 moniker. So it's never ending, right? And that's okay. It's actually a good thing, I think, when people are like, I see enough of this other stuff in there. It means we're at least kind of staying
I think that's a good philosophy
to some degree where they feel related. But I think it's always important to do that only in Diablo 4 pillar. Frankly, for everything. What is it that makes Diablo 4, and explicitly not Diablo 2, Diablo 1, Diablo Immortal, or Diablo 3, right? We've got a lot of Diablos right now. So it's not a one-size-fits-all solution either, right? Because sometimes, damn, Diablo 3 did it right. Damn, Diablo 2 did it right. And we just look at those things and say, okay, well, how do we adapt that? And how do we make it fit in Diablo 4? And something always changes in translation. It always changes when it gets to Diablo 4. So we can't be purist about it either, because some things just don't map. Right, the rune system in Diablo 3 doesn't directly map to Diablo 4. no matter how much we try to shove it in.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. So it just seems maybe so. That's relieving to hear that you'll borrow anything from anywhere. I guess it just seems. So I guess the phenomenon that's happening here is just lately, the things that we've been bringing in happen to be from D3. But going forward, you're not looking at D3 on the whiteboard and saying, what's the next way that we transform Diablo 4 into this game?
No.
Revealed our secret. No. I think it's a great way to put it. I think it's very fair. I also just like touch a little bit on the design philosophy, right? Like, Blizzard's a very iterative studio. Like we talk about iteration and things like that, and part of that, a huge part of that, is driven by what the fans are telling us and what the fans are liking. And I'll just give you like a very like interesting evolutionary loop that we've been on. If you remember D3 at launch, there's a lot of inspiration from D2. And I think you remember a lot of like D2.5. There was like discrete world tiers and difficulties, and there's level locking, and then eventually monster power to replicate players 1 through 8 in D2. And then eventually D3 landed on torments, which essentially creates those floors that players 1 through 8 was doing. And you think about D4, and a lot of the feedback has been like, oh, we want more infinite scaling. We want more sort of difficulty that scales forever. We like the systems that allow us to really push everything to the limit. And I think like you naturally sort of start to evolve into similar design spaces that D3 went through when we went from a fixed sort of difficulty to ever scaling and infinite scaling. That has a lot of system implications that have very similar answers. So there's this sort of like funny phenomenon where like everything in the ocean floor eventually evolves into a crab. Like sometimes there's like overlapping, sort of design spaces that we do run into. And it's definitely not on purpose where we're looking at D3 and like, what should we copy paste from D3? Our goal is always to like, how do we make D4 more fun? How do we grow the game? How do we make the game bigger? And sometimes it's like, yeah, you know what, toughness works super well in D3. We're going to have more torments, and we don't want to like reinvent the wheel on this. We know it's going to do the things that we want it to do, and we'd rather spend time on like other new things than like try and really spend a ton of time coming up with a completely new defensive system when the current one we feel like isn't working for us in an infinitely scaling game.
The monster power example and the players 8 and all that kind of stuff is honestly, it's such a good case study of this. Because D2 started with this idea, right, of the discrete kind of difficulties, and then you had players 1 through 8 to be able to modulate that for yourself.
Makes sense.
And then you go into Diablo 3, and we don't have that second part. We just have the first part. We add it, we streamline it into torments. Diablo 4 comes out. Guess what? We're back to discrete difficulty tiers, and then we realize, oh no, this is bad. And so hopefully we'll kind of break this cycle at some point. But it really is kind of sort of this crab thing. It's like, well, eventually the game evolves to the point and the player base learns enough about it where they're going to start wanting systems that are very similar to each other. So I know we call it Torment, Diablo 3 called it Torment, but under the hood, go back, it's just players 8. And a lot of systems and features kind of tend to be in this sort of evolutionary thing where the nearest neighbor is Diablo 3, but actually if you go further back in the iteration cycle, it's actually directly from D2 or in some weird cases from Diablo 1, right?
That's very interesting insight. So you said that Blizzard is a very iterative company, and it seems like for a lot of Diablo 4's life cycle, we have been redoing things. I was going to start rattling them off, but maybe it would be easier to say I can't think of very many mechanics that haven't went through some kind of like major redo. And in a lot of cases, is the game better now than it was 2 years ago? I mean, it definitely is. It's just tough because it's hard sometimes for the community to get excited about, hey guys, we're making defenses matter. So instead of capping your armor at 1,000, now you'll just stack it with this new stat. It's like, even if it's better for the game, it's hard for the community to get excited about it.
Yeah, even to understand it.
Can you guys talk a little bit about like that iterative process or redoing mechanics? Is this, I mean, I would imagine you guys don't like doing that, right? You guys don't like redoing all these things. Are we getting to a more stable point where the mechanics are getting nailed down and we can maybe focus more on new content? Or is it a pillar in the Diablo 4 team to be consistently like taking a system here and there and here and there and redoing it perpetually?
This is maybe like a strange example, but between the time that the game launched and around Vessel of Hatred, Colin might remember the perfect timing more than me here. I think every single nightmare dungeon or dungeon in the game that can be a nightmare dungeon under the hood changed in some way, like every single one, all 100 plus.
Yep.
And that happened kind of slowly and sort of like really in a really targeted way to aim at the fact that we knew all these changes were happening. We knew there were some areas that were, less than great, let's be honest, when we first launched it. We knew we wanted to be iterative and wanted to improve stuff. I think that's kind of the heart of it. The intention is not to replace everything just because we can, but every time you replace one part and maybe that part's better now. You look at the whole, we try to get this holistic picture of the whole game. Okay, what is not pulling its weight? What is not helping support the player experience in a positive way? That kind of goes back to all the combat update stuff that we did in season 11. Monsters had been untouched for years, if you really want to go back to like the beta period, right? Like actually years. We had not modified monster behavior, monster tuning, monster AI. We had not significantly deepened the affix pool that whole time, right? And so a part of the game just felt old, and it felt derelict a little bit, right? Because it had not kept it in pace with everything else that we're doing. So being able to kind of take a step back, what does the game actually need to be added? But what are some of the old things that just aren't doing their job? Like we're gonna make those better, because otherwise the game just gets all this cruft, right? It just has all this outdated stuff just lying around that no one cares about, doesn't give actual value to the player experience in any way, and frankly for us is a tax, because now we have to maintain stuff that no one wants or cares about. Right. So if either we can have it do its job or we can remove it. Those are usually the options, right? The worst third option is never touch it. And I think we're kind of looking at, okay, what are the pieces of the game left to make better? Monsters seem to coincide really well with the tower update, so that's why monsters are up this time. But there's, I think we can all think of parts of the game that could be made better, and we're not done. Diablo 4 has a bright future, so.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, it's definitely like a where do we spend our time, right? Like we also try and pair some of these things with new stuff. We
can't hire more developers.
Boss and Asmodan and things like that. And they're usually very different resources. So, when you think about like, well, are you spending a lot of time redoing mechanics? Usually we try and pair it with things that are new, and usually the resources that are redoing things aren't the same. They overlap with adding new things. Like adding Asmodan is completely different in terms of resourcing compared to like, let's update the time.
I think in the budget, like they just should start selling like a stash space or something. I think then we would get a lot of monetary support in the game. But yeah, not a lot of people don't like this, but I would totally like, see like, I don't know, a dedicated rune stash space that you can buy for like $5-10, whatever. I would not be against that.
A system, which actually was very simple for us to.
It's another way to monetize and add more content.
Add more stuff in the future.
It's the same way PoE does it.
So that brings up an interesting question, and don't answer this if it's going to get you in any kind of trouble or anything, but do you guys have less resources for the Diablo team in general, for, I don't know, just across the board, for seasons, for the expansion or whatever? Have you guys...
It feels like they're always like on a budget. Like, can't they just hire, new devs if the money comes in?
Smaller since Diablo 4 has
more
launched?
devs?
Have people gone on to different projects? Or what is that like for you guys, if you can answer?
We're not going to talk about numbers. But I will say the process that we use has evolved significantly. So, I think when you're thinking about the base game, it's one big launch, and we just know it's a big launch. So it's all hands on deck to this like one moment. And as soon as that moment's done, then we know we have multiple moments that we're going to be working on. We have multiple seasons, we have multiple expansions, we have events that we have planned. There's collabs, all these things. And so the team just naturally
they are
splits
publicly
its
traded
focus.
company,
and it's actually very normal. And it's actually how the game was built. Right, the entire team wasn't working on like one monster or one player skill at a time. For the entire development of Diablo 4, the team was spread wide, working on all parts of it simultaneously. And it just so happened that all those parts were releasing at the same time with Diablo 4's launch, and then again with Vessel of Hatred to some degree, right? But even in that case, we have kind of a more specific things that we're going after that map differently in time. So it's not that there's less resources or anything like that. Like it's not about that. It's more that we know we have certain things we're going to be releasing at certain cadence, and we want to release those things. What does that release need? Let's give it what it needs, right? How does that feed into what happens after? It should be done smartly so that it helps us in the future in some way, right? We don't want the game to have these wild swings because we planned poorly. Ideally, season to season, it feels like, oh, there's this thing that we're building up. And you can see that sometimes with kind of the seasonal power system, right? As this thing that we kind of developed, and we were able to use it more, and eventually we got some feedback of, hey, maybe we're using it too much. And then we react when we try different things with it. So it's not a headcount issue or anything like that, right? It's how many things do we have going on, and what do those things need, and how can we architect it so we can kind of approach the game holistically instead of just like one thing at a time, right?
Makes sense. Appreciate it. So on that topic, this is probably the most asked question when I went to the community, is talking about seasons. And whenever I talk to people about seasons, usually it always revolves around three main ideas that people are wondering. So first of all, no matter what kind of a season you make, me included, everyone's always going to ask for more, right? We'll always ask you to do more, which is good. We're always hungry for more content. But one common critique has been they wish the magnitude of the seasons the magnitude of the changes were bigger, it would happen faster. That's one thing. The second thing is lately, as you just alluded to, we got powers again. But probably the number one thing that I hear the most from the community is they wonder why a lot of the seasons aren't around a mechanic that could go core into the game afterward at a certain point to add just more things to do within the game. So I don't know if you guys want to address any of these three, but how do you guys go about seasons? Maybe have you guys heard this?
I mean, in my interview, this is like more like philosophy. Like Rex talks more about like the big picture. Like I'm more interested in like what they're gonna change from the PTR to the live game. Obviously, like the long-term stuff also really interests me, but they're gonna announce it when they're gonna announce it anyways. But I wanna have the game like good right now, you know?
Feedback and what do seasons look like going forward for Diablo 4 if you guys are making any changes?
I can probably help with number 3 on like how do we make the systems and more like sort of content for the player to chew through interesting. One, we believe in this idea, right, of like the season should be making Diablo bigger over time. It's why we've tackled things like Nightmare Dungeons and Infernal Hordes on like fleshing those out and making those even bigger and cooler, adding more lair bosses, etc. I think to touch on like, let's just go back to Sanctification as an example. I think what has been a challenge is that when we want to add really cool things to the game like Sanctification or Mythics, the way to do it eternally, our hope, is that the game gets bigger and there's more options and there's more build variety. I think the expectations of seasons, though, is that when we add this thing, it's super powerful and it's going to impact every single person's build, no matter who you are or what it is. Like Chaos Armor is a great example of this. And it's like, there's kind of like two outcomes, right? Like
my
we can
interview
tune
is
it
going
for
to be
the
in 2
eternal
days,
game, where
guys,
it
on
broadens
Thursday.
the game. It makes
Hope you
horizontal
guys tune
progression
in.
more interesting. It means that there's new items to chase that might fit into some XYZ build. And that's a very different tuning paradigm than Chaos Uniques impacts every single player who plays no matter what in this season. And I think if you just inject like Chaos Armor into the game wholesale at the current power level, I think the game gets pretty boring and bland. And you can look at Mythic Uniques as a great example of this, where Mythic Uniques are insanely powerful. Everyone's like, oh my god, Mythic Uniques are the coolest thing ever. We love them. We love that they're rare. We love that they're powerful. Fast forward a year from now, every top end build has the same for Mythic Uniques, and I think that's what would happen if you added something like Chaos Armor just wholesale into the game. Now that doesn't mean that we're never going to add anything eternally into the game. We're trying to find our footing in the right way to deliver some of these mechanics again in the Eternal game that doesn't do long-term damage to the game and sets us up in the audience for sadness in 6 months when every build is 4 Mythic Uniques and the same 2 Chaos Uniques in every slot, right? Then we have a very different problem. So I think we're still trying to figure out like what is the right way to sort of reintroduce a lot of these really cool seasonal things. Again, I'm kind of repeating myself in a way that isn't overall detrimental to overall like sort of health and overall game.
So can I ask you something on that before we go to the other two? So that if I'm understanding correctly, there's 2 ways that you think about designing it. Either it immediately powerful impacts the season versus it's like a core mechanic. You kind of have to work through it and it fits in the overall game. Are you thinking as a team that, or maybe you have tried it and you've been bitten in the past, that if you released a season mechanic like option B, where it is kind of a core mechanic that we're trying out and it's not just a superpower right in the beginning and you do have to kind of work with it to be better, are you thinking that people wouldn't like that season or it would somehow go wrong?
I think it'd be flat. Like I think Sanctification is kind of a good example of this, where we're pretty like conservative when it came to Sanctification, because what we wanted was this idea of like, yeah, you have 700 of the same sword, and we want this like gamble to be on sort of similar items, so it can push one over the edge. Yeah. There's a number of reasons why Sanctification also didn't feel as powerful, right? We took power out of Masterworking, etc. But I think that's like a good example, like most immediately, where we try and tune something for the Eternal game, and we get a lot of feedback that it doesn't have the like sort of spiciness or sexiness of like, holy shit, this new thing is impacting every single build and I'm way more powerful. So I think what we're trying to do is like, okay, let's take this thing. It's going to be really awesome for a season. Then we're going to take it out and we're going to workshop it in a way that can be delivered back into the Eternal game that isn't going to be carrying all the weight of a season.
Yeah, we'll see
makes
about
the overall game and systems more interesting and bigger.
I think part of the reason why that option A for me, where it's just this amazing power and it just dominates, why that doesn't feel good to me is the current iteration of Diablo 4 with the stuff that we talked about earlier, how you start with 15 skill points, how you cap your armor and you're dominating, how you just do so much damage that when the seasonal theme that I'm given is just this really sexy additional power, it's like, for me personally, that was the last thing that I wanted. What I wanted was, I wanted something to do. I wanted a mechanic to work through.
Totally.
I'm wondering
more endgame.
if after a lot of these changes that you're implementing go through, let's just imagine what the game is very balanced, the game is very challenging, you have these capstones to overcome. If you add a big sexy power there, does that just take us back to where we were, where you're just running through it, versus a new mechanic? It's like, every time I get to the capstone,
the powers being on top of
I do a lot of damage, but I don't have any defense. But they added this new crafting system, which has these interesting parts where I could craft some defense. Maybe in the future, you could, like the other option of making a core mechanic would work if Diablo 4 itself as a base game had changed.
Yeah, you can kind of think about like one area where I think we have had some success is activities layer, some of the content layer, right? Infernal Hordes was a seasonal thing. It's just part of the game now. Same thing with
they
Pit,
did add quite some
and eventually Belial and stuff like that. So anytime that there's a part where we're like, okay, that can safely make its way and can just slot in, we'll just do it. There's been some powers in the past where we've converted them over to be an item that you can get instead. So we're looking for ways to do this. It's just to the point I think Colin was making, not such a clean exercise every single time, given that we have sort of these competing ideals of, hey, I just want to get into the season and I get to experience the cool thing, not the best version of it, right? And I still want some progression. But I should at least feel something has changed for between today and yesterday or whatever when I was playing. And then the version of that just stays in the game forevermore. Because if we do that every single time, 5 seasons from now, when the season starts, you have +5 mechanics on top of what was already there, right? They're all competing for attention.
That's what we want.
I think that's going to naturally put us in a position where we have to have severe inflation and power growth, power creep, just to make sure that the new thing can have some space to live in an otherwise crowded space, right? So it's just a process. And
I mean, there's no thing as too much content or too much power. Like obviously they can like nerf it, like you don't have to like put chaos powers or items like exactly like they were, right? And they're doing this in some way.
Anytime we have an opportunity to bring something back, we're just gonna.
They all know
it
better. Yeah. Thank you, Fearless, and also.
I mean, bloating is a real thing.
Much appreciated.
It absolutely happens. I've seen it many times. So that, and I'm sure. I would imagine, I'm not a developer, it's way harder to develop for B than A, right? To make some really cool thing to throw in there, that's probably a reasonable ask. But making a core mechanic that is interesting and advances Diablo 4 and doesn't add to the bloat and everyone's going to like it. Yeah, just make that every time. That's probably a much bigger ask. Okay, so here's a question, and I would the way that I would ask this is maybe a way to change some people's minds on this, like an opportunity, maybe we spin this into like a positive thing. But there are some people that are questioning whether they want to purchase the next expansion. Some of the things like with the previous expansion when they said the final boss was Mephisto's dog. We got left on a cliffhanger. We didn't have an epic battle with Mephisto. The Spiritborn is 50 tiers better than every class, which, by the way, was fun for a while. The Evade Spiritborn, it was fun. I don't think anybody can deny that.
Hell yeah.
There are some people worried about whether they should purchase the next expansion. Did you guys kind of feel that some of the things in the expansion didn't quite go the way that you wanted? And are you feeling like the next expansion
this is like the spicy questions. Let's go.
Really good for the game that people should go out and buy?
Am I feeling that the next expansion is going to be good for the game? Yes. Yes.
Okay. Well, we'll just... Okay. Okay. Well...
No, he was asking about the previous expansion, though.
It's a longer sentence. Yeah.
I'll take it.
Wait, he was asking about the previous expansion, though. And if they learn stuff.
Okay. Here's another question about balancing, right?
What the fuck?
I would think that
gotta be a
balancing the game for you guys is like pretty much impossible. Like I love numbers. I love math. I like sitting around in spreadsheets. And I don't know how I would do it.
I'm doing
and
that
the
right now.
The reason that I don't know how I would do it is, we kind of talked about this earlier, the magnitude of a lot of things in the game has gotten kind of out of control. It's like, are you hitting for billions? Are you hitting for trillions?
Quadrillions.
And I see some core mechanics that are changing, like the health potions and the healing, and the monsters are getting stronger.
Still going to be hitting
and you don't start with 15 skill points. Is this part of a bigger plan to bring the numbers back down to planet Earth? And will that in turn help you balance
Season 11 didn't do
characters,
that,
but the monsters and the encounters and
we went a bit slower, but
and the tower
still
and
trillions.
things like that? Is that the plan that's going on here?
I'll say like it's a secondary plan. Like I think like what we are looking for are areas where we've inflated power and it's not actually doing anything for you, the player, to feel more satisfied as part of what you did, like a reward. Or
crazy.
if it's just not a meaningful choice. Like something that we think a lot about in terms of character customization is what is a meaningful choice? Like, do I want a defensive aspect or do I want a unique with the damage multiplier in my slot? I'm taking a lot of damage, so I'm going to equip a defensive aspect. We like those chunky, meaningful choices. So what we are looking for are places to take out, sort of just power for power's sake. I think skill points is a good example where it's like, it's not actually making the game more interesting. I think it's actually making the game less interesting and the choices matter less. You just think about like, do I actually give a shit about this blue item at level 2 if I'm level 16 actually when it comes to the skill tree? And it's like, probably not. So we are looking for ways to trim those out. I say it's secondary because generally, again, our first primary goal is creating those meaningful choices, and if that sometimes results in higher damage, then I think we'll take that. It is something we don't necessarily love, though. So I'll agree with the like billions and trillions of damage is definitely something that we don't try and do.
I'll have a summary later here. I'm just writing down my notes.
So that'd be my answer on that one.
Well, it makes sense. So that it seems like it may all just kind of resolve itself as you take a look at the different, as you said, as you take a look at the different choices that people make and try to make it interesting. It seems like what you have developed lately is driving those numbers down, which once they are down, I think will just help with the I would imagine it would help design with the design of the rest of the game.
Can one shot Lilith, but
A
can't
really
kill a
simple
wooden door.
example in season 11, right, is the renowned stuff, including the altars and the power you get from those kinds of things. Right, the massive disparity between somebody who's played from the very beginning versus somebody who just starts playing is really, really difficult to balance for. It's like start at level 1 at either theoretical, level 1, or you have a bunch of skill points and a bunch of stat points and a bunch of Paragon already and way more emotions. These are two different worlds. Players were not playing in the same space, even with a seasonal fresh start, which, like, by definition needs to accomplish that, right? So I know it's like it's a loss, but to Colin's point, there's not really anything interesting about starting with all that stuff that you gained. The whole point of a season is to have that refresh cycle, and it was starting to be detrimental to the overall balance of the game. So out it goes.
I completely agree. Just a quick time check. I'm having a blast. I got some fun questions coming up. How are you guys doing? You want to keep going?
I'm still comfy.
So good.
That's cool.
The hoodie saved the day again. Okay.
Yeah, the hoodie.
Let's talk about my favorite topic, endgame. Towers here. Leaderboards are here. I like that. Thank you. I'm very interested to see like the progression of it as we go forward. It's in beta. We're still hitting for billions. Like, it's whatever. But I appreciate that it's there. Do you guys have plans to add more pinnacle encounters to the game or anything like that? Is that on the radar at all, or other end game content? Like, another thing that you guys added was you added the raids, and I guess I had the World of Warcraft mentality. I was like, okay, well, World of Warcraft, you have Gruul's Lair and Magtheridon. We do a Serpent Shrine Cavern, and then they'll release Tempest Keep, and then they'll release Mount Hyjal, but we've still had the same thing. Can you guys talk to me about just I know you don't want to give anything away, but high-level end-game plans? And are we ever going to see something like Uber Lilith, where we can wipe 1 week in a row and see if we can get 1 kill on her. I thought that was amazing.
Yeah,
personally.
we need more challenge, man, and it also needs to be rewarding.
On the raid, the intention was not necessarily to enter this kind of cyclical MMO style thing. It's kind of incongruent with the rest of the systems of the game, which is, yeah, if you want to go progress, go
But
do
Lilith
this
got
one
made
piece of
so
content,
easy.
right? We have a different sort of end game, so we kind of look at that almost in the same vein as Echo of Lilith that you were kind of bringing up, which is like, hey, here's the thing that you can go and you can achieve, you can accomplish, and it's like this big challenge you can go and do, and it's not necessarily intended to be this massively replayed till the end of time sort of thing. It just kind of exists as this, I sort of did it, and I can challenge myself to do it. But we are interested in, other ways we can leverage this content in the seasonal framework, where you can say like, oh yeah, you can go do that. Maybe you get something for it for doing it that one time, kind of like what we've done with Echo of Lilith, right? So looking for opportunities like that is, I think, the right space for something like that. We're not necessarily looking to add more explicit, like super difficult raid content in the context of like raid tiers in an MMO, right? Maybe someday we do it just to have more stuff for that kind of feature, but the positioning of that is very different in the action RPG space than in the MMO space. And we're not looking to change the action RPG into an MMO.
Is one of the reasons like maybe you wouldn't want to add more raids is because you guys are working on SSF and that's more of like a multiplayer only thing? Would that be like, do you guys consider that like a waste of your developer time?
Not really. At least I don't view the game in this sort of like this monoculture sort of way, right? I kind of think of it as we have a bunch of different audiences that play this game. One thing that unifies them: dark gothic action RPG. They like Diablo. Cool. What are all the facets of that? Let's make sure everybody gets what they need from the game, right? The needs of a casual person trying to play through the campaign on the couch is very different than somebody pushing solo self-found leaderboards, right? They both get to be happy, and we can do we can do everything we can to make sure that they're both happy, and we believe we can.
Okay. One of the most widely discussed topics would be the skill tree. And, it's been accused of being, kind of small in magnitude in terms
What
of
do they call it, Rax? Tell me exactly.
Well, I don't know. Like, how mean can I be? How mean can I be? I'm trying to be nice here.
The skill twig.
The skill twig. And I know you know this, Colin. I know we've talked about this before, but that's honestly not like the only problem with it. It might not even be like the main problem with it, right? It's also like where you derive your power from. Like every cool thing that I will ever get on my build has nothing to do with my skill tree, which doesn't make a whole lot of sense. So obviously without like giving away future plans, if I remember correctly, not to put words in his mouth, I think Adam said that the skill tree is a major focal point for you guys. Can you just tell me like the high level ideas of how you guys might approach expanding this in the future?
Yeah, so you touched on it. The skill tree is the foundation of your build, and we feel like it's not doing enough to create a broad foundation for builds, so there will be major updates on it on the horizon.
That's cool.
That's all I can say.
Okay.
Major
this is
updates.
NDA stuff, guys. We gotta wait for that. Okay, but it sounds like they know what's problem here. So this is one of the things that makes me the most sad in Diablo 4, and it has to do with, I believe it was what Zabin said earlier, or maybe it was Colin. I don't know. We're all talking about everything, where we talked about mythic uniques, right? And how when they first came out, they were the greatest thing ever, and nowadays they're a formality, right? You get your pieces, you craft it, you go kill Belial or Duriel 100 times. It will drop, you put it on, it's a formality. The thing that I loved in Diablo 2 so much, I don't know if there's ever been a game that just gives you that dopamine hit when a jaw rune drops or a griffin's eye drops. It's just the best feeling. Do you guys have you guys looked at that system at all about injecting some kind of dopamine in the future where these mega drops can just happen just by playing. You get home from work, you put the kids to bed, and you're just hoping to hit the miracle on the slot machine here, rather than just methodically, checking the boxes and putting on your 4 mythic uniques every single season.
Yeah, I think this is something that's very near and dear, right? Like the game should have these exciting moments. Actually, because we have the opportunity to talk to you, I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. When we add the leaderboard, and this is a genuine question, when we add the leaderboard, are you going to be okay if your leaderboard placement in a lot of ways sometimes comes down to somebody who got the god drop? Like if we could make all the mythic uniques super fucking rare, right? Only one in, I don't know,
it's a difficult question.
Drop. And if the person above you is above you because he has Tyrael's might, do you think that's going to be a frustrating experience?
If he didn't swipe for it, I mean, I think about it.
Well, you can't swipe for it. It's a combo.
Why wouldn't they win?
Okay.
It's the core of an ARPG.
If you logged in in SSF, and we're blasting, and you got the Sword of 1,000 Truths, dude, bro, if you don't win, you fucking suck, dude. You suck. Yeah. I would never withhold putting the Sword of 1,000 Truths in Diablo 4 for fear that someone might find it over me and beat me. It's exactly the opposite. If you have the sword, I'm going to try to beat you, and then I'm going to be DMing you and tell you what a fucking noob you are. Because if I had that sword, I would have done 10 tiers higher.
All right.
You know what I mean? No, yeah. That doesn't bother me at all. But it would bother me. If I was playing on standard mode and the guy has every single mythic unique because he swiped, or whatever you want to call it, legendary item because he swiped for it. Which is why I'm so glad to hear SSF is coming, because I already know, unfortunately, the top of the leaderboards are just going to be an RMT joke outside of SSF. I don't know how you guys would combat that.
Yeah, that was a great answer, and I appreciate that. So, like, we do want to create more dopamine drops in the game.
It's going to create frustration,
part of
though,
it
if
right
it's
now
too
is
rare.
that a lot of the cool
Especially
drops
from
in the
casual
game
player.
are very much customizing your build, as well as giving you a ton of power. And I think what that means is, without that customization, build crafting is pretty flat. So we've had to jack up the legendary and unique rates, because you can't assemble a build without all the aspects. So that's like one part of it. But yes, we do want to add more dopamine drops to the game. We're trying this with sanctification, right? Like, we also, outside of drops, we're hoping to create some crazy highs of the sanctification outcomes. So it's something that we do want to add to the game very much.
And I wanted to kind of double down on
And then there's the bricks.
The only thing that can elicit that, that feeling is a specific, a helm or a whatever dropping, like an item, piece of gear. That's a very narrow space, but try to make as many different avenues where this
I don't
can
know why
happen.
you play online game
Kind of spreads it
for
around.
me,
It
it's
doesn't
not
feel the
it, but
pressure on
I
one
understand
single
what you're
part of the
saying.
game having to deliver that sort of dopamine hit. So sanctification is a good example of how this may be kind of expressed through the crafting side, right? And we're looking actively for other places where we can kind of create that feeling outside of the space of this very specific piece of gear dropped, or this very specific item dropped. Not to say in place of those, right? But in addition to those. So those don't have to hold up the entire thing on their back. Game's really big. We feel like there's space that's worth looking at.
Wait, did they talk more about sanctification? They talked about it, but they didn't really say about any changes.
That's this kind of stuff we're looking at right now.
Yeah, there's lots of avenues, right? Like, for example, you said the tower there opens up the pit to maybe give you a goblin level that might make you feel like $1 million, for example. That's not a legendary item that could feel good. So here is a very, very interesting question. Let's just talk about crafting at its highest level. So, is crafting ever going to take a bigger role in Diablo 4? When I wrote this question, I've heard people talking about it. When I started to think about, like, you guys are systems guys, when I thought about crafting in the Diablo franchise, it really hasn't ever been that crazy. Like, what do you do in Diablo 2? You have some cube recipes. That's something. And but it's just re-rolling in Diablo 3 and da-da-da-da-da. Like, it hasn't been, like, a huge, like, entire system that I can remember ever in a Diablo game. But
like crafting.
Are we going to expand this beyond tempering and masterworking? For example, are we going to be able to take like a good base item, 0 to hero, and turn it into something fantastic? Is that on your radar? How do you approach like that system at the high level?
Yeah, it's definitely on our radar. And just to go back to a point Zavin brought up, there's a lot of different people who play the game, and it's not always just like, oh, are you core player, are you casual player? There are some people who just really like crafting, and that's how they like getting their items, and we want to service that. So yes, crafting is absolutely something that we do want to flesh out in the future, because we think it's one of those places where, you know, it feels really good to have that place to pull the slot machine lever on, like, can I craft a good base into something amazing? So that is something that we are very interested in exploring.
Are you thinking that in that system that even stuff like gray items or blue items would have value? Like you would pick them up and
that'd be great.
Go from there? Or are you thinking like it starts with like a yellow item, or maybe you haven't hashed that out yet?
Potentially, yeah, for sure. We're not ruling it out.
Yeah. We're definitely further in terms of steps to that, but it's not off the table.
Okay. Loot filter. Loot filter? Diablo 4? That a thing?
We're looking into it. Actively.
Okay.
Actively.
Oh, okay. That's a little better. Okay.
If you think about, like, ever since Elite 2.0,
if they're gonna do
or
it or
Smart
not?
Loot, I should say, in Diablo 3, like the game just like clears out some stuff for you. So arguably the game just has a built-in filter of sorts, and it just sort of just does things for you behind the scenes to make it feel smarter, so you get drops and stuff. So it's a process to kind of sort through what it is that we actually need from something like this.
You gotta have a hoodie, man. Look.
So I guess kind of tied to loot filter, stash space.
Black hoodie.
We gotta get more stash space. Is that a thing?
Stay tuned.
Oh man, come on.
So we got a roadmap for last year. Will we get a roadmap for 2026? Is it coming anytime soon?
Black hoodie?
Anything on a new roadmap?
Yeah, so that was the 2025 roadmap, and here we are rapidly getting to the end of the year. So kind of going forward, we're probably going to be adjusting maybe how we like phrase it and talk about it. Something more like a more broad framework of it, as opposed to an explicit sort of like launch window thing, maybe.
With Black hoodie?
But we are looking at what is the right kind of format to talk about the future plans. Something like the tower, as an example, is just going to have sort of its own timeline and its own reality that's going to be working, because it's really iterative. Like, we know we have big blank post-it note, insert major iteration here,
right?
Right? It's like, oh, I don't know, let's see what players say, and then we'll do stuff, right? So we kind of have the slots set aside to be able to do some of these things. We don't have explicit plans in all cases. So making a roadmap into 2026 gets way more complex to talk about, because it's a IOU iteration at this time. And we just don't know what those plans are in some cases.
Is it just me, or is that actually a better situation to be in? Because what we were in before, it looked like you guys had already worked ahead, but then like right away people said they didn't like powers, and we got it 4 times in a row or whatever. But now you're like, okay, I have this new feature, and I'm going to take all the feedback, and I'm just going to spend a ton of time with all the feedback that we gave the next season, making it better in addition to whatever else you have. That sounds way better to me than what we had before, right?
Sure, we have a hoodie.
They'll have their positives and
gonna be
negatives,
the black
I
hoodie.
suppose. I look at it. So, like, if you go look at the 2025 roadmap, tower and leaderboards are on the other side of the year, but you're playing them now. So things change even in the roadmap, right? Like we literally listen and adapt those plans, and if we have to move things around, we'll move them around. That's always been true, and I think arguably one of the biggest problems with a roadmap of any kind is it feels like it's set in stone.
The lights turn
whereas
off.
we all know things change and we can move things around, but it feels like it's a very strong commitment and the players don't have any, voice, and there's no opportunity to react. It's like, no, we absolutely have an opportunity to react and respond and change things, right?
That's good.
But do we really want someone to like every day go and maintain this like public roadmap all the time? So maybe the framework approach works out better. We'll see.
That's fair.
Okay. Question for you guys. Do you guys have any plans to add horizontal progression to Diablo 4? Maybe something not like completely based upon power level or moving further along in the actual game, just like fun little side things. Is that on your guys' radar at all? Do you guys allocate any developer chats or time to things like that?
I think one thing I think we think very highly of is like alting. I think it's a really fun way of horizontal progression in the game, and right now, like, I don't think there's enough vectors for you to get cool gear for your alt, right? And I think that's something that's
Rebirth
definitely
function
missing.
would also
So,
be
like,
great.
alting is something that we think is really cool in terms of horizontal progression. We've tried to do some of this with some of the season's journey objectives in the past, where like there might be some interesting side things for you to go do. That's a little bit more horizontal. I'll say like another thing that I think kind of we think is a cool opportunity space is just horizontal progression within your own character, like assembling new builds and things like that. It's part of why we added the armory. I do think like one of the things that is making horizontal progression in terms of like I'm a fire mate or fire sork and I want to create a frost sork is there's a couple of systems that really calcify your build in an obnoxious way that prevent you from wanting to switch archetypes. No plans or anything like that, more just a note on like, yeah, it feels like Paragon sort of like locks you into things and it's really tedious to undo. So that's like a potential opportunity space that we'd love to like make better in the future.
Rebirth is a must, yeah.
Real yet, but more just commentary on it.
We liked it in D3.
That was my next question. Any plans to update the Paragons? We'll consider that one answered. So I'm guessing that I won't get an answer on the next 4 questions, but pardon me while I just YOLO them anyway, if you don't mind.
Sure.
I guess let me ask it this way. Maybe I can get an answer.
You didn't really talk about Season 11 much.
Why is Diablo
it's more philosophy,
not in Diablo 4?
Yeah. I'm not gonna spoil the story.
He's busy, I guess. I don't know.
Maybe he's dead. We killed him.
I hope he becomes unbusy because I would love to see him.
How he
He's
not
in the
dead?
other Diablo games.
We are we're
What about
we've
the
been really
cow level?
focused on telling the story of kind of the age of hatred is what we've been kind of thinking about this internally and connecting all of this stuff. And
He's
everyone
such a
saw
troll.
obviously in the base game with Lilith and then connecting to Mephisto and then the Harbinger and stuff. So there's plans in the future.
What about the cow level?
But they are squarely focused on this current arc.
Stay tuned for everything.
We're still battling Mephisto. We'll see Diablo later. He's busy.
No, he's dead.
I actually can't believe this isn't in the game. The cow level, like, how is that not in?
What
That's
level?
like the most fun thing to do.
What?
How do we not have that?
What is that?
The what?
The cow level. You know what I'm talking about.
No.
I don't know what you're talking about. There's a cow level?
Is there?
I think he means the farm.
I think you're playing a different game.
Like in Scott's Glen, the cows that roam around the...
I remember watching Rax like kill the cows.
I killed
Yeah, he killed
whatever
cows.
it was, 600 of them, and I went to the stupid ass
Nothing happened.
shack or
No.
whatever, and then the Discord data mined all the things, and it was just a wild goose chase. I did that. I did it twice.
It's gonna come out on
I did it-
April 1st, guys.
I did it twice actually. You guys know exactly what that is. You put it in the game. You're gaslighting me.
Sounds like a very elaborate hoax.
Sounds
if
like
I
a
had to
bug.
guess. I think probably good to move on. So
Yeah, it's a bug.
Okay, so last question, and we'll wrap it up here. And I'm not going to get an answer, so let me try to ask
What's
it
the
in a
new
way that I
clause?
might get an answer. It seems like all of us, like not at Blizzard,
No, not what's the new class?
really like
Hello?
the Paladin.
Oh, it
And
is.
you guys don't seem to share the same love for the Paladin that we do. So is that true? Like why? Like what's the deal with the Paladin here?
What about
Can
the
you
witch dog?
describe what you mean? What is a paladin?
the holy man that goes around and burns everything, and
Wait, he
does
burns?
the smite and the hammers, you know?
Who burns?
Like a crusader, but better.
I like the guy.
I mean, you know, I think Crusader was a fun class. I don't know. Maybe.
Debatable.
Yeah.
Maybe one day.
Who knows?
It's gonna be a
I
witch
don't know if it
doctor.
would fit, honestly. Paladin seems kind of like outside the ballpark, so.
Hey, totally. What about
Necro has
what
a
about the
shield,
witch
so
doctor?
It's good enough.
Yeah.
The Necro
God,
has a shield, so it's
That
good
was
enough.
terrible. Okay.
Oh
Well,
my god, dude. That was
on
a
a
good
more
one.
on a more serious note, for me, not as a host, but for me as just a fan of the Diablo franchise, for you guys to sit here for more than 2 hours, answer all my questions, just YOLO it, and have
cool.
a real deep discussion about the game, it means a lot to me. I had a blast talking to you guys. I hope you guys felt the same, and we'll see what the community thinks of it. But I absolutely loved it. Hearing what I don't like hearing me talk, but I liked hearing what you guys had to say. So I really appreciate you guys taking the time. I had such a great time talking to you.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you so much for having us.
What's
This
the
was a ton
call
of
level,
fun, and
boys?
It's cool to be able to talk to you in an open forum like this. So it's very unique. Thank you.
And is there are you guys are there more interviews coming? Are you talking to Rob? And then is there another interview? Like, do you guys know anything about that? I think Rob has an interview as well, right? Is it with you guys or?
No, I think it's us.
Okay.
Yep.
Excellent. So we'll see what Rob can cook up there, and I don't know. That's all I had, guys. So if you don't have anything,
let's go. GG.
Duck tomorrow and Rob on Thursday.
That's right.
Yep.
Thank you.
That's right. That's the order. Yeah.
And we're gonna go Black
all
Hoodie,
right,
guys.
Well, thanks for everything. Let's do this again in the future. Let's meet back sometime, and if you want to,
we're gonna go
round
Black
2,
Hoodie.
I would love to do that.
Yeah, me too.
Awesome. Thanks, dude.
Okay.
Oh man, GG.
Later,
guys.
We're gonna be Black Hoodie, or what?
All right.
That was Rex,
Well. I really wasn't reading anything from chat. I was dialed in there. I had more questions, but we weren't going to get answers from them. I was trying to read the room.
I can't even see who. Yeah.
Enchanting.
Well,
You
there was a
didn't
lot
like
of
that
like
they
high
ignored
level
your-
talk, like especially like philosophy stuff.
Diablo question.
Let me put some music. Oh, I think we learned quite a lot. Stay tuned. Yeah, I should make a summary probably. I did take some notes, guys. And I obviously have my own questions here. I think some of them they answered, but it was mostly like a very philosophy approach with a lot of the questions. But we did like, especially like the solo cell phone stuff, and like we did learn quite a lot. Diablo was joining the set. Stay tuned for more. What is the cow level? Man, what are bricks, guys? Relax, man. What are bricks? I can't like wear this. It just annoys me. It's too hot as well. Diablo is coming. Okay, let me quickly go through my questions about the stuff that they didn't answer, and then we'll make a quick summary recap. Let me check out Rex, guys. I already linked the YouTube. We're also gonna link the Twitch here, man. Like he's gonna be blasting this. Hell yeah, dude.
Well, guys, I understand why they didn't answer some of the questions. They probably have like.
Yeah, they can't answer them. Like some people are so stupid, man. Of course, like they're not gonna, like I don't know. People were expecting like they're gonna reveal the expansion in like an interview with a streamer. Like, it's just not realistic expectation. Like they're not gonna, I don't know, like release the whatever, like expansion information on like a stream interview. Like it's just not gonna happen. They said Paladin doesn't fit in D4. Well, I don't know if you
Rob,
noticed, like
my man.
Hey.
Hope you're doing well.
Hey, thank you, Aubrey, man. Much appreciate the support. Yeah, same to you, my friend, man. Hope all is well. I've seen you've been blasting a lot of D2. Either way, guys, sarcasm sometimes can be hard on the internet. Like, especially like that segment where they talked about the non-existing cow level. You know, like Paladin talks, Crusader talks. What was the other topic they didn't really say anything about? But there was like definitely some sarcasm in some of those placements. Stash tabs. Yeah. You know, like, especially the cow level doesn't exist meme. Like, sometimes you just gotta read between the lines, guys. I know sarcasm is hard on the internet. Yeah, the Diablo, yeah. Diablo, new class, and cow level, guys. Obviously, they all don't exist. Like, we don't even know... We don't need... What the fuck is my tweet, dude? Like, I open Twitter, the first thing I see is this, dude. No, anyways, I wanted to go see what... Like... SSF. Roll eye face. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know about this feed, dude. Lana Rose? I don't even know who that is. What? Gotcha. That's a new class? Lana Rhodes? No. SSF. Roll eyes. Super Saiyan 4 Barf skin, dude. Yes. The new door class, guys. The new class is gonna be a walking door. And it's bound to be the most OP class ever. You all are paid shills who obviously suck some D. The normal people want answers. Why the fuck is the game ass? Wait, what? Everybody's a chill and everybody's paid off? Yeah, sure, man. Everybody's paid. Door class? Yeah, that's a new class, guys. It's a walking door. The new class is gonna be a bard. Who knows, dude? Yeah, did you guys all get your check from Blizzard, guys? Where my money at, dude? I didn't get a payment. Hello? Like, where's my payment? Where's my money, dude? You better give it. Oh, everybody's been paid off, man. Paid actors, guys. Paid shatters. Yes? They're all paid. The new class is a door. Okay, so potentially more Tormenteers. A lot of philosophy talk. Let me summarize this. Yeah, they talked about, like, I mean, I don't know, like, if they can nail them on the number, but they talked about the potential of 8 Tormenteers. Door animation. Okay, this is kind of double. Yeah, I feel this is like all they didn't really say anything about masterworking. Like, what was you guys' take? What did they say about sanctification? Yeah, they can't make it too powerful, but that's it, right? They didn't really say anything about bricking. I mean, they mentioned the word bricking for a second, but not really any like conclusive stuff, right? So I can keep like I have like a bunch of questions about sanctification, and I'm just gonna like, yeah, I'm just gonna ask this. This is my question. Kill 600 cows. Well, they did talk about like this stuff being mandatory to rank on the leaderboards, but in the concept of having mythics, not in the concept of brickification. Yeah, I'm still gonna ask this question because they didn't answer. Also this one, man, like holy moly. Well, they did say though, they want to focus more on odds. So maybe instead of this level requirement BS, maybe instead of this indestructible bullshit, which does nothing to anyone, it could just remove the level requirement. I think that's a cool idea. Like instead of the item like just doing nothing, it could just be like you can now equip your Giga weapon on level 1. How do you feel about that? Like I think that could be kind of fun. Barb is back. Yeah, for now. I'm gonna ask about the Barb nerfs, yeah. I don't remember where this is. I have so many questions, dude. Like, I feel like I can maybe remove like 2 questions, but all the other questions like are just very different. We have questions about leveling, masterworking, amulets. Like amulets, huge problem with so many stats and the enchanting even. I mean, I did think a lot about these questions I'm gonna ask. And I might not get to all of them, right? Yeah, we're gonna talk. Rob Dev interview November 6th, 11 a.m. What is it? Is it PDT or PST? 8 p.m. CT. I don't know if it's like, because we had the fucking time. What time zone is it right now? Like, we changed the time zones. I think, is it like, oh, it's confusing, dude. Okay, anyway. Okay, it fits on 4 pages. 47 hours? Yeah, you're leaving the stream. Wait, so is it PST, PDT right now? Is it PST or PDT? I think it's PST. What time zone is America at right now? Yeah, it's PST. In Europe time? I don't know what it's called. I know what... Is it CET or CEST? That's my time zone. Okay, it's CET. Okay, this is correct then. 11 a.m. PST is 8 p.m. CET. Yeah, man, I know America got 3 time zones, but Blizzard's headquarters is in Los Angeles, California. Yeah, I'm not gonna write every time zone. You have to do the calculation yourself, yes? It's at 11 a.m. Local time in California, which is 8 p.m. German time. I think now it's all correct. But it was just confusing because we had double time zone switch. First, Europe time zone switched, and I believe last week, America switched the time zones to summertime, to wintertime. That's the, like, normally, I mean, time zones are complicated, but normally, like, it's not that confusing. It's just now because of the time switches. And then, you know, Germany or Europe already switched, but America didn't switch yet. And then it was 8-hour difference, and now it's 9-hour difference again. Yeah, we switched off summertime, but only just recently. Yeah, anyways, I don't know if I can remove even any question here. I think we're just gonna leave them all on. Yeah, I mean, I can ask this about the bosses, that's fine. This one we didn't talk about, this one we didn't talk about. Yeah, sanctification, I mean, it was talked, but it wasn't really answered, so I'm gonna ask again. Yeah, values rolling outside of range. Okay, aspect pool limited. I mean, I can also talk about this. Oh, here, this one, I really feel like it wasn't touched on as well. Amerika ist wunderbar. Yeah, so is Rammstein. Hair is too good for a hoodie. Yeah, that's why. I mean, I was wanted to go with the black hoodie theme, but I also, like, wearing a hoodie like this, it just fucking annoys me. Like, it's just annoying, you know? Like, it just annoys me. I can't, like, it's too hot and it's, I don't know. I can't wear a hoodie with the cape on for like long period. It just annoys me. It's fucked up. Either way. Okay, I think I might skip this question. I think this question is not really adding so much now. So that's a potential skip. Yeah. Melee build disadvantage, attack power. Oh yeah, man. Attack power is the biggest debate in the game ever. Yes. Did they talk at all about the pit changes? Yeah, did I miss it? I'm off to bed. Have a good night. Hey, Bob, thanks so much for tuning in, man. Yeah, I'll not be here tomorrow. I still have IRL stuff, but I'll be on Thursday with the interview. I'll be online a couple hours earlier, prepare everything, and then get there. Yeah, they didn't really talk about this, right? Like, I feel... Oh, my God. I didn't really spell check this. What time is my interview? It's at 8 p.m. Europe time. So I'll probably be live like at 6 or something. Yeah, if you have like some I mean, I already told you this, Mikuna. If you have some more questions, I mean, this is for everybody. You guys can just like post more stuff. But like, I already have like a lot in this document, and I'm not sure if I'm gonna get to ask all these questions. It's a lot. And I feel like my questions are a little less focused on just the philosophy, because I feel like a lot of the philosophy stuff can be interesting, but that's already gets talked about so much. Like philosophy, like that's like in their presentations always as well. I mean, this is also like going in direction of philosophy a little bit, but I also just want to know what they're going to change, dude. Public profile? Who's they? I want the profiles to be public. I think sharing is caring, and sharing should be there. It should not be people hiding bugs and builds on the leaderboards. Yeah, actually, I don't know who that person is. Let me see what Adam tweeted. We have DoQ. Does anyone know his channels? I tried to Google him. I couldn't find anything. Like, where is he going to... I mean, he's probably going to be talking Korean. Do you know this guy? Anyone? DoQ. I mean, he's probably a Korean creator, right? Yeah, what is his channel even? I like to watch. At least I don't want to overlap like all the questions that we might already gotten an answer to. But yeah, I feel like some stuff here was not really talked about. Boss problem. We have a lot more questions. Yeah, I'll probably make a summary as well. Sanctification. Yeah, they didn't really talk about it so much. Master working, tempering, sanctification. Support characters, more synergy. Yeah, I mean, this is mainly all Tower Pit topic. Solo cell phone talks, soon TM. So they talked about this for quite some time, D4 becoming D3. Season challenge. It was a long interview. Skill tree, major updates coming. This is like pretty much itemization. I will classify this. Yeah, I'll record a quick summary for YouTube in a few minutes. There is no cow level. Should I say there is no cow level? Diablo. What did I say about Diablo? Diablo is missing and Paladin Crusader is praying. Like, I don't know, like how we put on with the with the sarcasm themes here. Diablo is dead and the Paladin is in church. Something like this. Alright, Diablo is busy. And the Holy Knight is praying. No, the Holy Knight... No, wait. They said something. We have Necromancer. And the Necro... This is going to be good to end. Necromancer already has a shield. Already has a shield. LOL. Yeah, that's perfect for YouTube, man. People in the comments are going to have a field day. Yeah, that's what they said. There's no cow level. I don't know what you're talking about. Diablo is busy and the Necromancer already has a shield, guys. It was perfect, dude. 10 out of 10. Necromancer already has a shield. Oh, that was so good, dude. Yep. That's it, guys. No Crusader needed. Necro already has a shield. Oh, man. The YouTube comments are gonna have a field day, I'm telling you. Great stuff. Oh, yeah. Expansion is gonna be good. Wait. Yeah, okay. Expansion is the expansion. Expansion good. D4 bad, expansion good. There is no cow level. Diablo is busy. The Necromancer already has a shield. I gotta tell it with a straight face later on. Yeah, I'm definitely gonna answer questions, ask questions about the barb, like class balance. This is my class balance questions here. I gotta go bathroom for a second, guys. Then we'll make a quick summary with all this, man. I think it was great, dude. Be a sec. Alright. Necromancer already has a shield. I still loving about that. What counts? But already linked me. End game suggestions. End game leaderboard proposal 7 months ago. PvP leaderboards. I don't know about that though. Horde leaderboards, I'm digging. Gauntlet leaderboards, okay, that's gone. Under shitty. Nah, okay, Pit is good. Nah. Yeah, I mean, they could make a lot of stuff, right? Oh yeah, I'm gonna talk about the new server. Let me actually like close some of the stuff here. Okay, I think we can delete everything. That was the feedback. This can go here. That's my feedback video. Oh wait, I need to have the Game Award page. The Game Awards. Hello, is this loading? Okay. Yeah, we're probably also gonna watch the trailer for the video. Right? It's a great trailer, man. I could watch this 10 times. It'd still be interesting, especially because new people come in all the time.
Thrilled to share some. Everyone,
I just not sure like why like all these like the chat on Bilibili is like always like in the middle of the video. Like the fuck. No, China doesn't get a new server. China gets a server. You can't play Diablo 4 like legit if you're in China. It just like it doesn't work. On the 7th this week there'll be a test server, server slam in China. The interview happened. Yeah, I'm gonna record a quick summary now. Hey guys, my interview is in 2 days. I don't know, like somebody said it was next week. What the fuck? No, it's on Tuesday. Thursday, sorry. Oh, today is Tuesday. They did bring up doors. Well, they did say, they talked a lot about doors, but they did say they're not gonna remove them completely, at least as of now, right? I should probably like put this somewhere else. Yeah, I'm not sure where I'll put this. I'm just gonna put it here. It can just be a random document. Yeah, these are the confirmed times, guys. It's gonna be on the 6th of November in 2 days, 11 a.m. PST, 8 p.m. CT. When does it come to Chaos Armor? Maybe a question to add back Kana Ice Cube. Yeah, I think I can delete a few here if we get to it, sure. Okay, so we did already talk about the roadmap. That I can delete that question. Okay, any chance we see Chaos Rift staying? What did they say about... They talked about stash space very briefly, right? It is just some easy rapid fire quality of life. Auction house, Bane of the Stricken, DPS meter. Okay, additional torment difficulties. They kind of answered this. I think I can delete this, right? They said potentially yes. Here, these all were already answered. Can we finally remove doors? Clan features like a shared stash, loot filter. Okay, instead of completely removing it. This one was answered. Solo cell phone, this was answered. Yeah, rebirth function, solo cell phone was answered. Do you have any more questions about solo cell phone, guys? I think it's pretty straightforward. A loot filter was answered. This was already answered. I think you can TP to any party member in game. Yeah. Make leaderboards only solo self-found. Well, that'd be a horrible idea. I think 90, I mean, going by PoE numbers, I think 90% of players are not, 10% of players maybe going to play solo self-found. Like, that'd be crazy. Yeah, I think it's a very niche amount of people that gonna play completely like solo without ever going into a group. That's crazy. Chat functionality. Ask them if we should watch the Game Awards. That's actually a good question. Okay, wait. I'm gonna answer that. I'm gonna ask that, yeah. Should we be watching, or should, let's say, Diablo fans be watching? Okay, I mean, they can, like, this is like very open question, right? They can make a joke about it, or that's a good question. Yeah, that's a really good one, man. Be watching the Game Awards on the, what is it? The 11th, right? I don't really, there's not many questions about the Chinese server, right? Oh, that's probably one of the first questions I'm gonna ask then. I think that's a pretty cool question. Yeah, that's a very good question, man. Yeah, that's a big W question. Like, they can make a funny joke about it, or like, I don't know. We'll see what they're gonna say. I mean, they want as many eyes as possible, so you can just crack like a joke, so we're gonna watch it. Hopefully. If you have a question to ask before, is missing the dopamine you get from drops? Rux asked that question. I have this dopamine. I like the questioning though. I have this dopamine as part of the tower question here. Because like there's not even a rank pop-up when you complete the tower. They're pretty much not anything. Yeah, I think it's a good question. But I'm gonna ask it in the context of tower and leaderboards. I have this in my feedback video already. They didn't give a decent answer. Yeah, but I don't know. Like, obviously they want to have this in the game. But it's not like that easy to just put it into the game, lol. Yeah, I don't know about that. Nah, these are my notes. The sheet is not live right now. I mean, you see it live on the stream. You get it's a beta answer. Yeah, but they can still talk about philosophy of this. If you get the beta, if they talk about it in beta, yeah, sure, it's in beta, but what's the long-term plan with that? You know, like I think that's still a valid question. The 2 dopamine item drops or small, more constant dopamine hits like path have with crafting. Yeah, crafting was a topic. I don't think I have crafting in here. I want to ask this. Let's just listen for this for a second. Okay, so Season 10 power level was extremely high now. And in Season 11, the power level comes down significantly. Actually, there should be... So in Season 11, power level compared to Season 10 is much weaker. Which I think can be good overall. Builds don't need to hit for 2 quadrillion per tech. However, one concern of many is the class balance. We had plenty S tier fun builds in Season 10. Again, looking at the tier list, man, we had like... we have like 16, 17, whatever the number is, S tier builds. I mean, there might be even some more, right? But like 15 plus S tier builds, right? It seems to narrow based on the PTR observations. How does the team evaluate class balance and what is it all balanced around? Is there like a certain pit level or a certain tower level that the build should be able to reach? And if yes, how high would that be? You know, are they balancing the game around like pit 80 or like what it take for a benchmark? You know, like what should especially with like them putting like new builds or reworked builds in the game. Like, what are you expecting, like, a new build to definitely do? Like, I think that's going to be a very good question. I mean, from my side. I hope you guys like it, too. I'm not sure if they're going to have a reveal, like, kind of stream, but, like, we'll see after these interviews. Yeah, okay. I mean, I feel we have to ask this, right? This is a Mekuna question. I think we gotta ask this. I just would love to see, man, they raise the movement speed cap. Like, you know, Sorg is up here having a lot of fun. The other classes are down here. Instead of nerfing the fun on the Sorg, what they should do is buff the weak classes. You know? But yeah. That'd be good. Sorg is dead, and that's it? Nah, man. Sorg is one of the most popular classes. Even with the teleport nerf, the Sorg is not dead. That's like... The thing is, like, that's like doomsaying, man. Oh, like, no, just because teleport is nerfed, the Sorg class is dead. Like, come on, man, that's not fair. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the developers taking notes, sure. Like, I mean, it helps get a better answer, right? Provide the question. Yeah, I'm just going to change some based on the answers that Rex has been getting. But I think most of the questions are still, like, standalone good. Snapshotting. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily need to ask this. Yeah. I mean, it's 4 pages of questions. I think I'm pretty confident I can get through these in 90 minutes, but 60 minutes might be a bit short. I'm gonna try to go fast. I don't see. They'll have some extra spare time. Simple question, why some builds can reach 120 and some only 75? Well, because the 120 build's bugged. I mean, on the PTR, that shouldn't, like, I mean, the high overperformers on the PTR were melted heart builds, and they're all probably going to be kept to some degree, which makes a lot of sense. It's just been too crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't expect, like, you know, because they made a 2-hour interview now, I'm not going into the interview expecting that they're going to make all the interviews 2 hours. Like, they said 1 hour to me, and like, I mean, I'm gonna get as many questions as I can in the hour, and then if they have more time, then that's cool, and if not, then that's fine too, you know? Like, I'm not going expecting the same, like, over time duration, right? Like, I'm just like, if it happens, that's great. When is the interview? Okay, guys, let me actually pin this. I'm interviewing the devs on Thursday, this Thursday, in 2 days at 11 a.m. PST. My dev interview, sorry, I should have pinned this, it's my bad. Yeah, I should have pinned this, sorry. Need infos about dupes? I was not really planning on asking on dupes. It would have been my question, but Season 10 kind of fixed the dupes, didn't it? Phoenix, do you still think like the duping is like widespread in the game right now? I haven't played since like a week or two, but like when I played Season 10, duping was not really a big factor anymore. In Season 9 and before it was, but they fixed it, as far as I know, or heard. I don't think duping was a big problem anymore. They finally fixed it. I don't know, if you know something different, let me know, like maybe. But it looks like they finally fixed the duping. Duping was fixed because BIS items were account bound? No. Like amulets and shit, there was still the same problem. I didn't see any dupe Belial materials or amulets or any of that. Yeah, but you can't put a Chaos Armor into your amulet slot, which is like the highest DPS you can probably get. I don't think there's much duping going on right now. It seemed to be they did a big fix. People didn't need mythics. Yeah, they definitely needed less mythics. But mythics were never, like, because they're account bound, you can't dupe. Even if you can dupe, it doesn't do much. Yeah, I have this question about, I mean, I understand why Chaos Armor is not really that easy to keep in the game, because it pretty much invalidates all the defensive slots. But what I would certainly like to see stay is the Chaos Rifts. I think they're pretty cool. Yeah, and we're going to be streaming on Thursday, guys, around my usual time, and we're going to have a big timer up to when a dev interview is and stuff. Can I cube? Yeah, I mean, maybe I can add it in like when we have time. Okay, we already had the stash space answered. This one they answered. The stash space question kind of got, I mean, like, as far as they could answer them. It's just a wasted question if I ask this, because we only have so much time, right? Well, I'm going to put this a little bit ahead. Should Diablo fans be watching the Game Awards on the 11th? More cosmetic drops? I mean, we have a lot of stuff, but yeah. Allow 1 Chaos Armor to be equipped. I think I have something. Yeah, I have this here. Would you be okay with this question, Gabriel? So it's like similar in this direction. It's more like not necessarily the Chaos Armor, but the Chaos Powers. I'm thinking about, for example, the Raven Druid. That's so the one button build that so many like. You're looking here at Savagery, for example, which is a very cool Chaos perk, which pretty much makes the Raven into a viable build, right? But when the season is over, Season 10, Season 11 comes, this is gone. And then Raven is just back to shit. So I think adding like something like this is more like better than adding the chaos power straight, not the chaos power, the chaos armor straight into the game. So I think I'd rather add that. Set items. Yeah, I mean, if I have time, I guess. It's gonna be one of my last questions because I don't think they're gonna like give an answer anyways. They can't give an answer to that. Like even if they would be working on set items, they probably can't like like definitively say yes to any of this anyways. It's like if I'm gonna ask them like what's the new class gonna be, like they're not gonna answer that. It's gonna be like, wait, what did they say again? I want to quote. There is no cow level, Diablo is busy, and the Necromancer already has a shield, lol. Nah, it's just a waste of question, man, come on. Sure, I would love an answer, but they can't give it, dude. The Necromancer already has a shield. Dude, that was such a perfect answer. Yeah, I missed the D. Man, that was a great answer, dude. The Necromancer already has a shield, lol. What is this Crusader you're talking about? The Necromancer already has a shield. Oh, yeah. Yeah, but I'd much rather see some of the Chaos powers come instead of the Chaos armor. The Chaos armor, the problem is putting this into the main game, it just devaluates the entire defensive system again. Plans for PvP? Do people really care about PvP in Diablo 4? I think most players don't care, man. I want to ask so many more questions. I'm sorry, I don't think I'm going to include that. I mean, it would be nice, but that's not really going to fix the game if they have PvP. No, I'm sorry, man. It's just like it's an interesting question, but it's just not priority. It's extra, yeah. And they already said they're not really going to do so many raid stuff. Diversity of builds is insane that no one is complaining about a class way powerful than the other. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be asking a lot about class balance in general. What was the answer to the stash space again? Like they're working on it or something? I don't remember exactly what they said word for word, guys, but we didn't get a definitive answer. But then the problem is if I'm going to ask the question again, yeah, stay tuned or something, they're still not going to give us an answer, guys. I can't ask the same question. I mean, I can, but there's not much sense of asking like a similar or same question as Rex because they didn't answer Rex. They're not going to answer me either because they're not allowed to answer. You know? Yeah, it's just wasted if I ask it again. I don't want to waste anyone's time, you know? We just want to have like a great conversation about stuff that we can actually get some answers from, right? Yeah, ask when D5's coming out. Yeah, what is the new class? When's Diablo 5 coming out, guys? Anything else? Brilliant questions. Like, when is the release date of this expansion? Show them a picture of your stash. Oh my god, man. Dude, there were some excellent memes of my garage in Discord. I don't know if I can find it, but this is basically... I think there are too many memes, but... oh, there have been some good memes about my stash. Like, I'm a hoarder, and I know it, guys. This is a Diablo problem. Yeah, I don't think I'm gonna find that, but man. One does not simply go to Gamescom. I agree with what you said earlier about GTA 6 coming around the same time. Yeah, should we ask the devs about GTA 6? So the question would be, like, I mean, they're never gonna answer this, but you know, like, it's a more like business strategic decision, right? If they should put the I think the GTA launch date would basically impact the launch date decision for Diablo 4 because, man, GTA 6 launches in May and it's just gonna be... I think every game launch kind of needs to work around that. Like, GTA 6 is gonna be huge, dude. Man, I was just scrolling through the memes. The fuck is this, dude? That was in December. Like, this is how far back I am already. When PoE 2 came out. But I gotta say, man, the Warrior was kind of shit in comparison to the Bob, I gotta say, early on. It was too slow. Lol, yeah. I'm trying... What the fuck is... Like, who did this? Wait, hello? Why does it download it? Okay, whatever. An extra stash and a half? Man, we have too many memes, dude, in this channel. I can't find it. Anyway, there was some fun stuff with how bad the stash can be. Yeah, I want to talk about Melted Heart briefly, ideally. Like how they're gonna basically approach Melted Heart balance. Slay by here. This was Spiritborn launch. Oh man. Oh dude. Fucking. Oh, I can't find it, guys. I'm only finding these. Jesus. Oh my god. Yeah, I remember here Diablo 4's most watched clip. Oh gee. Yeah, I can't find the picture of my stash space garage. It definitely existed. German Wi-Fi. Wait, she ain't streaming anymore? I think she is, no? Amaranth? Nope, I can't find it. Whatever, it was so fun. Anyway. Going to head with GTA is a death sentence. Yeah, I mean, if you like launch, like, I don't know, in the same week of GTA 6. Where is GTA 6 again? GTA 6 launch date. It's in May, right? Wait, just May, or do they have like an actual date? Coming in May. Oh, May 26th, 26. I was like, it's coming in May 26th. No. It's May 26th, 26. Okay. I was confused about that for a sec. Wait, what day of the week is that? Wait. Are they releasing GTA on a Tuesday? What is this? We have so much damage on Tuesday in Diablo. Yeah, so guys, expansion reveal. May 26th. Expansion launch. Yeah, that'd be ripped, dude. Yeah, the biggest problem is it's only coming out on console. I know. Ask them more about the general philosophy of the upcoming skill tree changes. I mean, they already did confirm in this interview that there's major skill tree changes coming and they will announce details soon. I don't think it's gonna help if I'm gonna ask them details about this. They're obviously not ready to talk about the skill tree major change that they mentioned just yet. Goblin event this season? I mean, maybe. Didn't they announce some event, guys? I barely like seen this event, but I think they did talk about. Obviously, this doesn't load. The fuck. Yeah, here was this. Dude, these memes, man, they're too crazy. Infernal Hordes? Okay, I didn't see this. Like, this is, thanks for linking this. From November 25th until December, Sanctuary ignites with increased infernal compasses. Increased chaos waves in the infernal hordes. Ah, that's pretty cool. Increased chaos waves in the hordes. I don't know why we need more compasses. I already have 500 compasses I can't ever spend. During Compass to Carnage, gaining an audience with the Fell Council has become easier than ever. Ah, that sounds pretty cool, but man, that's like they announced this in October for end of November. That's very far in the future. That's very far. Okay, we want to watch the trailer again.
Good.
But the picture is so good, dude. Red, green, blue, man. Hoodies. Yeah, what did we just watch? That was like a great meme, man. You see, like, it's fun that they embrace the memes like this, dude. The hoodie boys. Like, it looks so good. This is for the next season. No, this is this season. Sorry. Yeah. Whew. Actually, there's a lot of news. I haven't made a YouTube video in a while. So let's make what we call it, like a news roundup. This gonna be the thumbnail? Hell yes. Oh. Yeah, it's pretty good, dude. It was really... I love how the Diablo devs, like, they had the same with the damage on Tuesday, right? Damage on a Tuesday shirt. D4 devs. You see how they like embrace the memes, man? It's so good. Damage on Tuesdays. This is exactly how you do it with the memes, man. You know, you need to take some... Sometimes people make fun of you, sometimes you make fun of them. You just gotta be a good sport about it. Like, this is good. Like, embracing the meme like this with the damage on Tuesday, that was funny, dude. That's exactly how you need to do it. I really like that. Makes it so much more relatable. Yeah, there's a new Diablo Chinese server. Probably gonna talk about all of this now. Man, I think there's too many things. Because the event is coming at the end. Holy shit. Okay, let me just, I'll just do a quick news summary, okay, guys? Like, it's gonna be too much. It's so many different things for one video, but I don't mind. I just did a 1 hour video the last time. Maybe we'll just watch it from here. I think it's maybe a bit too big. I mean, this China server has some implications if you actually like listen to what the game director says about specifically the date, but we're going to get into it and a quick summary of the developer interview, guys. Yeah, it does affect you in terms of well, like there's going to be less Chinese players on this server here. So there probably is going to be big effects in the market if you're trading at all. It's also going to affect the leaderboards. And I don't know if they're going to do this or not, but historically they have been doing at least some pay to win in the Chinese region. Now, they did say they would never do this in D4. But I don't know, like this is NetEase publishing the game, right? And I've seen it in D3 where they're even like we're selling like XP boosts and bonuses and stuff like that. And even in D2 now. But yeah, we'll see how they're going to do this. Like, but people in China are pretty hyped. Yeah, Chinese leaderboard going to be separate as well. Yeah, they not only leaderboards, like they're going to have complete... I'm just going to get into all of this now, guys. I'm going to make a quick summary for everybody. Is this the main thing? So it's going to be like D4 is getting new servers and Season 11 dev update. Something like that. Yeah, there's so many news. We also have a new event. It's gonna be fun. Okay, I don't need this. And then we also have the live event. Okay, that sounds about right. Lots of stuff to get into, actually. Do I have... Yeah. Okay. Hey everybody, it's Rob here. It's been a few days. There's a lot of Diablo updates here. Diablo 4 is getting a new server. There's a new announcement here from Brent Gibson, the game director. We also had the talk here, Rex, with the interviews for Season 11. So we have a summary for the dev interview, all the updates about the new server and the new server slam happening in China for Diablo 4 this week on November 7th. We have a bunch of these updates. I also have an interview coming up with the devs here tomorrow on Thursday. And we also prepared a bunch of questions. We're also going to be live streaming this here on YouTube. This is going to happen November 6th, again tomorrow at 11 a.m. PST. So stay tuned for that. We also gathered a ton of questions. But today, Rex already had the interview with them, and I have the summary here. And on top of this, there's a live event happening where there's more chaos waves spawning in the game as well. The infernal hordes are getting blazed with Compass to Carnage. So a lot of news to cover. Let's start here with the interview. So Rex had an interview here with the Hoodie Gang with Colin and Zaven here, and they talked about 2 hours about all the potential stuff that's coming into Diablo, a lot about the philosophy, and I'm just going to have the quick summary here. For the full interview, I'm going to link Rex's channel. This was live streamed there, so make sure to check that one out as well. The first big thing they mentioned, and we're only going to be focusing on the big things, that there is a big potential for more Torment tiers coming into the game. Colin mentioned here, because they did rework the res and the armor system, that this basically sets them up to add more Torment tiers in the future. And in this interview, he mentioned that there is a potential of 8 Torment tiers. Obviously, like the number might change and stuff, but this is looking pretty interesting, and I'm all for it, having more difficulty, more Torment tiers, and also hopefully more rewards going forward. Then they talked a lot about the philosophy, and I listened very carefully because I don't want to, like overlap with all the questions, that I'm going to ask them. So I listened very carefully, and I already adjusted a lot of my questions that I'm going to ask in my interview here tomorrow. So they did, for example, talk a lot about the doors in the game, like how annoying it is to click the doors. And some people want to completely remove the doors, and I'm very much on that side as well. But right now the philosophy is they want to make all the door animations faster, and they already did that in the PTR to a degree. And like, for example, the Horde door, like, the time it takes from when you're done a Horde run, and then you go into, the Bartok guy, you definitely see the change that this is becoming much faster going forward. They talked about masterworking and tempering. Potentially, they are going more into the gaining and affix and making it into a greater affix, make it maybe more exciting than it was on the PTR. However, to me, it was not clear if this is a change that they want to do for Season 11 already or if this is going to be in the future. They also talked about sanctification. They didn't really talk about the bricking much, but they said they can't make this too insane with the leaderboards in mind. So I'm hopefully in my interview, I can go a bit deeper on this, and specifically I want to ask, a bit more about the bricking and also the expectations with the system and just a bunch of stuff here. I formulated the baseline questions here, allow us to modify items after that and stuff. Maybe I can get a bit more into that because I think that topic was a bit short. And they also did talk a lot about the tower and the pit, that this separation needs more time. I don't think it's done perfectly yet, and also it's in the beta feature right now, so there's a lot more stuff they want to do there. They mentioned, I think it was also Colin that he mentioned there might be some themes that influence how the tower is gonna be played each season. They do want to focus on the support characters and making more synergies in groups. We've already seen the first iterations of this in the PTR, where there's just more group synergy in general. And the pit and the tower, they will unlock each other, and they will also unlock itself. So this is an update from the PTR. If you clear a tower, it's also going to unlock the next tower tier. They did actually announce that they're going to make long-term, not for Season 11, but they're going to have a solo self-found mode in the game at some point. They said soon TM, don't expect it for Season 11, but they're actively working on implementing a solo self-found mode into the game. That's going to be pretty cool. Then we have a topic that was discussed for quite a long time. I also read this a lot in the forums, that Diablo 4 is basically becoming Diablo 3 or Diablo 3 3.5. And they didn't really see it that way because they are inspired by any good game, any good features. And I think this is the right way to do it. So if they see a feature that works well, and I'm just making this example, for example, the Valorb in PoE, and then they are bringing sanctification with an own twist into Diablo 4. I think if it's a great feature, I think that's cool no matter where it comes from, right? Because PoE also does the same thing. They took a lot of features from Diablo 2 and brought them into PoE, right? They said this in an interview many times, and I think that's exactly how competition should work, right? You just make each other's product better, and in the end, it's great for us gamers if they all take inspirations from fan favorite systems or from systems that work very well in other games. So the goal is not to make it the Diablo 3.5. Diablo 4 is a big team, and they're working on a lot of stuff. They're cooking, and I was there in August. There's a ton of people working on the game, and I think the future looks pretty bright. Then also they talked about season challenges because people were memeing a lot on the boss powers, and the powers were getting too repetitive. So they want to bring some stuff, maybe in a bit weaker form from the season into the base game, and just a lot of the times the season themes, they were too impactful to become core game mechanics. And I probably want to drill on this in my interview as well. Hopefully we can get at least some cool part of the chaos powers or some of the chaos powers back into the game. I was looking, and they didn't say this, but I'm going to ask this question in my interview about, for example, the savagery power here from the Raven Druid, making it into an aspect or in a unique to keep the one-button Raven Druid fun, or have some of the other stuff that was cool, like Chaos Rifts or something, as part of the core game. Because I agree with the devs, because they said, for example, if they want to bring back the Chaos armor itself, I think that would be very hard to balance, because you're basically going to have to redefine what the defensive aspect is at that point. And I understand how that's a big challenge and probably not feasible. They also talked about class balance in general. There's definitely going to be a power creep reduction, and the numbers are coming a bit down. They're definitely going to be staying true to that, and I'm probably going to dig on that a little bit in my interview as well. I want to know if they have a balanced tier or a goal that a build or a new build or reworked build should clear. Is it a certain pit or a certain tower level? And if yes, how high would that be? So I'm hoping to get an answer to that. I think that would be pretty cool as well, to just kind of know what the balance goal is. Like, is it pit 90? Is it pit 100? Is it pit 80? Like, I think that's going to be very interesting to dig a bit deeper there. Rex also talked with them about endgame plans. They do not plan to do more raid content, and they want to focus on content basically that you can also do solo, which I think is a big W. They also revealed that they have major updates coming to the skill tree. They couldn't really talk about any details yet, but we can stay tuned for major changes in the skill tree, as the Diablo skill tree has been criticized a lot about being too simplistic. And an extension of this, maybe make the tree grow bigger or whatever, right? I think that would be pretty cool. They also talked about more focus on dopamine drops in terms of itemization and getting mythics and stuff. And I think it was brought up that they should have a big impact, and we need more of this for sure. They also talked about more crafting support in the future. They also looking into options to make gray and blue items useful. I think that'd be cool. They didn't really say anything concrete about this. Again, there was a lot of philosophy talk in this interview. And then also they're actively looking into loot filters and stash space, but nothing to announce yet. 2026 Diablo 4 roadmap is coming at some point. The expansion is good. And then in the end, it turned into a bit more of sarcasm. They basically discussed the cow level, and the cow level obviously doesn't exist, guys. Everybody knows that. Diablo is not in Diablo 4 right now. He's basically busy. And when they're being asked about the potential or a potential new class, the Necromancer already has a shield, LOL, which I think was a great answer, because obviously they can't talk specifics on what the new class is going to be or whatever, right? They just can't answer these lines of questioning, guys. And I'm not going to try even to answer this kind of questions, but I have, again, my interview coming up here tomorrow. I hope you tune in. We're going to be live on Twitch and on YouTube, November 6th, 11 a.m. PST, 8 p.m. CET. Adam also posted this. I think there's also going to be an interview today here with Do Q in Korea. I'm not sure. Maybe we're going to learn some more stuff even today. If I learn some stuff, or let me know in the comments if you hear something. If I learn some stuff, I might make another update video on this. Then in other news, guys, there's a server slam happening in Diablo 4. Many of you don't know, the game is not out in China, and all the Chinese people have been playing on the Western servers, on the Europe, American server, and they had to use a VPN. But now, guys, there's a brand new trailer. There's a server slam, and there is a lot of hints, I think, in this trailer, specifically around the date when the full Chinese release happens. So they're basically publishing the game together with NetEase. They have a long partnership that they recently renewed. And they're going to be releasing the game in China. And listen to what the game director here says. And I think this may have some implications for a potential expansion announcement soon TM. It's just 1 minute here.
Hi everyone, I'm Brent Gibson, game director for Diablo 4. I'm thrilled to share some incredible news.
That's right.
Diablo 4 is coming to China.
China #1.
Very soon, players across China will be able to join us in the eternal conflict against the Burning Hells. First, starting November 7th, we will open a limited time public technical test. Everyone in China will be able to experience the opening act of Diablo 4 for free.
Free, boys.
And those who join us will earn exclusive in-game rewards.
Hell yeah.
Then, on December 12th, Diablo 4 will launch officially in China, marking the beginning of a new chapter with even more surprises waiting for you on that day.
Did you hear that? We're gonna listen to this one more time, because there is the date is the same date as the Game Awards are happening.
Even more surprises waiting for you on that day.
They said there's more surprises waiting for you on that day. So it's launching on the 12th in China, which is the 11th in America. And also what's happening on that date is the Game Awards. And they have historically announced, I think, a new class at the Game Awards and stuff. And I think this is a pretty big stage Again, I was already expecting this at Gamescom in August, but I think it makes a lot of sense to announce it at this stage here, December 11th, especially because the dates, like, they coincide. Like, they're going to release the full game on China, and they're going to, like, you know, like, you can now pre-order the expansion or something for the Christmas sales. And then I would think the expansion is coming somewhere around April or something, like maybe early summer. I think it makes a lot of sense to announce this early and to have the Christmas sales pre-orders for the expansion. And I'm also hoping to see like a class reveal at some point here. I think that'll be very, very cool. And yeah, we'll just listen to the rest of this. But that is very strong hints, like how the way he says it.
Exclusive in-game rewards. Then, on December 12th, Diablo 4 will launch officially in China, marking the beginning of a new chapter with even more surprises waiting for you on that day.
More surprises.
You can find all the details on the official Diablo 4 China website.
More surprises.
We've witnessed the fall of Lilith,
Dang.
the end of the Harbinger of Hatred, but this is only the beginning.
That's right.
Darker powers stir, and we need the Chinese heroes to join our ranks in the fight against the burning hells. We can't wait to stand by you in the battle to come.
Yeah, that's a fire trailer. This was posted only on Bilibili, guys, but they have a full like website here with all the stuff, and there's also like some hints here at some of the cosmetics that you can win when you sign up and stuff. But yeah, they have this server slam similar to how we had it in the West here in 2 days, November 7th, and then on the 12th of December, guys. And I don't know if this is a coincidence or not, but the game rewards is basically, it's on the same day if you account for the time, the different time zones. And they're talking about a new chapter and new like evil awaits and more information on that day. So I was like maybe thinking now, my Twitch chat here suggested this live. Maybe I'm going to ask this question here to the devs tomorrow. Like, should Diablo fans be watching the Game Awards on the 11th? Yeah, anyways, guys, there's like a lot of exciting stuff happening. Again, the interview is tomorrow, and today there's also an interview here. And then you also have like a bunch of like Q&A stuff here for these Chinese servers. And we have this Infernal Horde Blaze event. It was like kind of weird that this got announced so early. So they announced this a few days back. I didn't even notice this, that there's going to be like increased chaos waves in the Infernal Hordes. You get more compasses, increased chances, more cinders and stuff. But this is quite a bit in the future. This is end of November is when this event starts. I just wanted to let you know. But yeah, I'm super excited, guys. Hopefully you guys have been updated and you're tuning in for an interview. We'll live stream it on Twitch /Rob2628 and right here on the YouTube channel. I hope you enjoyed, my friends. And yeah, I will see you here tomorrow. Let's go, GG. I'm gonna ask the real questions, guys. Come on. You all are going to ask the weird questions. Let me put this here. So we need Rex interview. Do we have a timestamp? CN release trailer. And we need the Horde events. New Horde event. Rex's channel. Copy video URL at current time. Okay, I think we should be good. Quick summary. Cherry Dance. Hey, what's up, Cherry? Yo, how's it going? Sorry, I was like so busy with all of this. Dress up as Beavis and Butthead. I'm gonna do this at some point. If I ever visit like a Halloween party or something, or like, man, if I can convince Mikuna to go to BlizzCon or maybe to Gamescom, we can do the cosplay, dude. I mean, it's easy cosplay, right? Like the hair is already good. I just need to buy a Metallica or AC/DC shirt, and we're gonna win. I think it's pretty easy. It's not like crazy high effort, but people gonna love it. Oh man. Yeah, it's gonna be nice. I still haven't found this other meme. It's too crazy. But yeah, it is easy. Like, I just gotta get a Metallica shirt. Blue Metallica shirt. I gotta order this for Mikuna. It's gonna work. Yeah, I just need the t-shirt, man. That's it. Maybe I can dye my hair. Like, the hair is different. Like, I don't even know. What? The hair is so different, dude. Can do the jaw like that. I don't even know what people see in that. Like, what the fuck? For the cosplay, I gotta convince him, man. Goldfish. Oh yeah, yeah. We gotta practice, boys. Lols. Frosty will be in love if you do that. Oh man. Yeah, I'll see if Frosty and LaRue gonna make an update for that, man. That interview stuff. Oh man, it's already late, guys. Live action movie. Yeah, looking forward to that. Okay, guys, I think I'm gonna go. I'm gonna make some food and then I go to sleep. I gotta wake up early tomorrow. I have I'll definitely be like there for my interview, of course, but so on Thursday we're gonna make like a longer stream than today. But tomorrow, guys, I'm not sure I can make it. I have some like IRL projects I gotta do, man. But I mean, season 9 is already coming in a few weeks, so I gotta catch up on a lot of stuff. Yeah, thanks for watching, guys. Again, I will release the video tomorrow. If you have more questions, you can drop them in the comments. But I think we already have a very solid foundation of the questions, and pretty much only a few that were overlapping with Rax's questions. So I think it's going to be very exciting. And yeah, looking forward to, you know, chat with the developers and asking a lot of questions specifically about what they plan on improving come from the season 11 PTR to the actual season. And then we'll see some cool big picture stuff, hopefully. And maybe we even have some interview news drop tomorrow with the Korean stream. We'll see. Yeah, thanks so much for watching, everybody. And yeah, sorry, this was like a bit shorter stream these days. Nice, looking good. Yeah, man, I'm just getting so hungry, you know, like, yes. This guy is so hungry. We gotta eat. Yeah, it's gonna be fun, my friends. All right, thanks for watching. I'll see you on Thursday for the interview. I'll be here probably in the afternoon, so like 3-4 hours before. It's gonna be fun, my friends. Take it easy, take care, GG, bye-bye. Which one is it? This one. There we go. Maybe we'll watch some One Punch Man Season 3. Gute Nacht. Sleep well, guys. Dankeschön.